Perfect. Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. Ooh, not morning. Didn't make it in time. I was actually planning to make it before noon, and then I got distracted and put on one of my shows. Or not put on, I finished. I had like 30 minutes or so left. I was like, you know what? I'm fresh out the shower. I'll finish the show. But I had the intention of starting before noon, so it's a thought that counts, I think. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'm actually got my first night of probably more than like 3 or 4 hours, so I'm feeling immensely refreshed and actually feel like I can read effectively. So there's that. Welcome to the stream, though. Happy Saturday. The goal, the intention, maybe, is to finish Raging Loop today. I have no idea if that's actually possible. But boy, howdy, I would love if I could. Oh shit, I forgot to do this. There we go. Something behind the scenes I forgot to do. Raging Loop. Let's do recap really quick. Let's see. So we gathered all these missing fragments, pieces, keys to the puzzle. And Haruaki's like, I've got so much information with all these keys and puzzle pieces and all this. So he's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go follow the old man who cries wolf, because he's not the just the senile man that he pretends to be. So we followed him. He tried to keep up his old man who cries wolf act for a little bit, and then finally he was like, oh no, I'm a murdering old man. And Haruaki's like, I fucking knew it. You're working with like some of the higher ups to like just kind of exist here, aren't you? And he's like, oh, fucking, yeah, I kill people. I haven't killed in a while. It kind of, it was just like the reveal that something I called from very early on, the very tropey kind of like, oh, the old senile guy who you think who on the outside looks like he doesn't have much of a role or doesn't sway the story so much or whatever. Oh, turns out that he is like some kind of bigger, at least slightly bigger player to the whole thing. So that's where that old guy, and yeah, I think where we stopped exactly was we were in like a dungeony area with the old man, and he gave us some drink, and Haruaki's like, well, I might as well take the drink or whatever. And then he tried to like, I think I got stabbed by the old man who cries wolf, and then we were going to loop, but then I cock blocked everyone and immediately ended the stream where it was like saying like, oh, I was gonna loop, and then something different was happening. I was like, this might as well be a chance for us to stop. So that's where we're at. And so we're gonna read this afternoon. Depending on how long this takes, I would love to get to Pragmata a little later, but it kind of just depends. Our main focus today is Raging Loop and seeing where we get with this. So I'll put that on the back burner, and we'll see. I have my afternoon pretty open, and if we get really crazy with it, I don't know if something's going to be happening tonight with me as far as plans go, but if plans don't manifest, you may have me for a very long time tonight, potentially. So, and I'm all tangled up in wires. Let me get that situated. All right. As I was looping back, I actively thought to myself for the first time, it seemed that was enough. It seemed the plan had finally come together. At the end of the long, long loop, I saw brilliant light. All that was left was to meet with that person. That person. Oh. This was the key we had gotten, right? The old man who cried wolf turned out to be the killer behind the Fujiyoshi murders multiple 60 years ago. He colluded with the Miguruma to assist with the progression of the feast of the Yomi Purge. This is basically what I was saying during my shitty recap. Behavior aside, I learned some things from the pure evil that dwells within him. First of all, I'll need a fortress in order to survive, and most importantly, the concept that God can be killed. And I think with that, we have all keys. So if we go chart, I know there's nothing here, but I'm going to check just because I'm just for person's sake. We should be looking for the one, the padlock that has a 1 on it, right? I mean, that would be the only thing we haven't checked out. Right? Because that's all the way over there. That was the one that threw me for a loop because I couldn't scroll properly. Because this game hates me. I kind of wish they had menu music as we were in the timeline, because it's just me and my voice and my empty thoughts as I scroll around, looking around, just making sure. It's probably going to be at the very end, isn't it? How is Haruaki going to spin all this information into success? That's basically my question here. We have all the pieces to the puzzle, but what does he actually say? What does he accomplish in his final moments here of stopping, how did they put it, Japan's destruction? How's he do that? Just being thorough, just being thorough. There it is. Warp me in. Warp me in. Alright, I shook my head, chasing away the thing, the delusion clinging to my head. What is it? What? What is that? Her voice is shaking. Did she see a spider or something? I followed her outside. Call for that person. Sorry, I'm adjusting audio again. One moment. Okay. Call for that person in quotes. So mysterious. Dun dun. Gung gung. Gung gung. Remember all these people? You better. We've been spending so many hours with them. All of my friends that I care about all equally. They all matter equally to me. Alright, I remembered it now. I went outside, ignored the monster, and shouted, "Sheep! Sheep!" I'm here. Suddenly, the world turned gray, and that person appeared before me. You dumbass! You dumbass! You dumbass! There you are, and 3 dumbasses. That's mean. Read the mood. I ain't all going back. I told you never to come back here again. The energy already. We're coming in strong here. Oh, so each of the 3 was a separate thing. I see. I see. What now, huh? Huh? What do we do about this? There's no way to recover! We don't have to. Huh? I have everything figured out. I said that with a serious tone. Okay, so let's recall, the sheep is pissed because he said something along the lines of like, I only have the power or ability to send you back once from this specific timeline once it's gotten to the point where the monster is here. So I think he's frustrated that seemingly at the time we just came back here, and he was like, that's why he's like, oh, I told you not to come back to this specific point because I'm not going to be able to like stop it again. But little does he know, Haruaki has this all under control and definitely will not fuck this up. I said that with a serious tone. Wait, does that matter now? Oh, look, the monster's launching some beams now! Now, already with this tone, and again, I don't know how much more we have to this game, but I can't tell if we're going just full-on goofy finale to this game, or if we're gonna, like, U-turn away from this and actually get serious for a moment. I'm hoping the latter, but, I don't know. I don't know how to read this situation. Because, again, in the back of my head, I have all of the internet telling me that the ending is a big letdown to this game. That's been stewing in the back of my head throughout this whole playthrough. I could totally see people being disappointed if it was like, oh, this game doesn't take its finale or ending seriously at all. And then it's like, okay, well, that would be like a big letdown kind of thing. Just thinking. There goes the city. What's with your attitude? You went against the warning, so that's your responsibility, you sheep shit idiot. I got called sheep shit by sheep? You're dead. I'll kill you right now. You need time to solve this thing, right? Huh? Resolving this incident wouldn't be easy. There were 3 things that had to be done. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast, I had to deal with the master of the loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection, and I had to deal with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. The first one would be the hardest. I had to prepare for it, for the big act. Sheep, I need your help. Can you send me as far back as possible? I told you there wouldn't be a second time. They'll notice me if I do it now. That's fine. Huh? Let them know. The only risk of doing that is that you won't be able to control the dream again. That means that you and me both would be taken in by the loop, no longer store our memories and just repeat the same things. You ain't wrong. So, I'll go back using your powers, and you'll be noticed and consumed by the dream. But it'll all be fine if I just solve the problem, right? There's 3 problems. First, I've no idea how much time before the starting point I can go back to. Could be just a few hours. Next, it'd be a gamble whether you'll keep your memories. There's no guarantee that won't be lost when I manipulate the dream. Lastly, you sure you can solve it all? I don't blame, honestly, the sheep being like, God, this Haruaki guy, like, we're putting so much faith in him at this point. Don't mess around. I'm just not sure if I can do this flawlessly. I'll do it for sure, though. At worst, I'll suffer some damage, but, well, I'll still pull it off, I guess. Guessing won't do.
じゃあ絶対を保証します。その代わりあなたの仕事にも絶対の保証をください。
Then I guarantee I'll do it. In exchange, you swear that you'll do your part.
最低でも振り出しから丸1日は時間を稼いでください。あと記憶の保持は絶対確実にお願いします。
At worst, give me at least one whole day since the starting point, and make my memories as complete as possible.
一つでも取りこぼしたら僕の保証はなくなりますから。
Oh, if we're going so far back, you know what that means. I get to see the linchpin character I've gambled my whole theory around this whole game again. Surely I'm right about everything. If I lose just one thing, my guarantee will be void. Don't get uppity with me now. Well, if I don't turn it back, this country will be over. You knowingly left me no other choice, didn't you?
はい。
Yes.
実のところそのくらい腹をくくらないとこの黒幕は倒せないです。
I'd say this kind of resolve is actually necessary to beat this bad guy. Mess up and I'll kill you. Got it?
ええ。
Yes. Fine. Come. Shit from a million sheep.
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。
Wait, hold on. This is so unserious. This is so unserious, dude. Shut up. Drowning in 1 million tons of shit is how you deserve to die after what you pulled.
1頭あたり1トンの換算だとすると一体何ヶ月分の糞に相当するのか。
1 ton per sheep. Just how many months worth of shit is that? 100 million it is.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. My apology went unheard. A single possibility. Reached myth. May 10th, Saturday. See, we always loop to May 11th. We did get it back a day in the past. Wait, does this mean... Wait a second. Wait a damn second. Does this mean he tries to, in like a weird, like, Groundhog's Day type of situation, try to... I mean, I only say Groundhog's Day because of the whole repeating thing, but, like, does he get to go back and try to repair... Is this all about repairing the relationship? Because, again, the inciting incident to him leaving and then crashing and all of this was... He just... Wasn't it... I mean, we're going so far back and months ago at this point on the channel, but, like... that he broke up with his girlfriend or something. Do we get to see the origins of that? Is that what this has all been built up to? And that's why he wants to go back a day? If we... I know I could just advance with X, but I feel like mentally I need to, like, prepare for either some of the most insane, cool, or dumb shit I'm about to see when I advance the text here. That's all. We could go. I see three paths in front of us, right, everyone? And yeah, I don't have camera on, but I'm making like paths with my arms. I see something super cool is about to happen, something super insane is gonna happen, or something incredibly fucking stupid is about to happen. And I think that honestly, I don't think we can mix any of those paths. That's all I'll say. Anyway, here's my groaning noises. Shit. Huh? I woke up. This unpleasant awakening and the general discomfort in the room. It was that awful inn I'd visited. Awake, I see.
うわ、また中井が勝手に入ってきた。
Did he like cheat on his girlfriend and like then a curse like befell him? Is that, I mean, is it something weird like that? Whoa, a hostess came in just like that. At least it wasn't that needlessly energetic proprietress. Last night sure was fun.
もうだいぶ前のことだから思い出せない。そういうことにしよう。それがいい。思い出したくない。
It's been a while, so assume I don't really remember it. That's for the best. I don't want to remember it.
Hi.
Excuse me?
いえ、なんでもないです。こっちの話です。
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
朝食はどうなさいますか？くっくっく。
Would you like some breakfast?
絶対いいです。
I'm good, thank you.
連泊は
Staying again?
死んでもいいです。
I'd rather die.
寂しい。
How sad.
今度個人的に恨みがあるやつを50人くらい合宿と称して来させるんで、ぜひもてなしてやってください。
I'll point about 50 people I don't like to this place, so you can take care of them.
超助かる。
That'd help.
チェックアウトで。
I'm checking out.
毎度あり。くっくっく。
Thank you. What was with this place? My mind is going all kinds of places right now. I must be honest. Anyway, since I was staying here, that meant I checked the calendar on my phone and found out that it was Saturday, May 10th. I'd get lost of the mountain on the night of the 11th, and the mist would come at the evening of the 12th. Some weird high-pitched noise outside. I thought it was in-game for a minute there. And from what I could tell, I could remember everything. From what I recalled, this was Chiami's first restarting point. I was upset. Oh yeah, that was the whole deal about Chiami was like, she kept restarting a day before was her whole explanation, right? I was upset I couldn't tell her about this, but I hoped she remembered everything too. Is he going to try to link up with her? I don't mean that in like a relationship way. I just mean like if he can catch her towards the start of whatever, then that must be part of his whole plan about this, yeah. Anyway, looked like the sheep did what it had to. Now, I just have to fix the problem. Well, it'd work out. I wrote something down and left the inn. It was a list containing things I needed and things I had to do to solve the problem. I knew the 3 things I had to do pretty well. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I had to deal with the Master of the Loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection. And I had to deal with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. This potentially has some cool kind of like concept to it, where like, I do like the idea. I don't know if it's going to be executed well, but I do like the idea of like using the story of the loop and everything and you witnessing all these different permutations of it. And then feeling like you've got the final keys that you need, like, and I mean that both literally and figuratively. You have like the final things where you're like, all right, I'm staking everything on like a near perfect, flawless run here. You know the game that came out like years ago called like Deathloop, and the whole thing about it was like I'd never played it. I meant to play it at some point, but I never got around to it. But basically, you know, the game has several bosses or whatever, and the whole thing about the game is developing the perfect run to, I assume, like at the end of the game, to finally beat the game, you have in one loop, you got to set things up in such a way that you can go through the whole world, kill all the bosses you need to in one run, and then that's like the end kind of thing. And but in here, obviously gameplay is different, but like your story-wise, you're staking everything on one final gamble, that one final bet, and that's kind of like a cool concept of like, I've got everything, and we only have this one last chance. In the story, we've dealt with so many loops, like some that we've seen on camera and some off camera, kind of like loops, and he's done it so often, and he's seen so many things to the point where you're like, all right, well, I can't just keep looping, like, we gotta guarantee that I can get this taken care of. And so it'll be cool to see, again, barring bad execution, it should be cool to see what the plan, how the plan actually like manifests, like what that is. Because we're told, we haven't been told out loud, but in his head he's saying, all right, I've got this, I've got everything. We need a perfect run. And I had to deal with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. Things wouldn't be solved if at least one of them wasn't cleared, and unlike before, I only had one chance. It'd be pretty boring if I messed up after all this resolution. I'd just take it easily. Humming the song of the same name, I slowly parked my bike. After filling up the tank at the nearest place, I looked at the map again. The main road was packed right now. I had to pick the quickest route while avoiding it. I didn't know the lay of the land, but I knew my destination, so it wouldn't be hard to get there. From my current perspective, the me from months ago, had abandoned all responsibility and just wandered aimlessly out of frustration and abundance of free time. I was different now. I had a goal, a place I had to go to, and people who needed me. Thus, I didn't have to hesitate anymore. I had to hurry. To Fujiyoshi. The misty place once called the Werewolf Village. The misty garden of God. Yo, we're gonna see the fucking convenience store clerk girl. I'm telling you, this is our chance. This is it. If something happens here with her, and she's revealed to be the fucking... She's my character, man. You know what? Everyone else, convenience store clerk person, favorite character of this whole game. I feel comfortable saying that now that we're rounding to the finale of this game. Everyone else is at least a tier below her. It's just how it has to be. All right. I went without any breaks, stopping only to refuel, and finally arrived. I don't know what the fandom for this game is like online or anything. Obviously, I avoid that. I have to avoid that for spoilers and stuff. I can't check. But I'm hoping out of everyone that has read Raging Loop, I'm like the one person who's the biggest fan of convenience store clerk character. I went without any breaks, stopping only to refuel, and finally arrived. Honestly, I could barely stand, but my thirst and hunger were way worse. I had to rest at least once. Seriously. My thoughts were dulled. I needed to raise my blood sugar, but there was something I had to do before that. There she is! There she is, dude! Hello? I'm back, sheep. No fucking way. Cough, cough, huh? Huh? What the hell are you saying, huh? What? You thought I wouldn't figure it out? You're the sheep, aren't you? I don't know what you're on about. Get out! I'm amazed you're trying to talk your way out of this while acting like that. Oh well. How'd you know? You're the only woman with such insane fashion sense around these parts. Locals gotta go to 100 yen shops for their fashion. No person without ulterior motives would recommend that road. That's all? What a stretch. Sorry. Anyway, give me something. I'm sorry, I'm losing it in my head. Anyway, give me something to eat. I don't know how to react. The build up. You can have the almost expired stuff for free. Loyal to the role, huh? Shut it. I'll take the freebies, but I'd like to order some strange things. Sir, this is a convenience store. I gotta say that, you know? As if that matters at this point. Damn, you're a pain. Here's a note.
とこれ。ざけんな。いくらかかんだこんなもん。
What the hell? Piss off with this shit. How much is this gonna cost?
無理ですか？
Can't get it?
待ってろ。
Just wait. Okay. I feel the need to say something. I feel like there might be people watching my reaction to this reveal and being like, why are you upset? This is exactly what kind of like what you had called. Not really. I'm sort of I'm sort of right, but I can't take that victory. I'm not right about that. I was expecting more. It's just a slightly different reveal type kind of thing, you know? There will be people that are like, no, just take the win. You kind of called it. You were basically right. How close did you want to be, Austin? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm weirdly let down. Convenience store clerk person, just the sheep person. Oh. Thank you. Leave the rest to me.
マジでこのまま行く気か？休んで行った方がいいんじゃねえのか？
You sure you're gonna go in that state? Shouldn't you rest a bit?
そんな顔色悪く見えますか？
Do I look that bad?
むしろ一発決めたみてえに血色いいから逆に心配してんだ。
No. Actually, you look like you're ready to take on the world, and that's what worries me.
踏ん張りどころでぽっきり折れんじゃねえぞ。
Don't overdo it and snap under the pressure.
心配させてすみませんね。
Sorry for making you worry.
ところで僕はあなたたちに無言のうちにいいように利用されているんじゃないかという疑惑が急激に浮上したんですが。
By the way, I just realized that I might have been used by you people without realizing it.
あれ？なぜ僕が謝っている？
Huh? Why am I the one apologizing?
気にすんな。
Don't worry about it. Ha ha ha. This little
ま、
dot dot
いいん
dot.
ですけどね。楽しかったねで終わりさえすれば。
Well, whatever. I just want to be able to end it with that was fun.
ちなみに敵には見つかったんです。
I hope by the end of this I end it with a well, that was fun. Me and Haruaki both. By the way, did the enemy find you?
少なくともあっちは異変には気づいた。今は逃げ回ってるが、尻尾掴まれるのも時間の問題だ。
They've realized something's wrong. I'm on the run right now, but they'll have me soon. Their enemy was the mastermind, the creator of the loop. She was probably fighting her own battle already, one beyond my area of expertise.
まあ、せいぜい逃げ回ってやるよ。その間、あっちがお前の動きに気づくのをごまかせるかもしれねえ。
Well, I'll run as fast as I can. Maybe it'll be a good distraction while you do your thing.
それはとても助かります。よろしくお願いしますね。
That'll help a lot. Please do so.
こっちからも聞いていいか？
Can I ask you something now?
はい。ええ、もちろん。
Sure, go ahead.
いつまでこの茶番続くんだよ。
How long are you going to continue this act?
これっきりですよ。
This is the last time.
まあ、生きて帰ったらぶん殴るのは勘弁してやる。
Well, if you come back alive, I'll spare you the punch. She used me for all I was worth, then said she'd punch me if I died. It was kind of amazing, really. I couldn't tell if she was one hell of a tsundere or just insane.
じゃ。
See ya.
あ、
Yeah. I hid my impression and just got back to my bike. The tons of stuff I had on me made a rustling sound. Through my dozens of times of being killed by Chiemi, I'd memorized the path here so well that I was sick of it. I passed a small overpass, stopped my bike at the boulder, and took off my helmet. This might have been in Okiba too, a sign leading to Fushioshi and Yasumisu. I placed the bike under a tree by the side of the road, placed what I had on the ground, and locked the bike. Then, I hung the helmet's ring over the chain lock. After that, I opened the large mountaineering bag and took out whatever I needed right now. A headlamp. It was a bit big, but fit well, shone bright, lasted long, and was resistant to water. And this was a mountaineering stick. I'd already unpacked it in the store. I had to make sure I didn't get hurt. With my time becoming limited, I had to buy safety with money. I put on the backpack, putting the weight of all the stuff in it on my shoulders. I had to hurry. I'd wasted an entire hour just getting there. I will say, if I was in his position right now, I'd be so afraid of, like, fucking up one thing and, like, ruining everything. Like, you just need to make one little simple mistake and then, like, your one shot is fucked. And it could be, like, a small, insignificant thing, right? That butterfly affects into, like, failure. The distant sounds of water became louder, and I finally made my way through the darkness and arrived at Saranaga Rapids. I unhesitantly took off my pants, got in some loose trunks, and covered my feet in work tabi and climbing sandals. I placed my clothes in the waterproof backpack, closed it, and put it on again. Through my fights with Chiemi, I'd found out that crossing Saranaga was pretty dangerous. It'd be too pathetic if I fell and died here. I just couldn't let that happen. Anyway, it was time to go. All the rustling coming from the backpack felt like someone was laughing at me, saying that my worries were for nothing and that I was jumping at shadows. The cold stream of May numbed my skin, and it felt like it was trying to sap the warmth from my body. But I couldn't give up. If I did, this would have all been for nothing. Too many people would suffer. However, I wasn't motivated by some sort of justice, a sense that I had to protect them. I was just interested in the fact that the struggle would end up saving so many lives. It was an amazing trade. I also wanted to get even more with some people. I also wanted to get even with some people and set myself free of this one-sided obligation. It was a selfish motivation, and that was exactly why I could give my all to it. I made it through the water and reached the other side. Naturally, there was no girl sawing off her shotguns here, or the flashlight she brought. Not this day, anyway. I arrived. Everything was as expected so far. No, I dropped the climbing stick in the water, so that wasn't great. It was within my margin for error, though. I had to calm down. Getting distracted by my mistakes would keep me from focusing. I looked at my phone. It was out of service range, of course. Time was 12:53 a.m. Pretty early, I'd worked out. I changed my clothes and shoes, then got off the cliff. Shit. My memory told me that the cliff was the most dangerous place, especially for a non-local like myself. I tried to be careful, obviously, but the other stick I used for climbing broke. I almost fell and reflexively used my hands, cutting them on the sharp stone. After making it up the cliff, I took out some whiskey, disinfected the wounds, and applied some first aid with a handkerchief. Thinking about what I'd do next, this wound was really painful. Maybe I had to loop back, and of course that line of thinking would become habitual. It was a good thing I'd over-prepared. I had only one life now, so I had to keep that in mind. With that slight shift in mentality, I got back to work. The first one of the 3 objectives. I had to stop the people of Yasumisu from killing each other in the feast, and this was actually the hardest thing to do. Thus, I had to be both extremely careful and extra prepared. I'd be proving a hypothesis. I was really pissed I hadn't thought of this sooner. I'd have loved to try it when resetting was still an option, but I was pretty confident I was right. If it wasn't here, it had to be in another place that I knew well, but this one seemed way more likely. I began preparing. I took out the 20-meter long climbing rope. I had 5 spares, 100 meters, in the bag too. Of course, they took up the most space in the backpack. Freeing one of them up, I tied it up as if I was preparing to hang someone in the feast. Passing one swivel ring through the rope, and hanging the other one on another climbing rope, I made a 40-meter rope. It was enough to cover a cliff this tall. With this, I now had a way down below the hanging pine. I fixed the stopper I'd already tied to my waist on the rope and created a lifeline for myself. At least, I thought I did, but I had no experience with this. Still, I had to do it. Holding onto the rope, I began slowly going down. At first, I spun around, messed up while handling the stopper, slid down a few times, and was generally on the verge of getting myself killed. Eventually, I began stopping the spin by touching the grass and branches on the cliff and figured out how to rappel down slowly. Finding what I was looking for while climbing down was hard work. I felt water drop on my forehead and thought it was rain, only to realize it was actually blood from my hands, falling from the rope above me. That made me keenly aware of the pain and pressure from using my aching hands. It brought back my exhaustion, drowsiness, and muscle pain. It came with a mental fatigue, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Why was I doing this? The stupidity of it came back to me. What if this was all for nothing? Of course it was. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Before I knew it, I was muttering some profanities. I felt like it would help me shake off the urge to cry, the pain, the misery, and the patheticness. Even so, it had to be here. The entrance had to be close. All of Yasumitsu had taken it for granted that people had to be hanged from the pine. That wasn't word of mouth or anything. It was an idea that came naturally, and it was with them their whole lives. That meant that this was pretty much the work of God. However, the idea of hanging one side of the rope on the tree, the other on the neck, then pushing the victim off felt illogical. Were they doing it because the only cleanup they had to do was then cutting the rope? Well, during the feast, the corpses did fall to Saranaga every now and then. The lack of sound had to be God's doing, but that wasn't always the case. Some corpses had been caught on the cliff or fell on the riverbank. Whenever that happened, the body was not only not cleaned up, it became a very real bother, reeking and full of disease. If you just wanted to hang the victim, all you had to do was put the rope over a branch and pull it up. That was often done outside of here. If what mattered to them was dropping the body in Saranaga, then pushing them off was enough. Even if they were just focusing on making a kill certain, there weren't many times they could actually do this. I didn't think that a murder method that had only been done every several dozen or so years would become part of Yasumitsu's common soul. That seemed especially unlikely when, for the past 500 or so years, the locals only used the feast to control the local community. In that case, I imagined that the truth was different. The hanging wasn't for killing. It was to meet God. That unique way of praying, where they joined their hands and hid their faces, had to represent the remains of the lifeline they'd held before God. Thus, I'd surely arrive there if I went down. I'd believe that. Believe. Suddenly, something appeared. About midway down the cliff, on one of the links between the climbing rope, I found a large boulder sticking out from the bottom directly across from me. It was large enough to stand on. There were pine saplings on it, probably the children of the hanging pine. It looked suspicious. I had to get there. So I began swinging. Moving my legs and waist, I slowly created a swinging motion. The climbing rope made noise as I clung to it. The fear of it disconnecting and the fear of hitting the boulder struggled violently, but I managed to ignore them. When the swing was good enough, I waited for when I was over the boulder and stuck my legs out. I ended up having to grab onto the little pines, and my hands hurt like hell because of the prickliness, but that didn't matter now. I adjusted my headlamp and started examining the place more thoroughly. Bingo. Right behind all the growth here, there was an aged wooden torii.
Yosh.
Yeah. I felt my vigor return, but I needed to press on. Behind the torii, there was an aged door sealed by decayed chains. I pulled on it, and the chains just broke, letting me go in. This is no way to hide a god, people of Fujiyoshi. I opened the door wide, hunched down, and stuck my head into the hole. It was big enough for a crouching adult to pass through. It was a hole in the side of the cliff, angled slightly upward. It was an artificial place created by digging through the rock here. It was dry inside, probably due to the slope and the door protecting it. Alright. It wasn't exactly what I expected, but it was pretty damn close. Now, I needed to secure a way to get here from the bottom, create a camp, and take away the route from the top. Thankfully, the young trees here were firmly planted and had large trunks, so I could easily tie a climbing rope around them and make my way down. With this and that, I successfully went down to the riverside below. I then got back up to the hanging pine, got my stuff, and took care of the climbing rope. Some would come to the graveyard before the mist began, so they'd know something was up if they saw the rope. It'd all go to waste then. I had to hide until the mist came. This, too, was part of stopping the people of Yasumitsu from killing each other in the mist. It was absolutely necessary for the cause. I began creating the riverside camp. Actually, it was on the rocky area above the riverbed. They couldn't see me from the top if I was here, and a flood due to rain wouldn't be a problem. Though it wasn't much of a camp, I just took out a blanket and lay down. After drinking some bottled water, I looked at my phone. It was past 3 on Sunday night. There would be rain in 24 hours, and Saranaga could gain some water. I had to get everything done in the hole until then, prepare for the great act. But, well, it was enough for today.
疲れた.
Man, am I tired. I'd arrived at Yasumitsu a day earlier than normal and confirmed a theory of mine. All that was left now was to enhance the proof. And prepare the fakery. I could just go to sleep for now. I'd have to do things right after the night cleared, so I'd set a timer and just nap rather than sleep. There. Good night. Bong. Ba-ba-bong. I easily woke up to the sound of my alarm. Honestly, the hard sensation on my back made it nearly impossible to sleep. Even so, I thought I'd wake up with the morning sun, it just didn't come here. The settlement was right between two mountains, so of course it wouldn't get much sunlight. I was still sleepy, but this was the fated day. I drank down the rest of the bottle and got some calories out of some sweetbread. First, I had to take care of my wounds. Surrounded by a dim light, I took off the handkerchief on my right hand and treated the festering wound. That word. I wanted to wash it off with Saranaga's water, but I felt like the hole in the middle of the cliff might have not been the only reason why the stream was considered corrupted. I washed it off with water from a new bottle instead. Then I put some more disinfectant and a fresh bandage on it. It's been messed up while I'd been climbing yesterday. I then grabbed my friend the headlamp and checked whether the stopper, potential lifesaver, worked properly. With that, I was ready. Upon climbing up the hole, I went inside and turned on the lamp. I then tried going up the upward slanted hill. After some distance, the hill started slanting down. It might have been done to prevent rainwater from flowing in. And the inside? It was like I'd expected. There was a pile of fist-sized stones. I had to remove them all. It had to be possible. It had been done by humans after all, and a whole 6 centuries ago too. Though, I would feel kind of bad about it. What I was about to do was basically tomb raiding. But then I had a thought. Someone who was about to kill God had no business talking about irreverence. To make the job easier, I took out a small shovel from the stuff I'd brought. I'd brought a collapsible bucket too, but it didn't look like I could use it. After thinking for a bit, I took out all the waterproof inner bags from the backpack, then transported the stones using the outer bag. After filling a bag with lots of rocks, I crawled outside and turned it upside down. This was effective and didn't put much strain on my hand's wound, though hard labor in a tight space certainly wasn't easy. The lack of sleep and fatigue were getting to me, and I wasn't sure I was working fast enough. I wanted to go home after repeating this just 3 times. Even so, I'd do my best. I wanted to go back after all. Sigh. Come on, ancient people. Just how much did you have to bury it under?
いくら神を外に出さないためだからって、後々考古学者とかが掘り出すことくらい考えてから埋めてくれよな。
I know it's to prevent a god from escaping, but can't you at least consider the archaeologists who look for it?
って無理か。
Oh yeah, not likely. I began talking to myself more. I'm going fucking insane. Was it a sign of something dangerous? Or was I safe as long as I recognized it myself? It'd be bad if I started hearing the voice of God or Psycho Chiemi. I considered singing something, but stopped when I almost began singing Prayer to Shinai. That felt like a one-way trip to madness. Weird. I didn't know if it was because of what I was thinking, but I began hearing auditory hallucinations. It was a crying girl.
戻り先は日曜の朝。メイコちゃんが迷ってくるところが新たなルーチンになっただけ。結局、糸口も見えなかった。
The return point was now Sunday morning. The moment Meiko-chan wanders in had become the new routine. I still didn't see a way out. It came back to me, though it wasn't like I'd completely forgotten it. It just slipped my mind. This was the morning when Meiko wandered in. What was I to do? If she cried here, someone who heard her would come over, surely. If that happened, they'd find my stuff and me as well. I'd look like a weirdo doing weird things. I look like a weirdo. And with a girl at my side at that. What was up with that role? Was I some sort of kidnapper about to bury a child? I had to secure her myself. Anyway, mission start. Dun 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 dun. Ba. My leg hurts. I'm so hungry. Bah, how far do I have to run? Where's the doggy? The wolf is so scary. Ba. Ba.
おい
Hey. Ba?
声をかけてみたはいいが一体どうすればいいんだろう
I called out to you, but what do I do now? But who?
この辺りのものだよ
A local. A local? This seemed familiar.
違うね名前は房石春明
No. My name is Haruaki Fusaishi. Fusaishi.
そうそう房石春明
That's it. Haruaki Fusaishi. Fusayuki.
違う
No. Fusayuki-san.
いいやもうそれで
Fine. Call me that. Where'd she get that you from, anyway? Fusayuki felt like some sort of anonymous message board mascot's name.
お腹が空いたの
Are you hungry? But
僕の顔をお食べよ
eat my face. I don't think you should tell a young girl to do that. But, huh? Did that joke not work on modern children? They won't eat people. They're not tasty. With my joke missing the mark so badly, I myself became flustered.
オーケー食べ物を持ってるよこっちおいで
Okay then. I have some food. Come here. Bye. Fusayuki-san, are you a wolf? That reminded me that she was afraid of wolves that were completely unrelated to the ones in Fujiyoshi. Well, I wasn't one of those wolves either. But if I said that, it'd make things more complicated later.
僕はね君が怖がってる狼じゃないんだ
I'm not the wolf you're afraid of. Really?
うんそうさ
Yeah.
僕はいい狼なんだ
I'm a good wolf. Ow. Oh boy. Is she eating a burger? I'm not replicating those noises. Mm-mm. Nope, not doing that either.
慌てて食べるからゆっくり食べなメイコちゃんほらスポドリ
Hey, that's what happens when you don't eat properly. Eat slower, Mako-chan. Here, wipe yourself. Is that me?
おっとごめん君の名前は
Oh, sorry. What's your name? I don't know. Oh yeah, she didn't know her name or where she lived.
迷子の子猫ちゃんか
So you're a lost cat, huh? Cat?
いやいや迷子といえば猫だなって
That's the animal you think about when someone's lost, right? I'm not a cat.
そうだねめいめい言うから羊さんかな
Right. You're saying ba, so I guess you're sheep. Sheep are successes. Successes? What? And talking of sheep reminded me of her. What the hell was up with her?
名前わからないなら困ったな
It's bad to not know your name. You can call me Mako.
じゃあそう呼ぼうかな
Then I guess I will. You're a good wolf.
そうそういい狼さん
Yep. I'm a good wolf.
悪い狼さんを殺す。
Bad wolves need to be killed.
そうだ。いや違う。
Yeah. No, wait, no. What a scary thing to say. What kind of environment had she grown up in?
メイコちゃん、そんな殺すとか簡単に言っちゃダメだよ。
Mako-chan, you shouldn't say kill that easily.
ね、ダメ？
But I shouldn't?
そう。殺すっていうのはとても怖いことだからね。
Yep. Killing is a scary thing to do.
怖いのよくない。
Scary is bad.
いい子だ。だからボコボコにするとかにしておこうね。
Good girl. Instead, you should say you're going to beat him up.
ボコボコ？
Beat?
そうそ
Yep.
ね
But
う。そのめいめい言うのは何なの？
what's with the balls anyway?
家畜。
Cattle.
よくわかんないな。
I don't get it.
変？
Strange?
変というか、なんだろう。珍しい。
More like something you don't see every day.
珍しい。
Don't see every day.
迷子といえば子猫ちゃんだからね。
Lost children are like kittens.
私、迷子。
I'm lost.
そうそう。迷子の子猫ちゃんとくれば、大概の男はメロメロさ。
Yep. And most men all fall for lost kittens.
にゃーにゃー。にゃーにゃー。
Meow, meow. Meow, meow.
猫といえば、そうだね。
That's a cat, alright.
め
But
いいんだよ。無理しなくても。十分強ければ、好きな自分でいられるさ。
it's fine. Don't force yourself. If you're strong enough, you can be whoever you want to be.
難しい。
That's hard.
ごめんごめん。
Sorry. The conversation sure went off the rails. I probably shouldn't have brought that up to a child. Would I also become a father to someone someday? What a scary thought. I agree.
お腹はいっぱいになったか。
He's like, Haruaki should not be a father. Are you full? Yeah.
よかった。ちょうどパンは全部なくなったところだった。って全部かよ。
Good. I just ran out of bread. Wait, you ate it all?
さゆきさんの分。
Oh, I didn't leave any for you.
ああ、大丈夫。僕はもう食べたから。
It's fine. I already ate.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
メイコちゃんはいい子だな。
You're a good girl, huh?
いい子？
Good girl.
そうそう。いい子は得だよ。いろんな悪いことをしても最後には許してもらえるからね。
Yep, it's a good thing. You can do whatever you want, but in the end, everyone forgives you.
ね
But
でもあんまりいい子すぎてもダメだぞ。神様に目をつけられちゃうからね。
you shouldn't be too good either. God will notice you.
良い子すぎてもダメ。
Too good is bad?
そうそう。ちょっぴり悪いいい子を目指しなさい。
Yep, you should be a good girl who's a bit bad.
ちょっぴり悪いいい子。
A good girl who's a bit bad.
そうそう。楽しいな。
Yeah, this is fun.
わはは。
Wahaha.
わはは。わははははは。
Wahaha. Wahahahaha. And after that, they both transformed into Wario. I just now thought of this. During our key moments, you know, in the last couple of streams where I was like, oh, I made the point where I was like, oh, it's Haruaki being able to have like conversations or some screen time with some of like the less like represented characters, like characters he barely got a chance to like interact with. And now I'm only seeing this, that like we even get a chance here separate from all those, but him like directly with Mako that we didn't you know get a ton of before. Yeah, ha ha ha. Swing. That's the sound effect we're going with. That's the onomatopoeia. Swing. Huh? Shami popped out of nowhere, sneaked in here basically. She'd slipped on some rocks and it was all wet. In her hand, there was a knife. Hold on.
ひょっとして絶望の果てに 僕をぶっ殺しにかかってる状態のちえみちゃんですか？
Are you the Chiemi that's overcome by despair to the point of wanting to kill me?
今回は思考を変えてブッシュブッシュ殺そうかなって。
Uh-huh. What? Yeah, I figured I'd kill you with a little sploshing this time.
殺すのよくない。
Killing is bad.
そうだぞ。よくないぞ。
Yeah, it's bad.
何これ？
Huh? Huh? What's this?
というか、なんで春明さんが今いんの？というか、なんでメイコちゃんと？
Wait, why are you here at this time? And with Mako, too.
というか、いきなり振り出しがまた戻って。
Wait, why did the starting point reset?
ね。
That?
ちえみちゃん、落ち着いて。
Calm down, Chiemi-chan.
あれ？そういえば、
Huh? Oh.
そっか。楽しい時は終わってたんだった。
Oh yeah, fun times are over. She disinterestedly threw the knife into Saranaga.
危ないでしょ。
That's dangerous.
どうせ今回も無駄になるんだろうし。
It'll be useless this time anyway.
無駄にはならないね。
It won't.
どうして？
Why?
これが最後のループだから。
Because this is the final loop. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion and worry.
ループ？
Loop?
あー、ごめんね。ちょっと難しいお話があるんだ。
Sorry. I'm gonna talk about something complicated.
お姉ちゃんと？
With her?
うん。
Yeah.
なぜ威嚇されているのだろう。
Why am I being menaced?
女心の理解不足。
Because you don't understand women.
いや、そういうあれって、
Wait, that's just... Huh?
あっちで遊ぶ。
It's fine. I'll play over there.
流されないように気をつけてね。
Try not to get swept away. I really wanted to keep watch over her, but this was probably my last chance to meet up with Chiemi. A good act needed some hired hands after all.
で、何故メイコちゃんに春明さんのどす黒い部分を危機として教え込んでたの？
So, why were you showing your darkest parts to Mako-chan?
あんまり楽しくて。いや、
It was just fun. I mean,
引く。あまりに引いて正気に戻った。
ew, that freaks me out so much I'm actually sane again.
それはともかく相談があるんだ。
Anyway, there's something we gotta talk about.
相変わらずの軽やかさだね、春明さん。とりあえずこっちの疑問に答えてよ。
I see you're as casual as always. Anyway, answer my question.
最後のループって。
What did you mean by last loop?
うん。諸事情あって、これで最後。ただし正確に言うと、最後のチャンス。
Exactly that. Things happened, and this is our last one. And with it, we have one final chance.
これしくじったら、僕は多分君以外のみんな同様、巻き戻るたびに記憶がリセットされるようになる。
If we mess this up, my memories will probably start to reset, just like everyone else besides you.
君のことも忘れた。ただのバイク事故車の不妻子春明になるだろう。
I'll forget you and become just a guy who crashed his bike and ended up in the village.
待ってよ。
Huh? Wait. I messed it up. What? Huh? Wait.
それって。そんなの嫌だよ。
That's just... No, I don't want that.
私、また一人ぼっちになっちゃうじゃん。
I'll be all alone again.
そうはならない。
It won't happen.
どうして？
Why?
今回、全部解決するから。
Because I'll solve everything this time.
引くわ。
なぜだ？
What?
かっこつけすぎ。
You're overdoing it. Acting too cool.
そんなつもりは。
No, I didn't mean to.
それはともかく、映画とかドラマの見過ぎじゃないかな。
Anyway, you've watched too many movies and TV series.
今まで何百回失敗してきた？そんな簡単にうまくいくわけないじゃん。
How many hundreds of times do you think we failed? There's no way it would work out so easily.
簡単じゃない。
It's It's not easy.
すでに嫌になるほど苦労してきた。
I've already worked really hard.
というか、全て失敗だったこれまでのループの総決算が今回なんだから。
This is actually the conclusion of all the other loops that failed.
僕も君もゴールする資格と実力は十分に溜まっていると思わないか？
Don't you think we have the qualifications and skills to finally end this?
実力？
Skills?
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah.
決着には君の力が絶対に必要になる。
I'll need your help to finish this.
ないよ、私に力とか。ただずっと無意味に巻き戻って春明さんの邪魔をし続けてただけ。
As if I can help you. I've just spent all my time looping meaninglessly and just getting in your way.
根に持ってるな。元カノか君は。
You holding some kind of grudge? What are you, my ex?
知恵見的にはそのつもりですけど。
That's what I think, yeah? Well, couldn't deny that we were kind of close a bunch of deaths ago.
君にはあるじゃないか。
You have what it takes.
何千何万だかの繰り返しの果てに蓄積した神様への恨み、怒りが。
You have a vengeful defiance against God built up over countless loops.
もちろん今回それも解決する。
That'll be settled too, of course.
え？
Huh?
君の怒りと決意でもって
Your anger and resolve will end it.
この弾で神様を撃ってくれ。
Shoot God with this. I took out some ammo and handed it to her. Huh? 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 Huh?
いつ？どこで？誰の？
When? Where? Who?
それはその時が来ればわかる。
You'll know when the time comes.
しっかり散弾銃を切り詰めてその時を待っててほしい。
Saw off your shotgun and wait until then.
待って待って。全然
Oh,
わ
she's
か
gonna
ら
have
な
a
い。
cool moment, isn't
説
she?
明してよ。春明さん今ここで何してるの？
Wait. I don't get it. Explain. What are you doing here?
それは言うわけにはいかない。
I can't say that now.
なんで？
Why?
それも言うわけにはいかない。
I can't say that either. After all, she was from Yasumisu. That made her an enemy. In fact, she was the enemy in this case. She didn't have to know that I needed help for my account, I almost saw ACT period and thought it was shorthand for account. I needed help for my act. It'd be bad if she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fulfill her role in this.
ただ僕が言うのも白々しいかもしれないが、
Though, I know I probably shouldn't be the one to say this,
今回っきりでいい。
but just this one time,
信じてほしい。これが最後のお願いだ。
I want you to believe me. That's my final request. I looked into her eyes. She closed hers, thought about it for a bit, shook her head to shake something off, and nodded.
わかった。
All right.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
言っとくけど相当な無茶ぶりだからね。ノルマクリアの暁には相当な見返りと説明を要求するから。
Just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I like a good reward and an explanation.
どっかで聞いたセリフだな。
Now that's a familiar line.
大昔すぎて忘れた？
It's been so long ago that you forgot?
いや、一本取られたよ。
No. You got me there.
見返りか。何がいいかな。
What would you want for a reward?
素敵な男を紹介してくれるとか？
Can you introduce me to a nice man?
任せて。
Leave it to me.
へへ。じゃあ
Oh
まあ、
boy.
最後に何が起きるか楽しみにしよっかな。
Heh. Guess I'll just wait and see what happens next.
ついでにメイコを休みずに連れてってやってくれるか。
Can you take Meiko to Yasumisu too?
最後のお願いじゃないじゃん。
So that wasn't your last request at all.
いや、これはついでのつもりですよ。
This is an extra to that.
まあいいよ。前の時もメイコちゃん見つけたの私だし。
Oh well. I was the one who found her last time too.
なんでサラナガに来たの？
Why'd you come to Saranaga?
居場所がなくて。って言わせないでよ。
I couldn't find my place. Hey, don't make me say that.
ごめんごめん。他にはあんまり誰も来ないよね。
Sorry. No one else will come here, right?
そうだね。リカ子さんのお墓参りくらいかな。それでも今日一日はメイコちゃんにかかりきりになるはず。
Right. Maybe Rikako-san to pay respects. Still, she should be busy with Meiko-chan today.
OK。問題ない。
Okay, then there's no problem.
そのロープって。
What's that rope?
秘密。
A secret.
わかったよ、この悪者。
Alright, you villain.
以上？
Is that all?
以上。
It is.
メイコちゃん、お姉ちゃんと上行こっか。
Meiko-chan, come with me!
ね
Bye! Our conversation ended there. She soon dragged Meiko away, so I said, see ya, but neither of them even looked at me. Resolve. I had to introduce her to a good guy after all. He's gonna be so corny about that. I'm feeling the psychic damage already from it. I'm feeling the setup. I'm feeling it. Goddamn. Haruaki's killing me. I had another actor now. All that was left now was physical labor. I continued hauling the rocks. After all, I didn't know just how deep this hole was, or how many rocks there were left. Nothing would be stupider than running out of time at this point. Even if there was nothing there at the end of this, I had to find out as soon as possible. The answer to one of the final two mysteries had to be right here. And if it was exactly what I expected, I could get a weapon to finally get the better of God. It's kind of funny the way they talk about, like, fighting God. It's like the stereotypical, like, JRPG, like, jokey, like, you go through the whole game and then the final boss is you fight God kind of thing. We're basically doing that. We're fighting God at the end of this. My hands hurt, and the dusty cave made my eyes and throat feel unpleasant, but strange enough, I felt vigorous. Strange, considering that nothing much had changed from how it was in the morning. I didn't forget to drink and eat. Meiko ate the bread, so I had to make do with what I usually did. I wanted to eat veggies and meat. I wanted to rewatch some DVDs and flashes. I had to get some new shoes and to get a good shelf in my room. As I worked, my mind was filled with unrelated ideas. In that case, I had to return and get myself some good money. These thoughts raised my total motivation a lot. I'd solve this. I'd end this. I'd go back. I'd given myself a really long vacation here. Now I wanted to stretch, hop on my bike, and get on the slow road back home. I'd go back like I came, alone. Even so, I'd have lost the emptiness by then. In the afternoon, there was a period when it was a bit sunny here, but as the evening came, that faded too. There'd be rain tonight. Didn't want to lose my stuff to a flood, so I put it all in a waterproof bag and went back to work. My fatigue was at its limit. Even so, I continued digging and tossing aside the rocks. It continued until after nightfall, but then there were no more rocks. Instead, there was a layer of sand. A round two, huh? Ancient people sure were clever, but I was close. I was sure of it. For now, though, I would rest. Normally, this would be the time I'd be getting myself drunk silly at Chiemi's or the officer's place. Back then, I really didn't expect that I'd end up doing public works here. The fatigue and muscle pain were just murderous, but I was so fulfilled that I found it kind of pleasant. I slept within the cave. Gong. The next day, I woke up with such brutal muscle pain that I couldn't even move. I hadn't been like this since 2 years ago when I'd gone skiing for the first time. I had no choice, so I spent around 30 minutes stretching, then left the cave. I charged my phone with a disposable battery and checked the time to find out that it was 6 in the morning. I had about 10 hours left. Get to digging! I'd find it. I began digging through the sand. I dug. I examined the sand for anything significant. I couldn't throw away the sand, so I pushed it to the side. If I didn't find anything, I might have had to use the sand itself as proof of divinity. But it turned out that I didn't have to worry. After a few hours, I finally found it.
ようやく会えましたね。
So we finally meet.
新内様。
Shinai-sama.
いや、その名はあなたに対する冒涜だ。
No, that name is heresy to you.
あなたはこう呼ぶべきですよね。
You should be called this instead.
狼様
Oh, Kami-sama. Deep within the parted sand, I faced the thing inside. It was a skull. A human skull, pure white and without a single scratch on it. It was most definitely divine.
日の目を見るのは少し後かもしれませんが、すぐです。
You'll see the light a day later, but don't worry, it won't be long now.
ご家族ともども、もうしばらく待っててください。
Wait alongside your family, too. I carefully pushed it to the side, then began digging again. A hit. I found more and more bones the more I dug. There were 3 skulls in total. I didn't know if it was all the sand here or the dryness of the place, but despite being 6 centuries old, they still kept their original shapes and glittered like sacred ashes. If I wasn't careful, I could break them, but I felt like I had to beg these Okami-sama for strength. The strength to kill them. And...
あった。
Found it. I found it. A relic left by these Okami-sama. I was certain of my victory now. I gently returned the remains of the soon-to-be ex-god to the sand and left the cave. I was finally at the decisive moment. The preparations were complete. Now, I needed to create a good, no, the best ending. The first step, to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I would call it I'm Not Afraid of Wolves. Starring Haruaki he's such a fucking dork. Starring Haruaki Fusaishi, co-starred by 2 ladies that happened to join in. I would put up a good fight and kill God.
しないさんのお守りは
Shinai-san's guardians are...
いかがちふましらみがらすよくも
1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider.
そうそうよくできたね。
Good job. We're done.
お姉ちゃん
One-chan.
あ、ふさゆきさんだ。ふさゆきさん
Oh, it's Fusayuki-san. Fusayuki-san.
メイコちゃん、
Meiko-chan,
おいで。
come with me.
わーい
Yay!
ダメ
Don't.
なんで
But... Oh, why?
あれはあいつは
That... He's...
芹沢千恵美。
Chiemi Serizawa?
黙れ
Shut up! She pulled out a gun and pointed at me. Her eyes were those she had when looking at God. It was made even worse by the fact that she saw God in herself too. That would be over soon.
まだその時じゃない。
Now is not the time.
ごらん。
はい
皿長から霧が今にも溢れようとしている。
Look, the mists of Saranaga are about to overflow.
それこそ僕が望んだ唯一無二の時だ。
That would be the moment I so desired.
黙れ
Shut up.
みんなを呼んでおいで。
Call everyone.
どうするつもりで
What are you planning?
すべてを終わらせるのさ。
I'll end everything.
さあ、行って。
Now, go.
メイコはこっちへ。
Mako, you come to me.
め
But... This time, Chemi didn't stop her. She just silently turned around.
ふさゆきさんなにそのお顔
Fusayuki-san, what's that face?
このお面かっこいいだろ。僕はこれからいい狼さんの仕事をしなきゃならない。
This mask? Cool, huh? I'm about to do my job as a wolf.
手伝ってくれるかな。
Can you help me?
何するの
Yeah, what do I do?
いい狼さんごっこ。
Act like a good wolf.
いい狼さんごっこ
Act like a good wolf.
僕が肩を叩いたら狼さんの鳴き真似をして。
When I touch your shoulder, howl like a wolf.
ワンワン
Woof, woof.
ワオーンだ。
No, it's ah-woo.
ワオンね
Ah-woo. Okay.
そうしたらみんなびっくりするぞ。
Everyone will be very surprised.
よくわかんない
I don't get it.
じきにわかるさ。
You will soon.
さあ、みんなが来るのを待とう。
Now, let's wait for everyone.
わかった。
Okay. They gathered.
ああ、本当にちょうどいい頃合いだ。
Oh, perfect timing. The mist had passed the cliff and mixed with the evening sun. The northernmost part of the Yasumisu settlement, bordering on the Bloodwater Rapids, the graveyard of the Hanging Pine. This was the scene of their original sin. It was a scene necessary for their death. They're like, what the fuck?
そんなバカなことが。
This is absurd.
嘘だろ。
No way.
神様。
God?
なんだそれ。
What's that?
わお、すげえ。
Whoa, awesome. Never changed, Mochi. They were scared. They were humbled. They knew the God within them wouldn't allow them to look away.
てめえは何者だ。
You, what the hell are you? Even so, some tried to resist. This is a very wrong thing, to do, so they couldn't even begin to do that. Resisting was a bad thing.
狼来たの。
Wolf came! Strangely enough, he ended up not being wrong.
連れてきました。
I brought them.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Now, he's got to put on the best
Yes,
acting
Mizuno
performance of
Minasan.
his whole fucking life. This is such an insane idea. I gotta be honest, obviously I haven't seen it all unfurl out here, but like, this is so crazy. He's like, alright, what can we use to our advantage against this village of people? They don't know me or Mako technically, so I'm going to enact basically a play to essentially try to take advantage of their culture, of their religious inclinations. On one hand, I respect it. On the other hand, I think he's batshit insane. But I also don't accuse the people of Yasumisu to necessarily be the brightest group of crayons. So, anyway, hello, people of Yasumisu. I have a feeling it's waiting to reveal a sprite of what he looks like currently, and I'm waiting. My anticipation's building so much. I thought long and hard about this, but I decided to go with whatever felt natural.
僕はヨモツオオカミです。
I am a Yomatsu Okami. I spoke using modern language. Oh my god. Oh, he's so cool. Look how cool I am. Oh my god, this guy is a fucking dork. Alright, okay. With the evening mist and sun behind me, I began talking while wearing the 6th century old relic.
夕霧立つこの日、皆さんは宴の支度をして眠る。
Like, if this guy appeared to me and he was gonna try to convince me that he was a god or something, I'd be like, why are you wearing, like, a jeans and belt? And, like, I'd be like, there's something's not adding up here. You just are a strange person. But who knows? This is a day of mist. You would prepare for the feast and go to sleep.
そして明日より、皆さんの中に紛れた僕らを探してくくろうとする。
Then, starting tomorrow, you would search for us hiding among you and try to hang us. Ow! I lightly tapped Mako's shoulder. As expected, everyone shook, like struck by lightning.
失礼。妻はちょっと別の用があって後から来ます。この場は僕ら二人でご勘弁を。
Apologies. My wife currently has other business, so we two will be the only ones here.
そして僕らは皆さんの先祖から受けた最古の恨みを晴らすため、一世に一人血祭りにあげてゆく。
While you try to hang us, we would try to massacre you one each night to settle the score of an ancient grudge.
恐ろしい。
How dreadful!
そう皆さんは先祖代々教わった。そう皆さんは子々孫々教えてゆく。
That is what you have been taught by your ancestors, and that is what you would teach your children.
それをね、
Now,
やめてもらいたいので今日は来ました。
I came here because I want you to stop.
読み意味の宴はもうしないでください。
Please never again hold a feast of the Yomi Purge. Oh. Their faces were exactly what I expected.
そんな絶望したような顔をなさらないで。
Please don't despair.
読み意味の宴なんて僕らは初めから望んでなかったね。
We never actually wanted a feast of the Yomi Purge, did we?
わーん、望んでなかった。
Awoo! We didn't! Ad-libbing it, eh?
狼様、
Oh, Kami-sama.
あたしゃ名代の山脇と申します。
I am the representative, Yamawaki.
知っていますよ。はじめまして。山脇太さん。
Yes, I know. Nice to meet you, Tai Yamawaki-san. She gasped so hard she forgot to breathe for a moment.
宴をするなと仰せじゃが、しかし、そりゃあ一体どうしてそんな。
You say we do not need to do the feast anymore, but why do we?
ごもっともです。
I see why you are curious.
それでは語りましょう。
Allow me to speak
本当の真実の昔を。
and tell you the truth. A long, long time ago, there lived a god here. It was a mischievous god who fooled people, picked on them, and sometimes even devoured them, starting with the head. Thus, the mountain was its sacred ground. It was a dreadful place where no human dared tread. Story time with God Haruaki. Do you think he struck that pose that we saw in the CG there? And he's like, hey, Mako, do you think this makes me look cool? Do you think this... And she's like, yeah! Because she's just a little kid. And he's like, yeah. He like took it to heart and he's like, yeah, I do look cool when I do this. They'll believe this. However, humans grew in number and lived as they always did. Eventually, the mountain was visited by hunters who wanted to find a new home and place to live. Soon enough, there was a small village here. Of course, the god didn't like that. Sent wild animals, mountain dogs, and even the wolves that recently disappeared to torture them. That was when the humans sacrificed 3 of their own.
僕と妻とこの子は承知の上でした。
I, my wife, and our little girl here accepted it.
僕らの犠牲で皆が末永く幸せに暮らせるなら何もためらうことはない。
If everyone could live happily after our sacrifice, we had no reason to hesitate. That was the most painful lie. It couldn't have been true. The Okami-sama must have wanted to live too. They wanted to live alongside their family. But I would bear the sin of both using the dead as well as killing God.
だからみんなと一緒に笑って獅子と酒をたくさん飲んで食べて。
Thus, all of us together laughed, ate lots of bread, and drank lots of sake.
最後の宴の後、この川を望む小さな洞穴に入りました。
And, after the final feast, we entered a small cave next to this river.
知っていますか？今僕が立っているこの真下に僕ら3人の骨は眠っています。
I'm just laughing when I have like random thoughts that I'm not even gonna voice. Did you know? Because did you know that our bones are resting right under where I'm standing right now?
あの山を今どう呼ばれてるか知りませんが、あれを望む社の中でね。
That mountain. I don't know what it is called these days, but it's a small shrine overlooking that.
何せ怖い神様はあっちの方から狼たちを送り込んできてたから。
After all, fearful God sends the Okami-sama from there.
そんな、それは知りませ
変で。
No, that's... We had no idea.
まあ、無理もないでしょ
Well, that is only natural, I suppose.
う。あれからもう、600年かそこら経っていますから。
A whole 600 years had passed since then.
ちなみにこれは、僕らが人柱になるとき、被ったものです。
By the way, this is what we were wearing when we were sacrificed.
僕らは、狼たちの神になることを期待されていた。
We were expected to become gods of wolves.
だから、
That's why.
人柱となった僕ら3人は、狼様と呼ばれたんです。
The three of us ended up being called Okami-sama.
そう。僕らは600年前に生まれ、100年ほどの間ここを守ることになる神様になったんです。
Indeed, we were born 6 centuries ago and ascended as gods that ended up defending this place for about a century.
古い、恐ろしい神様になり変わってね。
We became ancient, fearsome gods.
ほうほう。ほうほうほう。
Oh my. My, oh my, oh my.
はるちゃん、今は。
Haruchen, not now.
いいんだよ、鴨志田近持くん。
It's fine. Chikamochi Kamoshida-kun.
おお、僕も知ってるんだな。
Oh, you know my name too?
あとも、もっち。でも、この方には口を出す権利がある。
Of course, Mochi. Understand that she has a right to comment.
でも、君はもう少し聞いてくれるかな。
But, can you listen to me a bit more?
聞いてね。
Listen, okay?
わかった。そっか。めいこちゃんも狼か。そりゃあ、皿長から来るよね。
Okay. And man, so Meiko-chan was a wolf. That's why you came from Saranaga, right? Huh? Yeah, perfect timing.
気にせず、お続けなさればよかろう。町のお方。
Do not mind...
狼の親父殿。
Do not mind me and continue, city dweller. No, Father Wolf.
我を下し、はしために貶め、我が意をことごとく奪った。憎んでも憎みきれぬ、小わっぱめ。
You purged me, caused me to fall under the woman servant, and took all my powers. You detestable brat. As Haruchen's voice became dense with rage, those who couldn't understand the situation shuddered.
まあまあ、神様も聞いてください。
No need for that, God. Please listen.
ここからは、僕らにとっても面白くないお話だ。
This story upsets us as well. With our divine blessing, the village grew large. However, not everyone was happy. Those who were told to protect our grave were made to live here. There was a barren land with little light, lots of mist, and ground hard to traverse. It was made worse by a battle that happened then, and the blood spilt in the river. The place was fearsome, yet they continued to defend our divinity. It was an honor and a respectable cause. But eventually, there was an emotional distance between the people living on the mountain and those living here. Those who lived under harsh conditions and those who prospered began to fight and despise each other. After a long peace, they forgot to respect the ones living here. That was when it happened. The people up the mountain put poison in the waterways here. That made a lot of people here ill. And to get back at them for this, the people from here willingly changed themselves into something scary. They covered themselves in Saranaga mud and attacked those living up the mountain. I could still remember it. What a horrible event it was. Women, children, elders, everyone was stabbed, torn apart, or hanged. In the end, the victors were the people living up the mountain. They ate well and had greater numbers after all. However, they became afraid of the people here. They had reason to. We were at their side. They thought that the mud-covered attackers were our divine wrath. The anger of the Okami-sama, the gods they neglected and their priests treated as cruel. So they decided that they would steal God. After long plans and many dark conspiracies, they successfully stole our divinity. They took our appearance and even our name. They played with great god, Okami, to create their name, the name Shinai. Then they created his servants, snake, monkey, crow, and spider, and split the divine powers among them, though we couldn't complain much considering our own power was stolen from the old god. They began worshipping Shinai-sama, the false god, atop the mountain, and made everyone know that they were the rulers of the mountain. They left the people here with the divine remains. We became simple servants. The old god had it even worse. It was called Mujina, badger, and was quickly forgotten completely. After all, the ones who benefited from this now were the families worshipping the four servants, the ancestors of the modern-day village heads. And, once our divinity and powers were stolen from us, all that was left was the fear. They were still afraid of the god worshipped by the disgusting rebels. The fear was so significant that they couldn't wash it away, and we became the fearsome divinities you know as Yomatsu Okami. It was a fear and reverence closely tied to this place. That's why I was always here, as a defeated god alongside the old god. We had no powers. Our powers were now being used by Shinai-sama. Shinai-sama from when he was wearing the disguise of the Wolf Guardian, and finally the other four guardians. I'll say it again, we had no powers.
僕らはこれまで一度も読み意味の宴で人を血祭りにしたことなどありません。
We haven't harmed a single person at any feast of the Yomi Purge.
僕らが守るはずだった人たちが死んでいくのをただただ悔しい思いで見殺しにしてきただけです。
We simply watched as people we were supposed to protect died. It was awful.
悔しかった。
Awful!
だからわかりますね。
Do you understand yet?
読み意味の宴をやっていたのは神ではなく人です。
The feast of the Yomi Purge is caused by people, not gods.
そんな
But that...
野里清之助さん、
Kinosuke Nasada-san?
あなたの家は少なくともそのことに抗おうとしていましたよ。
Wow, so raging. So Drew, we're raging a whole ton? Your family tried to resist this.
すべてが終わったら蔵の地下を調べてください。
Once this is all over, please search beneath your storeroom.
野里の家の先々先代から続く戦いの記録を読むことができますよ。
You will find records of the Nosato battle that began with your great-grandfather's generation.
本当なのですか。
Really?
野里には罪がないのですか。
The Nosato aren't at fault here?
もちろんあります。
Not completely, of course.
ただ幾度も宴を演出し休みずの住人たちを殺し合わせた身車と
Though, unlike the Miguruma, who'd run many feasts and caused many inhabitants of Yasumisu to kill each other.
それを知りながらも実をとって見ぬふりをした樋口と比べれば
And the Higuchi, who acted like nothing happened.
野里の家にはまだ咎を注ぐ余地があるかもしれない。
The Nosato can still wash away their sins.
それは野里の名を背負うあなた自身のこれからの行いにより決まることでしょう。
That'll depend on what to do next. You bear the Nosato name, after all.
先達の足跡を追い、すべてのしがらみを解いてください。人が包み隠した歴史は、人の手で紐解かなければなりませんから。
Follow your predecessors and find everything out. A history hidden by human hands can only be revealed by human hands.
わかりました。
I understand.
しかし、狼様、もう、こんなに霧が立っておる。
But, Kami-sama, the mist is so dense now.
宴をせなんだら、せんでもいいのでしょうか。
Can we really go without holding the feast?
あたしゃ、恐ろしい。
I am fearful.
確かに、ここは危険です。身車の手の者が今に 宴をしようと。
I won't say it's not dangerous here. The Mikuruma people will try to make the feast
いや、あなたたちを止めようとして追いかけてくるでしょうから。
No, they will come after you to stop you.
でも心配しないでください。
But don't worry.
僕の妻がサラナガを抜ける案内をしますから。
My wife is preparing a way out through Saranaga.
サラナガを恐ろしい。
Saranaga! Oh, how fearful!
大丈夫です。
It'll be okay.
僕らはヨモツオオカミですよ。
We are the Yomatsu Okami.
ばあちゃん待ってくれ。
Ba-chan, wait! Okay, Takumi-san.
あんたが普通じゃないことはわかる。俺のこの休みず生まれの体があんたのことを神だって認めてる。
I can tell you're not normal. My body's Asamisu grown and it can tell that you're a god.
でもだからって信じられるかは別だ。
But that doesn't mean I can believe you.
分かっています。
Okay.
室匠さん。
I can tell you're not normal, but I don't know if I can tell you're a god, but I don't know if I have to believe you. It's a weird way of putting it. I understand, Takumi Muro-san.
僕らがあなたたちを騙して、あなたたちを黄泉に連れて行くのではないと、どうして断言できるのか。
You can't be certain that we aren't deceiving you to steal you back to Yomi.
皆さんをまとめる若頭として、あなたがそれを心配するのは。
You are the young leader here after all. Of course you would be worried about that.
あんたどこまで俺たちを。
How much do you...
すべて知っています。
I know everything. Of course I did. I knew everyone here. I'd looped around here way too many times not to know. They were all just normal, good people. They bore their poverty and unfair circumstances while stressfully surviving their days like anyone else. That was why they always killed each other.
そうですね。
Okay.
最後に、皆さんそれぞれに言っておきたいことがあります。
Let me finish this with some words for each of you. Now, Okami-sama, it was time for work. I need your divinity to help me save your adherents.
室匠さん。
Takumi Muro-san,
僕らは知っています。
we know.
あなたが8年前の読み意味の宴の犠牲者たちをそうとは知らされずに埋葬する姿を。
We know how you buried the victims of the feast of the Yomi Purge from 8 years ago without knowing they were such.
衝突しがちな小さな女の子芹沢千恵美さんを何かにつけて守ってあげる姿を。
We know how you protected the problematic little girl, Jemi Serizawa-san.
病で死に瀕し虐げられながらもこの休みずのために何度も戻ってきたその力強く優しい姿を。
We know the strength and gentleness you portrayed by always returning here, even when you caught a disease that almost saw you killed.
他の誰が思わずとも不死吉の守り神だった僕らはあなたに深く感謝します。
Even if others don't share that sentiment, we, the ex-protectors of Fushiyoshi, thank you deeply.
俺は
I...
いずれ里は開かれ古きものと新しきものが混じり合うでしょう。そこには必ずすれ違いやいがみ合いが起きるでしょう。
Your homeland shall eventually develop, and the old will mix with the new. There will surely be problems between them.
そんな時あなたは苦悩するでしょう。迷うでしょう。しかし己を信じ考え抜けばきっと融和の道が開ける。
You will surely waver and be distressed then, but if you believe in yourself and think things through, you will surely find the right path.
あなたがそうある限り神は山はあなたに報いるでしょう。
As long as you are the way you are, God in the mountain will reward you.
信じてください。
Please believe me.
分かった。
Alright.
牧島
It's my job to make everyone feel better about themselves. Kanzo Makishima-san.
僕らは 知っています。
We know.
あなたがこれまで2つの宴を超え、その身に余る苦しみの記憶を持って孫娘を黄泉の手から守ろうとする姿を。
We know how you survived 2 feasts and carried those painful memories with you as you protected your granddaughter from the dark hand of Yomi.
その重圧のために孫娘にすらまともに顔向けできなくなったことを。
We know how those memories rendered you unable to even face her.
やめてください。孫はそれを。
Please, stop. She doesn't know.
でも大丈夫。あなたの孫娘は十分に、いや100分1000分に値するほど強い。
But don't worry. Your granddaughter is many, many times stronger than you realize.
そうだね、牧島春さん。
Right, Haru Makishima-san?
おじいちゃん、私
Oji-chan,
知ってた。
I knew.
父さんと母さんが宴で死んだって。おじいちゃんがそうしなきゃなんなかったって。
I knew that Dad and Mom died in the feast. That you didn't have a choice.
すまん。わしのせいで。すまん。
Haru, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry.
いいのだから
It's okay. So,
一緒にお墓参りしよう。春はここにいるんだから。
let's go visit their grave together. I'm right here for you.
宴は僕が辞めさせます。だからあなたはこれからは光の中で孫娘とみんなの手を取ってあげてください。
I will stop the feast, so you can stop hiding in the shadows and join hands with your granddaughter and everyone else here.
信じてください。
Please, believe me.
山脇大さん、
Tai Yamawaki-san?
あなたがこれまでとても真面目に真摯に信心を注いでこられたのを僕は見てきました。
I saw how serious, sincere, and devoted you were to your faith.
たとえ信内明神やお守りたちが虚像に過ぎないものだったとしても、
Even if Great Lord Shinai and his guardians were just an illusion,
僕は見てきました。
I saw it all.
あなたの人生はとても尊いものです。
Your life is a very precious thing.
お
Oh,
あたしはただそう言うてほしくて。
I just wanted to hear that once.
若い子たちのことは少しだけ多めに見てあげてください。
Please be more tolerant of the young ones.
そして
Stop being such
正
an
し
old
い物
biddy,
語を伝えてあげてください。
and please pass on the true story.
そして信じてください。
And please believe me.
当然ですわよ。
Of course I will.
のさと
Hers was probably the shortest so far. Kyunosuke no Sara-san.
あなたにはさっき言った通りだ。
I already gave some words to you.
付け加えるならあなたはできる人なんだから、あとは少し心を広くお持ちなさい。
But if I'm to say anything more, you're a capable person, but you should become more open-minded.
上下関係ではなく手を取り合って進むことをあなたは大学時代に経験しているはずだ。
Ignore who is above and below. You know what it means to advance while holding each other's hands, don't you? You learned that in college.
安水の皆さんは十分に認めるべき才能にあふれた方々です。
All in Yasumizu have a number of talents.
そして あなたと組んでいろいろするのは楽しかったですから、卑下することはない。
Also, it was fun to do all those things with you, so don't degrade yourself so much.
何のことですか？
What? What do you mean?
いえ、何でも。
Nothing.
ただ、信じてください。
Just, please believe me.
承知
Understood.
した。
織部香織さん、
Kaori Uribe-san.
あなたほど大変な目を見た母親を僕はこれまで知らない。
I don't know any mother who has suffered as much as you.
夫を読み意味の宴で亡くし、こんな場所に住まわされ、それでも立派に二人を育てた。
You lost your husband to the feast, then were made to live in a place like this, yet you still raised your sons well.
あの人はやはり
So
覚悟はありました。
he really did, and I was prepared.
ただ、あなたはもっと自分を誇るべきだ。息子ではなく、自分をね。
Though, you should really be more proud of yourself, not just your sons.
そもそも、あなたは息子だけじゃない。この場の全員を美味しい食事で幸せにしてきた。
Your sons aren't all that you are, of course. You made everyone here happy with your food.
それならば、あなた自身を幸せにすることだってできるし、
Then surely you can make yourself happy as well.
他のみんなも、あなたを幸せにしなきゃ公平じゃないんですから。
And it wouldn't be fair if the others didn't try to make you happy too.
ね、匠さん。
Right, Takumi-san?
ああ、その通りだ。
Yeah, that's right.
そしてあなたも、信じてください。香織さん。
And Kaori-san, please believe me.
ええ、神様。
I will, God.
織部安永君。
Yasunaga Uribe-kun?
僕には分かりません。あなたを信じるべきか、少なくとも合理性はない。
I don't know. Should I believe you? At the very least, it doesn't seem rational.
ああ、君はそれでいい。
Good. That's how you should be.
最後まで考えて警戒していなさい。夜道を抜けて安全な場所に至る。その最後まで気を抜いちゃいけない。
Think and stay alert until the very end. You will pass the path of Yomi and arrive at a safe place. You can't rest easy all the way through.
ただ、それが終わったら少し力を抜いてみたらどうだい？
Though, you should relax a bit once that's done.
君は若いのに気を張りすぎて生きてる。勉強とかも少しサボって本当にやりたいことってのを探してみたらどうだい？
You're too tense for someone so young. Try skipping a class or two and search for something that you really want to do.
そうすれば君のお母さんが自分のことをどれだけ愛しているか気づく余裕も生まれるさ。
If you do that, you might give yourself time to realize just how much your mother loves you.
安永。
Yasunaga,
お見通しですか？
so you see that too, huh? I just added that huh at the end of there. For some reason.
全てが終わった時には
Heh. And when it's all over,
改めて信じてください。
please believe me again.
わかりました。
Very well.
織部吉嗣君。
Yoshisugu Uribe-kun?
俺は信じねえ。
I ain't believing.
ああ、君もまたそれでいい。
And yes, and that's perfectly fine for you.
君も兄貴と同じだ。責任感が強くてお母さんのことが大好きで、それら全てに不安を持っている当たり前の少年。
You are like your brother. You have a strong sense of responsibility, love your mother, and are very anxious about everything. You're a normal boy, really.
そして 兄貴が頭で戦うのに対し、君は肝っ玉で戦うことができる男だ。
And while your brother fights with brains, you can fight with guts.
君は君でもっと自由に暴れられる場所を探してみるといい。頭より根性がいる分野なんていくらでもある。
You need to find a place where you can go wild more freely. There's tons of professions that need guts instead of brains.
兄貴の背中じゃなく未踏の道を追い求めなさい。
Instead of following your brother, try to chase untrodden land.
あと、お母さんを大事にな。確かな絆があっても、きつい言葉は少しずつ、それを弱らせるものだよ。
Also, treasure your mother. Though there's a clear bond between you and her, harsh words weaken it little by little.
義継
Yoshitsugu. She always just keeps appearing next to her sons.
一般論とし
She's
て
like, I'm here.
信じなさい。
That's a fact. Believe it.
わかったよ。
Alright.
もっち、
Mochi?
待ちくたびれたぞ。
I've been waiting for this.
うん。君は別に信じなくていいや。
Good. And honestly, you don't need to believe.
ほ
Oh?
でも、面白そうだろ。この先、何が起きるか。
But you're interested in what's gonna happen next, right?
うだな。
Yup.
オッケー。楽しみにしてなさい。ただあれだ。
Good. Then look forward to it. Though,
自分が興味ないと思ってるものが興味深いものにつながってるかもしれない。いつか興味が湧くかもしれない。
the things you're not interested in might lead to something interesting, or just become interesting.
例えば人の気持ちとか恋心とかな。
It could be feelings, like love.
恋ねえ。
Love, huh?
そういうのも目を向けてみな。でないといずれ何かを失っても痛みにすら気づけないぞ。
Try facing it head on. Otherwise, if you end up losing something, you won't even notice the pain.
本当はもう全部わかってるんだろ。
You already know everything, don't you?
わかんないけど、わかったよ。
I don't, but I do.
牧島、春ちゃん、
Haru Makishima-chan?
イナ、神様。
No. God?
なんじゃ狼殿。
What is it, Okami Dono?
あ、ここで一つみんなの誤解を解こう。安永くん、もっち、この方は本物の神様だ。
Let me start by clearing everyone's misunderstanding. Yasunaga-kun, Mochi, this is a real god. Huh?
そりゃあおかしい。僕らの秘密のスーパーハルちゃんなんだから。あ、やべ、言っちゃった。
That can't be right. She's our secret Super Haru-chan. Oh no, I said it.
ああ、きっかけはそうだ。
Yes, that's how it started out.
両親を失い、祖父からも冷たくされ、大人の気を引きたくて、小さなハルちゃんが生み出したイナ。
After losing her parents and getting the cold shoulder from her grandfather, she wanted to get the adults' attention and created... No,
復活させてしまった神様さ。
resurrected this god.
なんじゃそれは。
What do you mean?
まあ、説明すると難しいんですが、
It's a bit hard to explain.
皆さん全員の中に神様はいます。
There's God inside of you all.
なぜなら、
Don't worry about it beyond
皆
that.
さんが不死吉という地で生まれ、育ってきたという厳然たる事実があるから。
After all, you all were born and grew up in Fushioshi, and that was a fact.
だからあなたたちは僕らには逆らえない。
That is why you can't rebel against us.
かつて大昔、夕霧立つ日に僕らを殺した後ろめたさが神様の記憶として受け継がれてるから。
The guilt from killing us long ago on that misty day had been inherited by you as a memory of God.
それよりもさらに昔、山という闇に怯え暮らし、ひたすら安穏を願って祈りを捧げた記憶があるから。
You also have you also have even older memories of fearing the dark mountain and praying for peace.
だからハルちゃんが嘘の仮面を作ろうとした時に
Thus, when Haruchan tried to create a false mask,
記憶の中の神様を完全な形で蘇らせることができてしまった。
God could resurrect from these memories in a perfectly stable form.
だからハルちゃんは
That was why Haruchan
神様でありハルちゃんなんです。
is both herself and God.
そうだね、ハルちゃん。
Right, Haruchan?
それを暴いてどうするの？
What's the point of revealing it?
人から見れば私はただ狂ってるだけよ。
People will still think I'm simply insane.
そして貴様も狂っておられよう。幾千度落ちてここにいたり神をも騙そうとするか、町のお方よ。
And you are insane yourself, no, city dweller? You rose thousands of times, arrived here, and are now trying to trick a god?
いいえ、ハルちゃん。そしていいえ、神様。
No, Haruchan, and no, God.
ハルちゃんは狂ってない。僕も神様の怖さはよく知ってる。
Haruchan isn't insane. I also know how scary God can be.
でも君にはそれすらも自分のものにしてしまえるとても強い芯がある。
But you have a strong heart that lets you make even that your own.
いずれ神様が出てこなくなっても君の強さは残る。
Even if God stops appearing, your strength will never fade.
この先安水を救うのは君だと確信する。だから君は悪くなれ。
I'm certain that only you can save Yasumisu, so become a villain.
どんな他人の押し付けの正しさからも自由な美しい悪になって自由自在に羽ばたいてくれ。
Be an evil that's free from everyone's idea of what's right, and fly free as you wish.
その力強さがきっとこの地の人々すべてを引っ張り上げる原動力になるだろう。
That strength will surely become a driving force raising up everyone living in this land.
僕らは、いや、僕はそれが見てみたいんだ。
No, I want to see that.
できるかな？
Can I really do that?
ああ、千里眼でもう見たからね。
Yes, I saw it with my clairvoyance.
勝手なことを言うな。千里眼は蛇に奪われた。この娘の体は我のものじゃ。
Do not be so brazen before me. The clairvoyance was stolen by the snake. This girl's body is mine.
出てこなくなる。甘く見なさるな。山は読み、読みは闇じゃ。
Me? Stop appearing? Do not make light of me. The mountain is Yomi, and Yomi is darkness.
この地に人が絶えぬ限り、人から恐れが消えぬ限り、我は滅びぬ。
As long as people live here and continue to fear, I shall never fade.
ええ、知っています。
Yes, I know.
は？
Huh?
誰があなたを滅ぼそうなどと言いましたか？
Who said anything about making you fade? Huh?
あなたがいなかったら、僕らがいなくなった後、誰がこの場所の神になるんですか？
If you disappear, who will be the local god when we're gone?
まあ、昔のような好き放題はできないでしょうけどね。外はいろんな神やら概念やらで大騒ぎですから。
Well, I don't think you'll be able to do whatever you want, though. The outside world is full of various gods, concepts, and all that.
それでも、この場所はあなたの庭で、ここにいるみんながあなたの家族です。
But even so, this is your garden, and everyone here is your family.
も
When you're here,
う
your
忘れられ
family.
た神という孤独に生きなくてもいいでしょう。
You don't have to live as a lonely, forgotten god anymore, do you?
あなたは復権してください。
Please reinstate yourself.
待たれよ。その
Wait, but Huh?
皆さん、
Everyone?
僕ら狼は今日をもって休みずの、そして 不死吉の神ではなくなります。
Starting today, we Okami will no longer be Yasumisu's and Fushiyoshi's gods.
僕らも僕らから生まれた神内明神もお守りも
We return our Great Lord Shinai's and the Guardian's divinity.
すべての真意は見事復活を果たされた古の神へと返します。
Back to the newly resurrected ancient god.
彼女の社を建て祀ってください。
Please build her a shrine and worship her.
彼女の真意を恐れ敬ってください。
Please fear and revere her divinity.
かつて人柱に意を奪われ作り物の神に踏みつけられながらも人柱と手を結び神座に返り咲いた彼女の物語。
She once lost her divinity to the sacrifices, then survived being trampled over by a fabricated god, then joined hands with the sacrifices and bloomed back into divinity.
そして彼女の名前を語り始め、そして語り継いでください。
And please speak her name, and make sure it is passed down.
ああ、ついでに狼とか他のお守りとか神内さんのこともちょろっと書き添えておいてくださいね。
Oh, and do mention the Okami, the Guardians, and Shinai every now and then.
歴史的経緯を残すことは大事ですし、忘れられたらそれはそれで困るんで。
It's important to know your history, and it'd be bad if people forgot.
お願いしましたよ、皆さん。
I'm counting on you, everyone. They nodded.
そうすれば、やがては滅びる人の器にこだわらずとも良いでしょう。
Now you won't have to be so fixated on your fragile human body.
ね、神様。
Right, God?
我は
I...
ああ、泣かないでください。はるちゃんが戸惑っちゃいますよ。
Ah, please don't cry. Haru-chan will be uncomfortable.
すまぬな。
My apologies.
さっきああ言った手前、人には優しくしてやってくださいね。
Also, do be kind to the humans.
約束する。
Very well, I promise.
本当にありがとう。我は嬉しいぞ。町の
Thank you so...
狼殿。
Thank you so much. I am so happy. City... No. Okami dono.
ああ、はるちゃんぐっしゃぐしゃだ。ほら、ハンカチとかないけど、この辺で拭くといい。
Oh man, Haru-chan's all teary. I don't have a handkerchief or anything, so use the edge of the dress.
もっちってばなんか本当にぶれないな。
Mochi, you literally never change, do you?
己だけは最後まで我を恐れまいな。
To the very end, you are the only one who does not fear me.
うん。はるちゃんははるちゃんだ。神様も含めてはるちゃんだ。
Yeah, you're Haru-chan, even with God.
社ができるまで我も守ってくれるか。
Could you protect me until I have a shrine?
はるちゃんのついでにね。
Along with Haru-chan.
やっすん、そういうことでいい？
Ooh, Yasun, what do you say?
あ
Yeah.
僕の妹をよろしく頼む。
She's like a little sister to me. Take care of her.
じっちゃん。
Old man?
その格好なんとかせ。
Do something about those clothes.
チェ。はるちゃんは？
Haru-chan?
これからのもっち次第。
Depends on what you're like.
オッケー。
Okay.
あと
Also,
ここまでありがとう春秋。
thanks for everything, Haruaki.
ま、そういうことだから。
Yeah, anyway, that's how it is.
ああ、
Good. Goodbye, Haru-chan.
一つ連絡です。これが済んだら、皆さん10分以内に最低限の荷物をまとめて、皿長に降りてください。
Another thing. Once this is over, take whatever you can within 10 minutes and go to Saranaga.
そこに、僕の妻がいます。彼女の指示に従って脱出してください。
You'll find my wife there. Follow her directions and escape this place. Everyone complied.
あと、狼じじいさん、あなただけ広場に残っててください。
Also, old man who cried wolf, you stay in the plaza. Huh?
さて。
Now.
ごめんね。待たせて。
Sorry for keeping you waiting.
芹沢千恵美さん。
Chiemi Sarazawa-san.
嫌よ。
No!
君のこれまでは、神様の意を狩る、下道の悪意によって踏みにじられた人生だった。
Your life was one of torment at the hands of malicious lowlifes who wielded the might of God.
嫌だって言ってるでしょ。
I said no!
君は恐れ、もだえ苦しみ、周りと衝突をしながらも、力を求めた。強くあるための力を求め続けた。
You feared and suffered while clashing with others and seeking more power. You spent your life wanting to be stronger.
その結果、君には僕らや神様が見えるようになった。
That's why you began to see us that's why you began to see us and God.
あなたは神様じゃない。
You're not God!
その結果、君は神を手にかける資格を得るに至った。
Because of this, you gained the right to harm God.
神様は殺せない。
God can't be killed!
普通はそうだ。でも、殺せないわけじゃない。
Normally, yes, but it's not that unkillable, or it's not
名を
unkillable.
与え、後継を廃し、その資格を受けし英雄が生まれ、そのための武器を手に取れば。
Give it a name, get rid of its successors, create a hero that qualifies for the cause, and give him or her the right weapon. Basically, make everyone agree.
神は殺せる。
And you can kill a god.
資格は他ならぬ僕が与えよう。
I myself give you the right. No!
僕の娘、こっちへおいで。
Come to me, my daughter. Okay.
あなたをやりたくなんかない。
I don't want to kill you. I called Mako over and hugged her. Tightly.
さあ、
Now,
構えなさい。
aim. A sawed-off shotgun slipped out of her sleeve. She couldn't resist at all.
ここまで本当によく頑張りました。
Well done on everything you did so far. At this moment, I felt like I was speaking for someone other than me.
これで最後のお願いです。
This is my last wish. No!
撃ちなさい。
Shoot. The barrel spewed fire, and my body, still holding Mako, soared into the air. Not like I could actually die, though. This is... The theatrics to this is so insane. Part of me just thinks... Part of me is like, okay, clearly he's got the plan or whatever. Part of me also thinks he just thinks that this is very cool of him to do. Like, part of him is just like, oh, if I pull this off, man, this is gonna be one hell of a story. Wow, this is so fun.
マジでどういう神経してんだ君は。一応聞こえたらまずいからしーね。
Seriously, what going on in that head of you? What going on? I think it's supposed to say what is going on or what's going on in that head of yours. It'd be bad if they heard us, so shush. Shh.
よしよし、いい子だ。
Good girl.
ちょっと悪い。
And a bit bad.
学習能力すごすぎるぞ。
Wow, you learn fast. Basically, I just bungee jumped backwards the moment Chiemi fired. The rope couldn't be too long because we could end up hitting the cliff, so it was only about 10 meters long, but it was bungee jumping nonetheless. I prepared the rope during the little time I had after getting the mask. Oh, hello. Hello again. I only had one shot at this, and it actually worked out. With this, God was dead. Great Lord Shinai, Yamatsu Okami, the two-faced god of fear and oppression, was killed by a fitting stage and a decent plot. He spoke his last words for each of the weak, yet good people of Yasumizu. He understood them well and encouraged them to follow a different path. Then, he reconciled with the true god, the one given the dirty name of Badger, and passed on the rites. They no longer had a reason to fear the mist, blindly following the fake laws of the mountain, or kill each other because of some legends. They would never hold the feast of the Yomi Purge again. So, Mission 1, stopping the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast, had been completed. Even Chiemi, who was so afraid of Great Lord Shinai and God, had literally defeated the source of her fear. I could only hope it fixed her murderous side too. Anyway, the sun had sunk. We had to move before it was completely dark. I switched to the other rope I had here and went down to Saranaga. Alright, we made it down, but what was I to do with Mako? Considering the story I made up, I couldn't bring her with me. Alright, I just make her wait.
Mako-chan, この後しばらくそこの岩の陰で待っててもらえるかい?
Mako-chan, can you wait for me behind this rock?
どれくらい?
Yeah, how long?
2、3時間かな。寝ててもいいけど、他の人が来ても出てきちゃダメだよ。
2 or 3 hours. You can sleep if you want, but if someone comes, don't come out.
お腹すいた。
Okay, but I'm hungry.
岩陰のバッグにあるものは全部食べてよろしい。お菓子はまだたくさんあるぞ。いつもはダメだが、今日は特別だ。
You can eat anything in the bag there. There's still lots of sweets there. You can't eat them all normally, but I'll let you do it this time. Bah! Yay! She ran off, and I turned around. There she is! You're here. Man, this mist is crazy. Can't see anything 10 steps ahead. Sheep. You said the act's over, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry for the wait, Mitsuji. What the hell were you trying with the act anyway?
いや、別れた彼氏を謎の方法で追ってきたんだと思って全力でスルーしようかと。
Well, I thought you missed your ex and tried to chase after me in a weird way, so I figured I'd just ignore you. No point asking, huh? It's just the kind of guy you are, Haruaki.
君はいつも有言実行だよね。
So, you're as good as your word, huh?
こんなのは無理なんだいっつんだよ、バカ。
I'm saying it's a waste of effort. Behind her, there were 3 rubber boats with oars.
で、これからどうすんだっけ?
So, what's next?
これから半ば放心状態の一団がやってくるから、適当に神様っぽいことを言って誘導して、適当な宿泊施設に保護。
A group acting all days is gonna come here soon. Tell them something godlike and keep them safe in some lodging place.
後半はいいけど、前半は何なんだよ。
The latter part's fine, but what's with the former?
まあ、迷信とやり合うための方便ってやつさ。君だってある程度、ここがそういう場所だって分かってるんだろ。
Just play along with their superstitions. You know a thing or two about what kind of place this is, right?
まあな。めんどくせえ。
Yeah? What a pain.
あのコンビニ店員のノリはやめときなよ。一応言っとくけど。
Just so you know, you shouldn't act like you did as a convenience store worker.
ありゃ相手がてめえだからやったんだからな。いくら俺でもあんな非常識じゃねえっての。
I was only like that because of you. Not even I'm that unreasonable.
フレーだったのか。
So it was some kinky stuff, eh?
マジで殺すぞ。
I'll fucking kill ya. Oh, it's so funny.
君の能力とか、バックグラウンドとか、後ろについてる組織だとか、そういうのは当然、聞いていいんだよね。
I can ask you about your powers, background, and the organization backing you, yeah?
まあ、もう会うことはねえし、聞かなくても問題ねえだろ。
Well, we're never meeting each other again, so there's no point, really.
そう言って別れて2週間くらいで再会したでしょうが、あれ何なの？もしかして本気で偶然？
That's what you said the first time we broke up, yet here we are. Yet here we're are. That's another typo. What was that anyway? An accident?
偶然だと言いたいとこだが、まあ縁ってやつかもしれねえな。
Yep, is what I'd like to say, but there's a bond between us and all that.
本気で言ってるのか？
You being serious?
ああ、世の中そういうもんだからな。
Yeah, that's how the world is.
本気の蜜汁ほど信じられるものはない。信じよう。
There's nothing more reliable than a serious Mitsuji. I'll believe you.
本気っぽく見えるてめえほど信じられないものはねえけどな。
And nothing's more unreliable than a serious-looking you. We laughed.
で、そろそろ真面目な話しよっか。
Anyway, let's get serious.
もうすぐ俺は黒幕に捕まるぞ。
Now I'll be caught by the loop's master soon.
まだ耐えてたの？
You were still bearing it?
まだってなんだおい。こっちは必死に時間稼いでるつもりなんだぞ。
What the hell? Of course I am. I'm working hard to buy you time.
なるほど。なるほど。だから何もなかったのか。オーケー。めちゃくちゃ助かった。
I see. So that's why nothing happened. Thanks. You helped out a lot.
じゃあなおさら急がなきゃだ。
Guess I have all the more reason to hurry.
まあ一応気をつけろ。
Well, do be careful.
なんか君には父に赴く時を見送られてばかりだな。
It feels all you do recently is send me to my death.
父って。
Death.
まあさっきは助かったから次も助かるな。うん。
Well, you helped me out just now, so I hope that doesn't change.
いいから無事に帰ってこい。別に迎えはしねえけど、死んだら後で寝覚めが悪い。
Just go back already. I ain't gonna welcome you, but if you die, I'll have trouble sleeping.
了解。まあ生きてたら一歩入れるよ。
Roger that. I'll try to survive.
いや、考えてみたら、てめえが死んだらどのみちゲームオーバーだから、別にいらねえ、連絡。
Now that I think about it, your death means game over for all of us, so I really don't need you to say anything.
ひどいな。やれやれ。ま、行ってくる。
That's mean. Oh well, I'll just go.
まずは神様を殺したんだっけか？
You killed a god first, huh?
ああ、次こそ君の要件。
Yeah. Now I'll be doing your job.
巻き戻りの黒幕とやり合ってくる。
I'll kill the master of the loop. Mission 2. I had to deal with the master of the loop who wanted the monster's resurrection. This one didn't need as much preparation or acting skill as the first one. All the info I'd gathered over the loops was enough to make me certain by now. I just had to face the person one-on-one and be completely honest. That was easy. But the person was the problem. I'd probably be walking on a fine line here. I had no idea how well my thoroughness, guts, and verbosity would hold up against the enemies. And once the final mystery was revealed, I wasn't sure I'd have what it took to properly retaliate. It was something I'd have to consider at that moment. I had to do it.
頼んだぜ、春明。
I'm counting on you, Haruaki. Okay, I've been reading, for almost like 2.5 hours straight here. I need to get up and stretch and go to the restroom and get some water. All of those things. So I'm gonna throw up a BRB, and then we will, be back shortly, and continue, and hopefully finish. I didn't think we were gonna finish in 2.5 hours, but I'm hoping we finish in the next 2.5 hours. I'll be back shortly. Give me a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Also, as I was getting up, I hear yard work going out outside. So if you start to hear, like, I don't know, mowers or what are they called? Air blowers? Leaf blowers. If you hear leaf blowers slightly in the background of the mic, that's what it is. So I apologize for that. Before we continue, as I was going to the restroom, I was like, okay, so this is very clearly I mean, not to spoil it for people that are joining me alongside the ride here, but very much, I could be wrong. I reserve the right to be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. This is slowly building up to a confrontation with, I kept wanting to say Chiaki for some reason. I did that the other day. Wasn't I doing that too? Building up with a confrontation with Rikako, right? But I was thinking during that last bit there where we're going to all the different characters and being like, hey, do this, don't be so hard on yourself, like helping everyone basically before I last saw them. I get why, but also kind of a bummer that we don't get like a final send off with like the journalist people, unless. And then this is why I brought up the Rikako thing. I was like, unless they're somehow, for lack of a better term, like shoved into like the ending bit with like this thing, I guess there's a chance. Like, you know, like I don't think that's gonna happen. But I again could be wrong in that. But like, let's say they aren't. It is, you know, if you were, I don't know, a fan of Mamiya or Hashimoto and they don't get like a final send-off kind of like moment, that's basically what the only point I'm trying to make it here is like a final send-off moment. You know, everyone else gets their nice little moment and then it's just like, fuck that. Maybe they're gonna be here, maybe we're gonna bump into them, I don't know. Maybe, you know what, I'm like 50-50. I could see this game handling, honestly, from this point on, I could see this game doing any fucking thing. It's whatever. Let's continue. I got up on the cliff again and hid near the graveyard. The mist was dense and I couldn't see much, but I was used to it, so straining my eyes helped a lot. I soon saw the people Yasumitsu absentmindedly make their way down Saranaga. Everyone besides the old wolf guy was there. Good. After confirming that, I went to the plaza. He was standing alone in there. You didn't run or go wild. I'm impressed. It's fine. Drop the act. It's your job, isn't it? Taking care of such escapees, I mean. Face changes. Wanted to talk to ya. Please stop the act. It'll make things easier. The hell are ya? I can't tell. You're like me. But it doesn't make sense to think you're the Meguruma. However, he was putting his hand into his clothes to take out a weapon, surely. Unfortunately for him, I already knew his cards. You destroyed my fortress. I'll get even by killing ya. I'm your disciple. Huh? Well, I won't get into the details, but basically, without you, I couldn't have saved them. I'm saying I'll let you live because of that, you old fart. His eyes were filled with a silent anger.
まあ60年だか前の事件を今さら蒸し返しても警察も困るでしょうし。
Well, police probably won't know what to think about an incident from 60 years ago.
あなたが心を入れ替えてちゃんと安水を守る気を持つならこのまま生かしておいてもいいでしょう。
And if you have a change of heart and decide to protect Yasumisu, there's really no problem in letting you live.
随分と大冗談じゃねえか。
Don't act big with me.
荷車は廃れますよ。
The Miguruma will start to crumble. Huh?
今日は何も起きない。今後霧が立っても一切何も起きない。なんならいいことがあるかもしれない。
Nothing will happen today or in any other missed appearance that follows. That means there might be something good in store for this place.
あなたの仕事も隠れ家ももうありません。水路もすべて表にさらされるから。
Your job and hideout will be gone. They'll find out about the waterway.
さらに安水の住人ももうあなたをただのボケ老人とは見なしません。
And the people of Yasumisu won't ever see you as just Sinao.
何の証拠で。
What proof do ya?
さっき気づきませんでしたか？あの場には銃を持った人間が2人いた。
You didn't realize? There were 2 people with guns back there.
チエミ以外のもう1人はずっとあなたを狙っていた。あなたが暴れた時、至近距離からあなたを殺すために。
The one who's not Chiemi was aiming at you all this time so they could kill you from up close.
あなたは猛録した。あなたが人を殺せるのは霧の中で狼装束を着て神の意を借りてやっとだ。
You're old. You can only kill people in the mist while wearing a wolf outfit and using the authority of God.
たった今あなたが僕に切りかかっても僕はそれを余裕でかわし転ばせ踏みつけて殺すことができる。
If you charge at me, I can easily dodge, get you on the ground, step on you, and kill you.
そうなるとせいぜい
Yeah, threaten that old
不意打
man.
ちしかできなくなるって言うんです。
Get him!
しびれ薬でも飲ませるとかしないとね。
You can only beat me with a surprise attack or by spiking my drink with a numbing drug.
でももうそれも無理です。あなたがここに居座っても住人たちはあなたに心を許さない。
But you can't do that now. Even if you stay here, the locals will be wary of you.
ここはもうあなたの砦じゃない。
This is no longer your fortress.
あとは皆に頭を下げて死ぬまでかくまってもらうか、それとも東京のつて高を頼るなりどこへなり行くか。
Now you either have to bow to them and have them protect you until you die, or call your Tokyo contact and go elsewhere.
どっちかを選びなさい。
One of the two.
つまらねえことになったな。
It sure got boring.
十分楽しんだでしょう。あなたは。
You had plenty of fun, didn't you?
いや、最
Oh,
後
I can hear the yard work.
もう一人。
No, I'll have a bit more. He...
よけてみ、わけえの。
Dodge this, young'un! I don't know how loud it is if it's being able to be picked up on mic. But we can't just pause right now because we're deep in the trenches of this game. We can't of the ending. We can't pause for yard work. He raised his blade, took an unexpectedly fast step towards me, then tripped.
だから言わんこっちゃない。
I told you.
ああ。
Oh my god, he killed... Oh my god!
口から脳天に突き刺さって即死ですか。
Oh boy. Oh shit, I hit the button on accident. No, stop, stop, Haruaki.
方にして欲しかったな。
Stop.
希代の悪人の最後としては。
He said, oh boy, his dagger went through his mouth and into his brain. If heaven's judgment is slow but sure, then I wanted him to die more painfully. This death doesn't suit a villain like...
草が結ばれてる？誰だ？こんないたずらやったのは。
The grass is tied. Whose prank is this?
その誰かには一応感謝しておこう。罪悪感を持たれてもあれだからほどいておくか。
Whoever it was, they have my thanks. I don't want them to feel guilty though, so I'll undo it. Anyway, I was satisfied with the result. I thought about this and that, but as long as he was alive, he'd have always been a danger to someone's life. That was all he'd done his whole life, and it was best to accept his death for what it was. Leaving his corpse, I went off where I had to. Of course, he wasn't the one in charge of the dream, so it wasn't my real target. Extra mission, get rid of the latent threat, the violent old man, completed. Mission 2, dealing with the Master of the Loop who wanted the monster's resurrection, would begin now. Not in the dining hall or back home, huh? Then maybe here? The culprit's plans must have changed boldly, or badly, because of Mitsuji's hard work.
こんばんは、リカコさん。
Good evening, Rikako-san. She was right there.
あなたはどなた？
Who are you?
いいですよ、そういうのは。
No need for that.
ご存知なんでしょう？全部。
You know everything, don't you?
不妻子春明様、
Haruaki Fusaishi-sama.
お待ちしておりました。
I have been waiting. Now, isn't it just fucking perfect that our final showdown here, potentially, is with the character that I've been complaining about talks so slowly? What are the chances that just like the old man who cries wolf, maybe she'll adopt a different persona once the facade is dropped? Will she stop talking with so many ellipses and pauses and breaks that will maybe speed up the final conversations? I would say chances are slim. The two acquaintances who'd never met exchanged a greeting. It was a very normal greeting, but that was what made it warped and strange.
そりゃあ、光栄だな。
What an honor.
でもこんな形では望まなかった。
But I did not want this.
何も知らぬまま夢の中に遊んでおいて
I wanted
い
us
ただきたかった。
to play within the dream.
あの羊は仕留めました。
I caught the sheep.
ご心配なく、彼女はただ夢に触れる手立てを私に取り上げられた。ただそれだけのこと。
No need to worry. I simply took her ability to influence dreams. That is all.
再び蘇る円環の中では彼女は無力なる観客として指をくわえていただきましょう。
Within the raising loop, she will become nothing but a powerless observer.
否定はしないんですね。
You're not denying it?
あなたが全ての黒幕だということの。
That you're behind everything?
先ほど望まなかったと申しましたが、私は存外喜んでおります。
I just said, I do not want this, but I am unexpectedly happy about this.
春明様がそこまで私を知り、幾万の夜と命を賭してこの場に至ってくださったことに。
Haruaki-sama, you know me so well, and spent so many nights and lives just to get here.
長き宴の末にこのような日が来ようとは私も思いもしておりませんでした。
I had never expected for this eternal feast to bring me something like this.
なればこそ知りとう存じます。春秋様。
Thus, I wish to ask you, Haruaki-sama,
どのように知られたのですか？私がすべての糸を引
how, how did you find out that I pull all the strings?
え、だってあなたさっき全員が揃った場でいなかったじゃないですか。
Huh? Well, I mean, you weren't there when everyone came.
それだけですか？
Huh? Is that it?
いや、違いますけどね。
No, not really.
お聞かせください。
What?
どのように私を突き止めたのかを。
Please tell me, how did you discover me? Ah, she'd gone back to the heart of the matter. She'd probably punch me if I said something like, "You're a spider, of course you're pulling the strings." But, I take it seriously. Of course, there were things I didn't understand. Or more like, I understood because I didn't understand them. Though, that was kind of complex. It was a spider. The Uematsu guardian and symbol, the spider. Japan had no faiths that revered them. The other guardians had archetypes that were clearly related to mountain religions. Even the wolves, the spider, however, wasn't. The Shinai faith was a religion created to control. Thus, there was no reason for it to include anything without a clear origin. In fact, it was completely unlikely that a family of prostitutes would use the Jorogumo, a term for orb weavers, as their messenger. After all, that was a yokai, not a god. Though the difference between them was minimal, but God still needed to gather faith. In other words, Jorogumo, Ogumo, and all that were just anomalies, strange incidents that could appear anywhere. Unless they garnered faith from the locals for many years, were accepted and could live beyond just words, they weren't gods. However, the Uematsu actually had no divine authority despite controlling the most mystical section of the Shinai faith. This was strange. Of course, the Uematsu had a weakness in that people looked down on them because of their nature. However, the amount of suspicion, cruelty, and harshness directed at you was just unnatural. And that was despite being a good person most of the time, unlike Kyunosuke-san. I wondered why. The Uematsu had divinity in the Shinai faith too. That was when the spider archetype came to mind and turned my question into suspicion. The Uematsu, the spider, might have been some sort of an exception to the Shinai faith, an unnatural entity. It seemed to me that the spider's god could be an outsider that didn't fit in with the mountain faith. The ritual to take in the corruption could have easily been the secret centerpiece behind the whole faith, no? It was a miracle that could cure everything after all. It was something that that any new religion would kill to have. Imagine all the adherents they could gain. And if it was the real deal, any cult or dogma with weird origins would forcefully add it into their teachings. That wouldn't have been weird, right? The historical documents prove that many outsiders had come to help create the Shinai faith. Some might have been people from some shrines. Why am I stumbling on this? Some might have been people from some shrines that wanted to take the snake, monkey, or crow for themselves. Then, they also might have given themselves authority by putting their symbols in their teachings. The current village heads might have been the descendants of such people, though that could have been a stretch. Now, who was to say that the Uematsu ancestors didn't enter the settlement during this time and ram their symbol into the religion? Heretics who believed in a warped god. It was included in the religion, but only on a surface level. The truth behind it had been hidden by the Uematsu and wasn't included. That made everyone here unconsciously feel that there was something unnatural, something wrong about them. Thus, they were looked at with scorn, and that was probably why they could take the disorderly profession of prostitution as their family trade. Though, that was just an assumption. You could tell me if I was wrong later. Next, it's time for doubts about her as a person. I'd experienced the looping phenomenon. At first, I thought it was something that happened once I died, but then I realized that wasn't right. I'd keep my basis a secret, but I realized a few things once I thought about the loops that happened without my death. For example, there were loops that happened without me having any memory of dying. I'd underestimated it, thinking that it was only because some memories, especially ones of your death, weren't saved properly. However, there were definitely loops that happened without me ever dying. It was just the general image of the loop that gave me the idea that the mist, death, and rebirth were linked, making me assume I must have died. When I thought of it like that, I started thinking that the loop happened not with my death, but with the dream's master. That was the opposite of how it usually was in such scenarios. Normally, the master's death meant the end of the loop, but most people had died many times within all this looping. Looking at it that way, the loop should have stopped a long time ago. The master should have died, yet the loop didn't end. Thus, I began believing that the death of its master activated the loop. That would make sense. After all, they could try it again if they messed up. They could instantly take full advantage of the looping as I'd first thought I had. Of course, it was probably that the culprit was in a safe spot far away, like Kamafujiyoshi or just the mountains. That would make them impossible to reach, but they could reach this place all they wanted. Of course, the Miguruma observed Yasumitsu from a distance, so they could have done that easily. However, there was something strange. I'd seen so many deaths, but there was one person whose corpse I'd never seen. It was Mako. No matter the route, I hadn't said seen her final moments. I hadn't said seen? We are just getting sloppy here. I think that's supposed to be said I hadn't had seen. I hadn't had seen. Get it together, translators. No, I'm joking. I hadn't said seen her final moments. I'm pretty sure that said doesn't make sense there. But I also famously don't know how to read or know the English language, so maybe I shouldn't be talking on the matter. That made her really shady. She'd seen that ending once, though, so I figured it wasn't her. She didn't know of the conspiracy. But there was someone else who seemed shady. It was you, Rikako Uematsu. I'd only seen your corpse once. He looks so funny in this CG. He looks like a child looking up, like, with a big bulging eyes. The perspective is just so funny looking. When it was supposedly all over, but you were hanged in the hall. I looped soon after. Well, I tried killing myself then, but looking back at it, the mists were already there before I fell. The looping was strangely linked to the mist. For all I knew, I might have looped without actually dying. Besides that, I never seen any of your corpses. You were the only one who'd left the game in unusual ways. The chief example of that was the Yomobito transformation. You'd gone insane and been locked in, but you'd stayed alive to be alive, right? Even if your madness was real, it should have been possible for you to survive inside your house for a few days. If that was just some sort of act, you could have drank some water or hidden some food for yourself to survive. Well, I didn't think it was a complete act, but even so, your actions were strange. The reality that you took in the corruption of the feast actually made my suspicions for you all the more certain. The Yomobito transformation was just you taking Chiemi Serizawa's murder penalty for her, right? That had to have been impossible. After all, the Feast of the Yomi Purge was an artificial killing spree run by the Miguruma. It wasn't something that could be cured by your ability. However, if there was someone who knew about the cameras, the Eye of Miguruma, and was capable of asking for something like that, someone who could bend the rules like that without undermining the Shinai faith, the Miguruma would readily accept their wish to die instead of the actual rule breaker. There had also been one time you told me to run. Had you expected for your desire to succeed for the same reasons? While thinking that you looked a bit shady, I'd found even more proof of that. If the culprits are really the Miguruma, like I'd said before, they were surely observing this moment too. They could use their safe position to easily press their loot button or something. I'd considered that the culprit had watched it all from the mountain with clairvoyance or something, then reset everything at certain times. But the culprit seemed too naive for that. Anyone who watched enough would easily understand that I'd kept my memories. They would recognize me as dangerous and take care of me. That meant that the culprit had to have the perception of a normal human. Thus, to make something happen in Yasumitsu, it had to be someone in Yasumitsu. You being the culprit would also explain why you'd prepared Mako a separate place. After all, you knew that the mist was coming. And lastly, you'd said this. Even if we don't meet again tomorrow,
いずれのせいでより穏やかなせいで巡り合いますよ。
The yard work is so loud out there. I hate it. It distracts me too. I don't know how. Again, I don't know how loud it is. Ends up being for you, for the viewing audience, but for me, for someone with really bad attention skills, I'm like just brrr in the background. Let us meet again in a different life, hopefully a more peaceful one. That wasn't right, was it? The Shinai faith either denied or forbid resurrection. That was why they said rise not. It was forbidden for something to go to Yomi, then come back. Someone who could say that was either part of a different faith or knew about the loops. I turned out to be right on that. One more thing. One more thing.
わかりません。あの日、墓毛越しに春明様を一目見たその時から。
I do not know what started it, but after seeing you, through the shadow of the leaves that day, this was a mistake that I'd made several times myself. You'd said something based on memories of an event from a previous loop. I did think you were extremely careful in that regard, but you weren't above slipping up. You'd said those words in the timeline where I'd moved to Yasumisu. When we'd first seen each other then, you were behind a rock, one of the Okiba at the entrance to Yasumisu, not behind some leaves. You fool! And well, that was the day after I'd crashed and ended up in Chiami-chan's room. Our very first meeting, right? You also had memories of the loops. From your perspective, did you have any other reason to hide that besides the fact that you were the one behind all this?
以上ですか。
Is that all?
ええ、不足ですか？
Yes. Not enough?
いいえ、十分です。
No. More than enough.
私は先ほどあなたがここに現れるまでは何が起きているやら混乱するばかりでありました。
Up until you arrived here, I was very confused about what was happening.
私がずらした夢の始まりが私の許しなく二度も揺り戻された。その解決に躍起になっておりました。
The start of the dream, which I had shifted twice, had been returned twice, without my permission, and I desperately wanted to fix that.
そもそもあなたや芹沢様が夢に変化をもたらす理由も確信は何もありませんでした。
In fact, I did not know the reason why, or have certainty that you and Serizawa-sama had been changing the dream.
ただあなた様の僕がもうやったというお言葉から少しは考えていたのですよ。
Though, I did consider the possibility when you said that you had already tried it. I knew I shouldn't have said that lightly.
もしそうならあなたがなぜか記憶を保っているならどれだけ素敵
Yeah, they kind of made it make it seem like she was going to be a big bit player, right? I mean, she's also even in the I mean, not like it really matters, right? But like, she's on the title screen. It's you, it's that necklace thing, it's Chiemi, it's Rikako. Big players. If it was true, and you somehow retained your memories, I would have been really happy.
繰り返す宴の中自分たちだけが思い出を分かち合えるとなればね。
We would repeat the feast while we continued to gain new memories.
女性は そういうのが好きですね。
But women like that kind of stuff, huh?
愛のみにて死ねる生き物ですから。
We are creatures that can only die for love.
特に植松の娘はね。
Especially us, the Uematsu. They sold love and lived by feeding off of it. That didn't make sense.
あなたが愛を語るのは奇妙だ。
It's strange to hear you speak of love.
なぜ？
Why?
あなたの神は怨念の神だろ
Your god is one of grudges.
そこまで知っておいでで。
You know that much?
う。消去法ですよ。
By process of elimination, yeah?
あれだけの奇跡を起こせながら真意を感じさせないほど廃れた存在。忘れられた雲の神たり得るもの。
It created so many miracles, yet its divinity went unrecognized because it was wretched. The spider god is forgotten.
植松家は土雲だ。
The Uematsu are the Tsuchigumo.
この国の精神上の始祖である
Oh
天
boy,
津
here I
国
go
の
again.
血族に滅ぼされた芦原の中津国の土着の民の末裔があなただ。
You are a descendant of the indigenous people of Ashihara no Nakatsukuni, who were destroyed by the ancestors of this country, the Amatsukami lineage.
その象徴するものは
Trying my best there.
太古の現在。この国の民が心の底の底に秘めた
You wouldn't
最初の
mind
罪に対する
you wouldn't
罪
mind
悪
if a little white boy tries a little bit of Japanese, would you? Its symbol is an ancient original sin, but guilt for the sin lies deep within everyone in this country.
今の自分たちの繁栄を大昔の虐殺の上に打ち立てておきながらそれさえ忘れていることへの危機感。
Our current prosperity was built on a huge massacre from long ago, and most have forgotten it, so they feel in danger.
それはこの国全体を覆っている薄いしかし致命的な呪いめいた感情だ。そして感染者の母数が多すぎる。
It was a weak but fatal curse-like feeling that engulfs this whole country, and those infected by this are too numerous.
具現化すれば国を滅ぼすような天変地異を起こしかねないほどに。
If materialized, it could create a catastrophe that could destroy this whole country.
それが夢の中で抽象的に表現されたのがあの化け物ってところでしょうか。
In the dream, that was abstractly represented by that monster, right?
お見事ね。
Well done. She smiled bewitchingly and applauded me. This wasn't the silent, bashful Rikaka-san from before. This was an entrancing, shameless Uematsu, her mask as a prostitute. No, I didn't know which one was the mask at this point.
そう。私たちはその身に夢の土雲を宿した怨念の一族。
Indeed, we are a grudge-soaked clan that let this Tsuchigumo of dreams inhabit this body. She'd been acting bashful while hiding the sentiment in her heart.
その悲願、ヤマトの民の皆殺し。
She is talking a little faster. I got my wish. Our desire is the death of all people of Yamato. With that as her sole goal, she praised the devotion and sacrifice of the people of Yasumisu and used them.
一度は叶ったその悲願を引き戻して、あの羊と春明様のことを子憎らしく。
You and the sheep. Oh. You and the sheep, who'd once reversed the fulfillment of this desire, are both detestable and lovable.
どういうことかわかりませんね。憎みなさいよ。
I don't know what you mean. Hate me.
あなたはすでにあそこにたどり着い
You'd already arrived there.
た。だからあなたの記憶をその時点で止めて、それ以上のことを思い出さないようにしてしまう。
Thus, if I stop your memories at that point and make it so you don't remember anything else,
あなたは確実に同じ結末にたどり着いてくれる。
you will surely reach the same ending. I couldn't deny that.
そうなる。ああ、むしろ愛しくて愛しくてたまらない。
When that happens, oh, I actually love you so much I can't bear it. Oh God.
愛しくてこのように赤裸々に全てをさらけ出せる機会をくれて。
I have to thank you for giving me a chance to bear myself to you in such a way.
私の身も心も今とても喜んでおります。
My heart and mind are so happy now. The sudden switch in tone and the content of her words made me dizzy. To me, she was actually more enchanting, adorable, and beautiful than ever. Haruaki! Snap out of it! You're fucking, this is the final mission! Focus! Please!
あなたが愛しいのは
God, he's clouded.
叶えてくれる存在ってだけでしょう。
You only love those who help you fulfill your desire.
いいえ、
No.
雲は貪欲よ。食べられるものはみんな愛おしいわ。
Spiders are greedy. We love all that we can eat.
嫌味ではないわ。本当に愛おしい。
I'm not being contradictory. I really do love you.
ヤマトの民は憎いけれど、それすらもはや愛おしい。
I hate the people of Yamato, but even that is lovable at this point.
彼らをすべて焼き滅ぼして、この腹の中に収めた。
If I get to burn and consume them all. Oh. Sorry for that. She rubbed her abdomen.
そこでみんなを地獄の気楽の夢へと誘いましょう。
I would call them all to a dream of hellish joys. So how do we stop her? Is this gonna become physical? Or is he gonna try to like talk her into submission? I truly wonder. I would melt, love, and play with the 100 million accompanying me without end.
だから私は本当に皆様
So,
を愛しています。
I really do love everyone. The spider's archetype was the Great Mother. That was what this reminded me of.
とりわけあなた様を
Especially you. She suddenly looked away like she was bashful. The situation was abnormal, but the gesture was one that could shake the core of any man.
わからないですよ。
God damn it,
理
Haruaki.
解できない。
I don't understand. This is beyond me.
わかるわ。いず
You will understand eventually.
れご存知なのでしょう。
You are aware, aren't you?
夢の土雲が復活する条件。
Of the conditions to bring back the Tsuchigumo of dreams?
わかりませんよ。
I don't.
あなたの目的はあの化け物の復活。
Your goal is the resurrection of that monster.
そのために読み意味の宴を繰り返す。意味不明だ。
But I have no idea why you have to repeat the feast for that.
事実、その2つには直接的な関係は全くない。
There's literally nothing linking the two.
ただ、怪物が復活したあの瞬間だけ、宴の結果に極めて特殊な条件が発生していたのはわかる。
All I know is that the moment the monster awakened happened... The monster awakened... I don't know why I'm getting tripped over some sentences. All I know is that the moment the monster awakened happened under very special circumstances.
それは霧が出た時点で
I'm
休み
losing my ability to read.
藤吉村住人の全員があなたを除き死亡していたということ。
By that, I mean that all the Fujiyoshi people who were in Yasumisu when the mists were out had died. Except for you.
あ
Oh.
あ、そこまで気づいて。
You noticed that much? I knew it.
もしこれがあなたの目的なら あなたがこんな異様で持って回った陰謀を起としたことには、なるほど、合点がいく。
If that was your goal, I could understand why you planned this complicated roundabout event.
植松家には大量殺人を行える権能など存在しない。
The Uematsu have no way of killing many people.
ヨシンバ、一人や二人殺せても、あなたの細腕では絶対に目的を遂げることはできない。
Even if you killed one or two, you couldn't complete the job with your frail arms.
その上、植松家は休みずで敬遠、または嫌悪されている。あなたは宴を生き残れない。
There's also the fact that the Uematsu are shunned, so you can't survive the feast. Yes, yes.
だから殺し合いの機会を利用する。うまくいかなければ何度でもやり直す。
That's why you use the time period in which they kill each other. And if you fail, you restart.
ああ、そこまでは分かりましたとも。
Yes, I know that much. That was where the final secret lay. It pissed me off, but I had to ask her directly.
しかし、分からない。土蜘蛛の復活に関わる伝説上の根拠なんて、安水にも上藤吉にもどこにも転がってない。
But I don't understand. There's nothing in the legends linking the Tsuchigumo's revival with Yasumitsu or Kami Fujiyoshi.
そもそも、狼と土蜘蛛は無関係だ。である以上、陰謀の正体とは、宴を利用した大量殺人と考えるしかない。
There's no relation between the Okami and the Tsuchigumo either. All I can think of is that this is a massacre that utilized the feast.
しかし、それでも、藤吉村の人間がなぜ犠牲になるべきなのかわからない。
However, even so, I don't understand why the people of Fujiyoshi had to be sacrificed.
黄泉の民として、安水の住人が何人死ねばいいとか、そんな話かもしれないと思わなくもなかった。でもおかしい。
I thought it might have had something to do with the amount of Yasumitsu, Yomi, people who died, but that didn't add up.
上藤吉の人間である野里清之助氏が宴に招かれた理由がわからないからだ。
That doesn't explain why Kyunosuke and Satoshi had been invited to the feast.
なぜ彼だったのか。彼の属性ゆえか、ただの頭数なのか、それとも彼という個人が必要だったのか。
Why him? His nature? Because of numbers? Or was he necessary as a person?
少なくとも彼がここに投留することは実家に命じられた意図的なものだ。誰かの意図でそうなったんだ。
At the very least, he'd been ordered to live here by his family. It was someone's intent clearly, but whose?
それはあなたなのか。だとすればどうしてこの奇妙な取り合わせを犠牲として必要とした。
Yours? Then why did you need to sacrifice such a strange group?
それが奇妙で奇怪でいびつで不気味で岩で理不尽で不可解で怖くて怖くて怖くてたまらない。
It's weird, mysterious, warped, unnerving, unsettling, unreasonable, incomprehensible, and so scary I can't bear it.
最後の謎だ。なぜあなたは彼らを殺す。
It's the last mystery. Why do you have to kill them? Ah! Ah! Rikako jump scare.
愛したから。
Because I'd made love to each of them once. Ah, well, that it. He goes, dusts his hands, and he's like, well, there we go. That all makes sense. Okay, yeah. That voice, that smile, they were both those of a monster. Yeah! Oh, that's cool. That's cool looking. Ha 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 ha. Feel good. Bam, 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 bam.
植松とは下方の民。
The Uematsu are a warped people.
一族の怨念は深い。しかし生き延びるために先祖の怨念、それがもたらす下方の権能を利用してきた。
The grudge of the clan is profound, but we had to use it and its warped practices to survive.
それこそ忌々しき引き取り。
That's what you know as our ability to take in.
植松の 神夢の土雲
The Tsuchigumo of dreams living within we heads of the Yamatsu is a manifestation of this grudge.
怨念の成就のためこの世のあらゆる害悪罪業大愛を奪い貪り蓄えんとする
To gather more grudge and make it swell, we reap and consume all the evil, sin and filth.
大いなる汚れの雲だまくらかして
We trick the great spider of corruption.
奪った疫病を遮血して排出し雲の復活を防ぐ
Bleeding out and getting rid of the diseases we take to prevent the spider's resurrection. So that was why she was covered in blood after taking something in.
そうして
Oh, it makes so much sense now.
女を万能の厄払いの装置として乱用しこの国生き続ける
Thus, the head women of Uematsu continue to live on in this country as useful tools that healed everything.
そうや植松家は堕落した
And that is how the family declined.
使命を悲願を忘れ神の力を全く逆の方向に利用したのか
You forgot your mission and desire and used the divine power in the completely opposite way?
ええその通りしかし大いなる雲がそのような小賢しき企みに気づかぬはずがありますまい
Yes, I did, but there was no way the great spider wouldn't notice such trickery.
密かに少しずつ疫病をためやや子を産んでは逃がすそれを再び集めては蓄え
It secretly, slowly gathered disease, birthed its children, then let them escape. Then it would gather it again and repeat.
夢の土雲は植松の代々の当主そうやって一族の目と灼血を逃れ汚れをためてきた
The Tsuchigumo of dreams, the heads of the Uematsu family, used this to get around the bleeding in the clan's eye to gather corruption.
そして植松の命脈がいざ絶えんとする当世においてついに復活に足る汚れが集まった
And now, right as the family's about to die out, it finally gathered enough to come back.
あとそれを回収するだけ
All that's left is retrieving it.
みんなを愛したというのはじゃあ
So, when you say you made love to them,
文字通り愛したわそしてやや子を宿させた
I mean it literally, and I put my children in them. Oh man, what a disgusting truth. Me when a disgusting truth is revealed? What a disgusting truth. Look at this perspective on this, it's funny.
浄化のため植松家が献身的に働いたと聞いた
I heard that the Uematsu worked hard at purification when there was a cholera outbreak here in the settlement.
しかしあなたなら死ぬわけがないあなたの力は本物だから
But there was no way you could die, assuming your power is real.
当時あなたはとても幼かったはずだが
And you had it to be very young back then.
そうこの村の長者がそんなこと気にするはずもない
Indeed. Don't expect the heads of this village to care about something like that. Shit!
香織さんは
He's like, shit! Ooh, fuck.
難産だったと言って
This is big.
死にかけたと
I heard that Kaori-san was very sick when she birthed Yoshitsugu-kun. That she almost died.
私が苦しみ血の汚れを引き取った口を使って全部
I used my mouth to take in all that pain and corruption in her blood. Shit! He's like, oh! He keeps going like, oh fuck, stop! Stop revealing things to me.
はるちゃんについては狼付き騒動の時にあなたが引き取りをしたんだったな
So you also took in from Haru-chan when she was going through the wolf possession.
ええムジナ様はとても可愛らしかったあの方とは利害が一致したから雲の復活には黙認をいただいたわ
Yes. Ujina-sama was very adorable. She benefited from what I was doing, so she silently allowed the spider's resurrection.
天津神の秩序が滅びれば再び山の闇黄泉の闇の権勢が戻る
If the law...
素晴らしい
If the law of the Amatsukami is broken, the mountain's darkness and the Yomi's darkness would rule again. Oh, how wonderful! Sorry for... Shit! All caps!
狼じじい氏はあんな非道な人間だ。無理やりどうにかしたってことがあるかもしれない。
The wolf guy is a huge scumbag. He might have done something by force.
あれは思い出したくない。
I don't want to remember that.
鴨志田近持ちについては
Chikamochi Kamoshida.
もちろん桔梗の振る舞いの相談で引き取りもしたし、彼は可愛いから上藤吉では仲良くしていたわ。
Of course. I took in from him when his family were worried about his eccentricity. He was cute, so we got along well in Kami Fujiyoshi, if you understand my meaning. That little...
安永君はどうだって言うんだ。
What about Yasunaga-kun?
あの子ちょっと可愛かったから合宿の時に寝てあげたの。
He was a bit cute, so I slept with him when he was visiting Kami Fujiyoshi.
最低だ。あんたは
You're the lowest.
あの子は夢だと思っているから大丈夫。
This is so fucked up. This is actually kind of fucked up. There's a lot of... Wait, I know I'm just like, I have to like continue to just keep like reading it or whatever, and I can't like pause to like comment about how like fucked up something kind of is because of a situation, but it's kind of fucked up. Don't worry. He thinks it was all a dream.
最後
Last one.
芹沢千恵美身車千恵美は
Chiemi Serizawa. Chiemi Miguruma.
身車が飼っている狂犬病にかかった犬に噛まれた時引き取りを行った。そうだな。
You took in from her when she was bitten by the rabid dogs they kept, didn't you?
ええ、その通りよ。
Yes, indeed.
なぜ彼女の汚れを引き取れなかったことにした？
Why did you hide that from her?
だってそれが大昔新内様の軍門に下る上での約束だったんだもの。
Because that was a promise I made when I came under Shinai-sama's rule.
新内様の汚れは神の罰。おいそれと引き取ってもらっては困る。
Shinai-sama's corruption is divine punishment. We cannot allow you to take it.
だから生き取れない。いいえ、生き取れない。
So, I couldn't. Or, I just didn't.
当然あなたはそれを知っていた。千恵美はそれを覚えてないようだったが。
You knew this, of course. Chiemi doesn't remember it, though.
びっくりしすぎて細かいことは忘れちゃったみたいね。
She was so surprised she forgot it all, it seems.
当然あの首飾りの存在も知っていたはずで。
Of course. You knew about the necklace, too.
あの時あなたが初めて見たようなことを口にしたのは芝居だったってことになる。
So that means that when you said something like you'd seen it for the first time, it was just an act.
ええ、それであなたを助けた。
Yes, an act that saved you.
そうやって僕と千恵美を断るごとに助けたのも全て意図があってのことだろう。
So all the help you gave me and Chiemi had an ulterior motive?
僕らが特別だとうすうす気づいていたから。
You felt that we were special?
ええ、理由は知らなかったけど、あなたたちが円環の流れを変える力を持っているのは明白だったもの。
Yes, yes. I didn't know the reason, but I could clearly see that you had the power to change the flow of the loop.
最初、あなたがいなかった時、あの子を味方につければ望む結末が見えるかと思ったの。
Before you came, I thought that I could reach the ending I wanted by making her an ally. As a result, she'd continuously given Chiemi a good impression, making her less suspicious. If Chiemi, someone who could keep her memories, found out that she was the bad guy, her conspiracy would become impossible to achieve.
しかしそこにはたどり着けなかった。
But she didn't get there.
あの子はうまくなかった。
Yes, she wasn't good enough.
だから今度は僕に親切にしたのか。
That's why you were nice to me instead?
それは
As I already said,
あなた特別愛おしいからよ。
it's because I find you lovable.
ただただ好奇心の赴くままにやや子を一人一人解き放ち
You
我
released
が元へ送ってくれた。
you released my children and sent them to me out of simple curiosity.
聡明だ淡麗だこの上なく歪んだ心をお持ちの
You're a
まが
wise,
まがしい狼
you're a wise, gracious, sinister wolf with a warped heart.
共に参りましょう。
Come with me.
大いなる雲の体の上で
No, no,
果て
thank
な
you.
き閲楽とともに
Let us,
夜道を渡る旅へ
let us enjoy endless pleasure on the path to Yomi atop the great spider.
読みし
Path to Yomi?
山は闇闇は読み読みは夢夢は山
The mountain is Yomi. The darkness is Yomi. Yomi is dreams. Dreams are the mountain.
とこしえの夢無限の快楽それは幸せなとても幸せな地獄
An endless dream and limitless pleasure. A happy, blissful hell.
それをこの国のすべての民の屍の上で共に貪るなら
Let us enjoy it together atop the corpses of all the people of this country.
私はあなたと一緒がいい
I want to be with you.
最も愛おしいあなたが
For you are the most lovable. I'm honestly 50-50. He might hear these words and she might just be able to break him. And he'd just be like, you know what? Yeah. You know what? Fuck saving anything. I'm with Rikako now. She said that with a serious tone. Apparently, a devil had just confessed to me. Oh, man. I was actually interested. I knew it! God. The world and its safety is in the hands of a man who just can't help himself. God help us all. And honored. But
それ以上喋んなくていいや、リカコさん。
don't say anything more, Rikako-san. Someone got in the way. I actually, like,
ちえみちゃん
maybe like half an hour ago, I didn't say it out loud. I probably should have now that she did come. But I was like, this seems like Chiemi would make it back to us, right? Like, she's gonna be the one that maybe, like, helps us defeat Rikako in this whole situation somehow. Chiemi-chan. She broke her promise to God? She didn't think I was dead? Several questions came to mind.
どうしてここに
Why are you here? But that was the first one I could say.
私は4番手よ。残念ながら。
I'm the fourth here, sadly.
なんだって
What?
みんな、
Guys? A moment later, they entered. Oh. Bam bam, the super squad is here. Everyone's here to save me against Rikako because Lord knows that I'm just too horned up to fucking... A girl starts telling me that she's into me and I just melt. That's not me speaking, that's Haruaki. Haru-chan. Mochi. And... Oh man, what a squad. What a squad.
リカコさん
Rikako-san.
随分とゾロゾロ来たもんですね
That's exactly what I was saying. Well, what a crowd. Mission 2 had an unexpected development.
野里さんが最初よ。植松さんを置いていけるかって。
Nosato-san was all about not leaving Uematsu-san here.
そんでボートを降りて戻ってきたおっちゃんをなぜかはるちゃんが追ったからそりゃあ僕は追うよね
So he got off the boat, and Haru-chan followed for some reason, so I followed her, of course.
仕事を一つ忘れたことを思い出しての。
I forgot some unfinished business.
それでようやく私も呪縛が解けた。
And that was when I was freed from the curse.
みんなが動き出してるのに、全部知ってる私が神様殺しの余韻に浸ってる場合じゃないよねって。
They were doing something, so I, who knew everything, couldn't let myself enjoy the afterglow of killing God. So she really had realized my plan. But even so, she couldn't resist God.
ヤス君や匠兄ちゃんに後のことを頼んで、私がしんがり。
I left the rest to Yasukun and Takumi Ni-chan and became the rear guard.
というわけで、最終局面乱入部隊の隊長はあなたよ、野里さん。
And that means that the leader of this invasion into the final encounter is you, Nasada-san.
正直、同情するけど。
Honestly, I feel for you.
リカコさん、さっき言っていたことはすべて事実なのか？
Rikako-san, was everything you said true?
道すがら芹沢千恵美が言った。巻き戻りは、我々の殺害は、その果ての化け物云々は
The looping
事実なのか？
The looping Chiemi Serizawa told us about our murder and the monster. Is it all true?
はい、野里様。
Yes, Nasada-sama.
今まで騙していて申し訳ありませんでした。
My apologies for fooling you all this time. Rikako-san used her usual voice, but that just made it stand out more. She bowed her head.
あなたが私に思いを向けてくださっていることを。
I was actually quite happy that you... Oh, she's still going.
喜んで
Incredible.
おりました。
I was actually quite happy that you had feelings for me.
あまりに滑稽で。
It was simply too comical.
そんなお顔はなさらないで。他のお方よりはあなたはそれでまだ愛おしいわ。
Don't make that face. You are still more lovable than most.
春秋様との永遠の交わりに寝台くらいにはして差し上げましょう。
I do not mind making you the bed in which Haruaki-sama and I eternally intertwine.
いいから黙れっつってんですよ、リカコさん。
I'm telling you to shut up!
撃つの。
Fight, fight, fight!
それで完全な最後の円環が完成する。
You'll shoot me? Shoot? That will complete the final loop.
幸せな夢、かつてなりかけた最上の地獄を完成させるのはあなたがふさわしい。
You are the most fitting person to complete the pleasant dream, the perfect hell.
愛しい春秋様を奪ってゆく私を憎みながら撃って、
Hate me for taking your beloved and shoot me.
それをことほぎとして夢をなすわ。
I will take that as congratulations and create my dream.
そっか。神様は殺せたけど、死んで完成する神様はどうしようもないのか。
I see. So you killed God, but you can't do anything about a god that reaches completion when it dies?
どうすんの春秋。
What are you gonna do, Haruaki?
我はもう土雲殿の企みからは手を引くが、それでも難敵ですぞ。
I will no longer support Tsuchigumo Dono's plans, but she's still a mighty foe. Man, this was troublesome. So true, Haruaki, so true. I would have liked this to be finished in secret. Mission 2 became unexpectedly lively.
皆さん、せっかく集まってもらって悪いんですが。
Now, I'm sorry you all had to gather here to hear this, but I still had to say it.
僕は彼女と共に行きますよ。
I'm thinking of going with her. She's like, yes. Everyone lost their expressions. Only Rikako-san looked at me with an ecstatic expression. No. No way.
なんでいくら春明さんでもそんな悪ふざけ笑えないよ。
Huh? Why? That joke's too far, even for you.
まあ気持ちはわかるかな。りっちゃん可愛いし、しかも魔王とか面白すぎるからな。
I mean, I get him though. Richan's cute, and a goddamn demon lord. That's way too interesting. Mochi, you're so right. You're so right. When you're right, you're right. You have to admit it. He's got a point. How often do you get that kind of chance, right?
リカ子さん、もうやめてくれ。すべてが事実だとして、死んで手に入る幸せなんてあるはずがない。
Rikako-san, please stop. Even if everything is true, there are no joys worth dying for.
あら、お医者様らしいお言葉。
My, such considerate words befitting a doctor.
あなたの人生は確かに辛いものだっただろう。あなたの一族が味わったのは確かに比類なき苦難だっただろう。
Your life must have been painful, and your clan must have experienced great hardship.
だからといってそれをすべて放り投げて修羅に走るなど。
But I don't see the reason to throw it all away and walk the path of chaos.
まだずれているの？私は完全に落ち戻り、永遠の幸せな地獄を作るのよ。
You haven't heard me? I will rise again, complete, and create an eternal, blissful hell for myself.
そんなもの幸せではないと言っている。
That's not true happiness.
あの日私を救ってくれたあなたは
I'm saying
私が幸せにするのだと言っているのだ。
I'm saying that I can make you happy for saving me back then.
あ
Oh?
あ、あの時の坊やが立派になったものね。
The boy from back then sure has grown.
でも心は純真なまま、初めての女に入れ込んで
But
思い続けて。
it really is comical how you are so invested in your first woman.
本当に
Damn.
滑稽だ。
It's kind of mean. I mean, it's and how you still have feelings for her. She's like, "Oh, you fell for me? We just did the thing. We just did the business and you still have feelings for me? How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Nosato, that's so embarrassing for you."
そういうわけですみませんね。
Anyway, sorry.
この人は僕がもらいます。
I'll take her. She jumped at me and embraced with the innocence of a child. Oh, back up.
愛してる。
I love you.
ようやくあの時の賭けを清算することができるのね。
You'll finally fulfill the gamble from back then.
賭け
Gamble? Gamble?
賭けって何？春明さん。
What gamble, Haruaki-san? Oh, how pitiful.
もしあなたが他にもうこんな不愉快な秘密を溜め込まないでいいと言うならば、不妻子春明は植松里香子を信じます。
If you cut it out with the unpleasant secrets, the man called Haruaki Fusayoshi will trust Rikaku Uematsu.
不妻子春明は植松里香子を信じる。
Haruaki Fusayoshi will believe Rikaku Uematsu.
そして僕は植松里香子のために、あなたは不妻子春明のために生き残る。
I will survive for Rikaku Uematsu's sake, while you will survive for Haruaki Fusayoshi's sake.
僕は植松里香子のために、彼女は不妻子春明のために生き残る。
I will survive for Rikaku Uematsu's sake, while she will survive for Haruaki Fusayoshi's sake.
それでもし生き残ったら、
And if we both survive,
あなたは不妻子春明に、僕は植松里香子に何でも好きなことを望んでよい。
you can ask Haruaki Fusayoshi for whatever you want, and I can do the same with Rikaku Uematsu.
それで生き残ったら、
And if we both survive?
彼女は久石春明に、僕は植松里香子に、何でも好きなことを望んでよい。
She can ask anything from Haruaki Fusaishi, and I can ask anything from Rikaku Imatsu.
そして生き残りました、春明様。
And we both survived, Haruaki-sama.
そしてこれからも生き残ってゆく。
And we will continue to survive.
あの時の植松里香子を救うための方便とは言わせません。この耳でしかと聞き覚えていますから。
I will not let you say that it was just a line to save the Rikaku Imatsu from back then. I remember those words clearly.
ええ。
I know.
大いなる雲の前での誓いとみなしますから。
I will consider a promise made before the great spider.
それはそんなに大事なんですか？
Was it that big of a deal?
もちろん。破れば滅びあるのみです。
Yes, of course. Break it, and all that awaits you is destruction.
そりゃ仕方ないな。
Guess I have no choice then.
久石春明様は夢の土雲のもとに下り、私と定めを共にする。
Haruaki Fusaishi-sama will join the Tsujigumo of dreams and join fates with mine.
それが私の望み。
That is my desire.
さあ、お望みください、春明様。
Now, ask what you want, Haruaki-sama.
どのような悪行も宝刀も快楽も
It's got to be part of the plan, right? He's
私が
gonna
叶えて差し上げるから。
he's gonna say something so smart and so clever here, and we're all gonna be impressed. I'll grant you whatever wickedness, debauchery, or pleasure you desire. Oh, what a wonderful offer. That's just...
優しすぎるんだよ。春明さんはどの女の子も救おうとして、その場限りで適当なこと言って。
Haruaki-san, you're too nice. Why do you try to save every girl by just saying whatever comes to mind?
それで水戸国が滅びるならもうしょうがないね。
I guess it doesn't matter if it destroys your body and country, huh?
あなたに救われた私は文句言えない。リカ子さんが救われるのに文句なんて言えない。
I can't even complain. You saved me too. Can't say anything against Rikako-san being saved.
バカ。春明さんのバカ。
You idiot. You dumbass.
知恵ね、落ち着きなよ。
Jenny, calm down.
春ちゃんはなんで落ち着けるの？春ちゃんだって春明さんと。
Why are you so calm? You and he also...
まあ我の場合はこのお方の心を読んで知ったことじゃから少々ずるいがの。
Well, it is a bit unfair since I can read his mind and know what shall happen now, but...
私が教わったのは悪だし、
He only taught me of evil.
春明がいなくても好きにするし、気に入らなかったら勝手に奪うし。
I will do what I want without him, and I'll just take whatever I want.
ただね、知恵ね。
But, Chieni,
いたいけない田舎娘に悪を教え込むようなひねくれた腐れ下道の春明が。
Haruaki is the type of man who'd teach an innocent country girl about evil. Do you seriously believe that a warped scumbag like him
そんな約束すると思う？
would make such a promise? Huh? Rikako-san hesitantly loosened her grip. Then she took a step back. Her eyebrows were furrowed in suspicion. Oh, how pitiful.
名前は久石春明。東京で大学院生やってます。
I'm Haruaki Fusaishi, a graduate student in a Tokyo college.
久石春明って誰ですか？
Who's Haruaki Fusaishi? I really didn't expect to be caught doing marriage fraud. Huh? What? Huh?
そんな名前の人間、この世にいませんよ。
A guy like that doesn't exist.
というのは言い過ぎかな。 どっか探せば一人くらいそんな名前の方がいるかもしれませんね。
Though, I can't be sure. Maybe you'll find one if you look hard enough.
夫妻師春明様、夢の土雲のもとに下り、私と定めを共にする。
Haruaki Fusaishi-sama will join the Tsuchigumo of dreams and join fates with mine.
かわいそうに。そのなんとか春明さんは夢の土雲と定めを共にすることが決定してしまった。
Poor guy. I made this Haruaki something-san share his fate with someone.
彼女は夫妻師春明に、僕は植松里香子に
Wait.
何でも好きなことを
There's no... There's no way that the ultimate plan is, at the end of the day, it's just some simple name trick. But maybe it is. She can ask anything from Haruaki Fusaishi, and I can ask anything from Rikaku Uematsu.
まあそれとは全然関係なく、僕は植松里香子に好きなことを望んでいいわけですが。
Well, that doesn't matter right now. Guess it's my turn to ask you what I want from you.
たく。
Oh man.
おお。
Oh!
なんだなんだ。
What? Laugh, 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 laugh. She suddenly took out a dagger from her sleeve.
やはりあ
お
なたは最高ね。最高で最悪。七種のゴンベイさん。
You really are the best. The best, the worst nameless soldier.
駆け引きは次に持ち越しましょう。あなたが覚えていたらだけ。
I'll take this gamble to the next time. If you remember it anyway. The dagger went to her throat. Crap, I had to make it in time. I had to tell her to stop this conspiracy. At that moment, all light vanished. In the midst of that, was a scream. It was a scream so scary it seemed inhuman.
何？
What? What?
何にも見えないぞ。
I can't see anything.
おのれもっち、どこを触っておるのじゃ。
Hey, Mochi, where are you touching? God damn it.
何をしてる。電源はどこだ。
Come on now. What are we doing? Where are the lights? This was unexpected. What happened? But going at someone with a knife in the dark was just... While I, all talk that I was, couldn't even force myself to act. Whoosh! I heard something heavy drop on the floor. Then something metallic. The next moment, the lights came back. Before me, I saw Rikaku Uematsu lying on the floor. She wasn't moving at all. Was she dead? No. The dagger was clean and still in her hands.
取り押さえて。
Hold her down! Chemi moved first, then Kyonosuke. One took the knife, the other held her hands behind her back. She was unconscious.
何があったのかな。
What happened?
リカコさん、リカコさん、大丈夫ですか。
Rikako-san! Rikako-san, are you okay?
つくづくぶれないな。今気づかれたら困るっての。春明さん、どうする？
You don't change, do ya? It'll be bad if she wakes up now. Haruaki-san, what do we do?
踏んじばってすっ転がしておこう。縄は確か奥に。
Let's tie her up and leave her. There was rope deeper in.
ひどい。
That's mean.
血も涙もないな、おっちゃん。
You're a heartless old man.
おっちゃんじゃない。発散だ。なぜみんな引く？
I'm not old. Call me Hassan. And why are you all freaked out?
言い方はともかく、拘束は賛成。
I don't know about the way you said it, but I agree that we should tie her up. We went and did just that.
私は。
I am...
目覚ましたけど、舌とか噛まれたらやばくない？
She woke up. What if she bites her tongue or something?
なんか布をかませようよ。
Let's gag her.
頼む。彼女にはひどいことをしないでやってくれ。
Please, don't be cruel to her.
だから自殺させないようにしなきゃ大変なことになるんだって。
Hey, if we don't prevent her committing suicide, it's gonna be bad for all of us.
そうや やって物や災害みたいに彼女を扱うから彼女はそこまで思い詰めるに至ったんじゃないのかね。
Don't you think that she might have been pushed to this point because of this? Because people treat her like an object or a disaster?
おっちゃんがなんかまともっぽいこと言ってる。
Wow, Uncle's actually saying something good for once.
リカ子さん、どうか今しばらく
Rikako-san.
猶予
Rikako-san.
時間をいただけんでしょうか。
I'm waiting. Rikako-san, can you give me some time?
私は確かにあなたに勝手に惚れた身だ。いや、横連母と言ってもいい。
I will admit, I have fallen for you, hard, I may add.
しかしあの日のあなたの乾ききった瞳を見た時からそれを潤すことのできぬ無力を味わってきた。
But ever since I saw your dry eyes on that day, I've been haunted by an urge to make them wet. I don't like how that's worded.
しかし
I'm gonna be honest.
それでもこの後に及んであなたを諦めることなど
But
できない。
even so, I can't give up on you at this point.
どうかどうか
Please.
私にあなたを幸せにすることを試みさせていただきたい。
Now he's the long-winded one. Please, please let me try and make you happy. He was really straightforward, but that didn't really matter to her. She was like, no.
雲が
The spider,
夢の土雲がなくなって
the Tsuchigumo,
しまわれました。
the Tsuchigumo of dreams is gone. Question mark? She said something we didn't understand.
あれあれあれ
Huh? Huh? Huh?
どこへ行ったの土雲。
Where are you?
私のすべては
Where are you? Tsuchigumo, my everything.
私に愛しいということを教えてくれた神様。
The God who taught me of love. I had no idea why, but I could tell. She no longer had any divine powers or scary conspiracies left. All that the Uematsu family, Kako Uematsu, ever had vanished all at once. But even so,
僕は望む
I ask,
植松里香子が土雲の復活を放棄し
that you, Rikako Uematsu, abandon the Tsuchigumo's revival
ただの人として女性としてまっとうに幸せになることを
and live out a normal, happy life as an ordinary woman, a person. I gave her those cruel words. She began crying. I did feel bad. I had considered taking responsibility for her and taking her with me, but the one to embrace her and console her as she cried was Kiyonosuke Nasarashi, not me. If he chose to take that role, I had no business stopping him. I would just let him have it.
これで解決いたしましたの。
Everything is solved now, it seems.
それでいいの？神様が言うなら信じるけど。
Is that good enough? I'll believe you if you say it is, God.
己がいただく神に誓った約定じゃ。違えることは生涯できまいて。
A contract made for a god you would accept takes more than a lifetime to break.
まあ、我らの中には未だ土雲殿がやや子と称した汚れの種が埋まっておろうが。
Well, Tsuchigumo Dono's seeds of corruption, children, are still within us.
我が力を取り戻しし暁には造作もなくほじくり出して狂うて信ぜようぞ。
But now that I have my powers back, I shall have no problem removing and consuming them.
はよお社を建てるんじゃぞ、モッチーよ。
Build me a shrine as quick as possible, Mochi.
オッケー。
Okay.
やあみんな。夫妻師春明です。
Hey everyone. I'm Haruaki Fusaishi.
うわ、詐欺師の人だ。
Look at that, the swindler.
ひで。
Ouch.
一応不便だから春明さんって呼ぶけどさ。
I'll still call you Haruaki-san out of convenience.
おうとも。
Good.
女としてあれはないわ。
But as a woman, I gotta say, that's a huge no.
植松里香子にちょっと同情した。
I feel a bit bad for her.
じゃあ少しもしてやったりって思わなかった？
You can't tell me you didn't think you felt she deserved it.
思った。
I did.
思った。
I did. Such honesty.
ま、そういうことで。
Well, anyway.
ごめんね、リカコさん。
Sorry, Rikako-san.
さよなら。
Goodbye.
春明様の
A bit strange. I can't lie. It's a bit strange. Haruaki-sama. You dummy. Mission 2, dealing with the Master of the Loop who wanted the monster's resurrection, had been completed. Nothing more needed to be said, even if it gave me things to think about.
君には何をどういったものかまだわからんが。
I still don't know what to say to you.
気にしないでください。僕もです。
Don't worry. Me neither.
それでもおそらく君は彼女とそして我々すべての恩人ということになるのだろうな。
Even so, I believe you might have saved her, as well as the rest of us.
いや、本当気にしないでください。もうちょっとうまいやり方があったかもしれませんから。
Seriously, don't worry about it. I probably have better ways to do this.
まあそうかもしれんね。いずれ君とは再び話し合う機会を持ちたいものだ。
Well, probably. Hope we can talk to you again sometime.
顔も見たくない。
I don't want to see his face.
リカコさん。
Kako-san.
バカ。バカ。春明様のバカ。
Dummy. Dummy. Haruaki-sama. You dummy.
困ったことにこんな状態でも私にとっては愛おしいのだよ。
Unfortunately, I find her lovable even when she's like this. Can't help himself. Same, actually, but I wouldn't admit it out loud.
彼女のことは私が守らせてもらう。
I shall protect her.
僕にそれを止める権利はありません。
I have no right to stop you.
あなたが彼女を根気よく説得しようとすることはね。
Patiently and thoroughly convince her to change her mind.
一応筋は通してくださいね。
Talk it out with her.
当たり前だ。一方的にどうこうしたりなどせん。ただ生活上必要な手伝いくらいはさせてもらおう。
Of course. I should not do anything one-sided, though I will help her survive.
了解です。
Good.
説得などされません。野里様など噛みちぎります。
I won't let Nosata-sama convince me. I'll bite him to pieces. That's just gonna make him want you more. Rakaka-san had become a completely different character.
これで撤収していいものかね。
I suppose we can withdraw now?
少し待っててください。最後の片付けがありますから。
Oh, wait a bit. There's one last thing I have to clean up.
それにはちょっと歩かなきゃならない。
We have to walk a bit for that, though.
そうだな。野里さんとモッチ、それにハルちゃんはここに残って。
Alright, Nosata-san, Mochi, Naharu-chan, you stay here.
一応大丈夫だと思うけど、リカコさん見張っといて。
I think it'll be alright, but look after Rikako-san.
ゲボを吐きかけて差し上げる。
I'll make you vomit.
それしかできないなら全然 OK ですけどね。
If that's the most you can do, then you're not much of a threat.
ついていかずともよろしいか？
I do not have to come with you?
ええ。
No.
伝えるべきことは伝えます。
I'll tell them everything myself.
良きかな。
Very well.
おうおう、土蜘蛛殿。あの時は散々もてあそんでくれましたな。今やり返して差し上げようか。
Oh, Tsuchigomo Dono. You certainly had your way with me back then. Should I get back at you for that?
何をする気かね。その手つきはやめたまえ。
What are you doing? Don't touch her like that!
もっち、みんな止めて。
Stop them, Mochi.
面白いのに。
Huh? But it's fun.
君はハルちゃんと神様のおもり。
It's your job to look after Haru-chan and God.
ブー。しゃあない。
Boo. Alright.
というわけで、
Anyway.
最後の始末。上から来る人たちを追い返す。せっかくだから手伝って、ちえみちゃん。
Time for the final job. We'll chase back the people coming from the mountain. Help me out with that, Chiemi-chan. Mission 3, dealing with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. Now, would it go peacefully or violently?
わかったよ、詐欺師さん。
Alright, you swindler. Harsh.
聞きにくいんだけど。
This is kinda hard to ask, but...
うん。
Yeah.
リカコさんとの昔のことって大丈夫なのかな？
Are you bothered by what happened between you and Rikako-san in the past?
実際覚えてないし、覚えててもまあ子供の時のチューとかと一緒でしょ。ノーカン。
I really don't remember it. And even if I did, it wouldn't be anything more than a childhood kiss for me. It doesn't count. I didn't know if that's how it or I didn't know if that was how it was, but I would just assume she was right. I couldn't say anything if she thought that.
まあ、実際何があったかはよくわからないから。
Well, I guess you don't know what actually happened.
うん。実際野里のボンクラとはもう言えないか。清之助さん以外は覚えてないわけでしょ。
Yeah, I think everyone but the Nosato blockhead. I can't really call him that anymore, can I? Everyone but Kiyonosuke-san had forgotten it.
死にかけとか夢の中とかそういうあれだし。
Everyone was either dying or dreaming.
モッチーは覚えてるぞ、多分。
Mochi probably remembers though.
モッチーは絶対気にしないでしょ。
He wouldn't care, would he? Good point.
ハルちゃんはさっきの感じだと折り合いはついてるのかな？
From what I saw, Haru-chan was reaching a compromise.
神様がまだいる間はあのことについては受け持ってくれると思うよ。
I think she can handle stuff like that while God is still around.
いなくなる頃には春明さんによればハルちゃんもしっかり強く成長してることだろう。
If you're right, she'll probably grow a great deal by the time it vanishes. Yeah. Though Haru-chan's God was real, it was still a mask she'd made to bear the pain she'd experienced as a child. When we just talked, she mentioned it herself, but the tone was that of God. It was something that she could only say through the voice of God. The wounds were just that deep. The same could probably be said for Chiemi.
私からも聞いていい？
Can I say something too?
うん。
Yeah?
神様って結局何だったのかな？
What's God anyway?
君は分かってたんじゃないの？
You didn't realize?
姿や怖さが分かってただけで正体とかは知らないよ。
I get the general concept and know it's scary, but I have no idea what it truly is. Then I'd made the right choice calling her here. Mission 1 was way too hectic, so we had to postpone the answer to that until now.
神っていうのは正しいことだよ。
God is anything that's right. Rightness seemed like it was tied to intelligence and wisdom, but it was actually a concept as far away from those things as possible. Fixed decisions, preconceptions, obsessions, bases, obligations, and adherence to the old ways. The idea whether something was right or not changed people's minds before they could even think about whether something was intelligent or wise. Thus, mankind was bound by what was right, by God. Sometimes it was so bad even they couldn't realize it. This interpretation of God really wasn't special or interesting in any way. The people bound by it couldn't resist their sense of right and wrong. Someone must have said something similar to that effect already. However, there were two things I hadn't expected. One, God was alive. And two, God could warp into something truly fearsome.
犬出てこないね。
I don't see dogs anywhere.
水路が開かれてないんだろ
The waterway probably isn't open.
結局あれってみんな狂犬病なの？
So they all had rabies, huh?
う。もし発症した個体ばかりだったら制御なんてできないと思うんだよね。
I imagine they couldn't control them if they all did.
水を避けるようにしつけられつつ狂犬病を摂取された犬ってところじゃないかな。
I'm guessing they're actually dogs who've been trained to avoid water while simultaneously getting injected with rabies.
なんでそんなひどいことを？
Why would they do something so horrible?
汚れの運び出たる獣を刺激するっていうのが信頼信仰としてはしっくりくる設定だったからでしょ。
Using beasts for their bringers of corruption fit the whole Shinai faith motif, don't you think?
世物狼の手下の世物無地な、そしてそれを管理している身車こそ信内さんの一の子分。
The Yomatsu Mujina, serving the Yomatsu Okami, and the Miguruma, the ones watching over them, were their primary followers.
バカだったのかな？
Was I stupid?
いや、普通だっただけさ。
No, you were normal.
ちなみに君は、ちゃんと検査とかはしたの？
By the way, did you get tested?
したよ。大学進学して勉強してその後すぐに。
I did, right after I went to college and started learning.
結果は陰性だった。
The results were negative. What a relief. So she wasn't infected. Rabies could linger in the body for a long time, and anyone infected ended up dying. It was a pretty awful disease.
だからって安心なんか少しもできなかったけどね。
It didn't calm me down, though.
他の死ぬような病気かもしれないし、そもそも病気じゃなく本物のたたりかもしれないんだから。
It could have been a different disease, or it could have been a real curse.
そう。全く正しい発想だ。
What a right way to look at it.
今はどう？
What do you think now?
全然気にならなくなった。
I don't care about it at all. Another relief. That alone made the god's murder all worth it. I resumed my explanation. God was alive. Why? Because humans sought what was right. They tried to be right. They all tried to justify their existence, actions, possessions, relationships, and try to make everyone else see it their way. That was close to human nature. It was the belief that human nature was fundamentally depraved. There was no objective good in this world, but there were things that were right for this era and location. God, basically. People could justify their existence and live on by obeying the God of that time and place. It was something that everyone submitted to in order to survive or live well. It was a byproduct of the desire to live and die the right way. Thus, people would want to prolong the lives of gods that were connected to their way of life.
あれ？ここ崩れてない。
Huh? It's not collapsed?
水際で間に合ったんだね。
We made it in time.
ここも結局身車が重機で崩落させてたってこと？
So, did the Miguruma always destroy this place using heavy machinery?
そういうことだろうね。今こうして道があるってことは。
That has to be it. And since that hasn't happened now?
道のことはいいけど、宴が済んだら霧が晴れるかどうかってどうやって操るの？
The path aside, how do they make the mist clear after the feast is done?
霧が出るかどうかはランダムでいいけど、やませるのはどうすれば？
The mist might come randomly, but how do you stop it?
植松家の不思議能力もどうやら存在したみたいだし、身車にも長者としてそのくらいの力はあったんじゃない？
The Imatsu had strange powers, so maybe the Miguruma's heads do too.
櫓の見張り、天気板だったんでしょ。
The tower lookouts observed the weather, right?
まあ、あるいは今回の宴に限っては植松里香子の夢の中で天候くらいは調整されてたのかもしれない。
Well, Maybe this feast was special because Rikako Uematsu controlled the weather through her dream manipulation.
過去の宴については、例えば霧が晴れた朝に適当に狼皆殺しにして汚れで強制終了にしてもいいし、
The previous feast's endings could be handled by just killing all the wolves on the morning the mist clears.
ぶっちゃけ前回の宴では霧の調整失敗してるっぽいからあんまりちゃんとはしてないよ、多分。
Honestly, they messed up with the mist on the last feast, so the system probably wasn't that reliable. Then again, could have been God pulling something weird, so maybe that was an exception.
奴らにとっては安水10人が適当に殺し合ってくれればよかったんだ。そうやって舐めていてこうなった。
To them, all that mattered was that the people of Yasumizu killed each other at appropriate levels. They'd underestimated the situation, and this happened.
なるほど。
I see. God would change. Human society shifted, and with that, so did the standards of right and wrong. There were changes one had to accept whether or not they were good or bad. Thus, God would change, and so would personalities, dogmas, and perhaps even existences as a whole. That could be considered a kind of evolution. Of course, it could mix with other gods too, and it could be considered breeding. More than that, God was infectious. Rightness was reflected in everything surrounding human life. Words, ways of living, culinary traditions, and a lot more. Construction styles, clothing, art, etc. Those who embodied a certain god, sense of rightness, displayed it with every move they made. And they also gave this god to those who'd visited the place or were born there. It was like a living being. No, it was like a disease, a virus.
霧、もう怖くないな。
I'm not afraid of the mist anymore.
神様が味方してくれてるから。
We have God on our side now.
そして、新内さんも狼様ももういないから。
And both Shinai-san and the Okami-sama are gone now.
汚れが怖かったちえみはもう怖がらなくてもいいから。
Little Chiemi doesn't have to be afraid of the corruption anymore.
新しい神様はそれなりに恐れてあげてね。拗ねたら厄介だ。
Do revere the new god, though. Don't want her to get all sulky.
それにしちゃ可愛すぎるけどな。めでるじゃダメかな。
She's a bit too cute for that. Can I just pamper her instead?
そういうのもありかもしれない。
Sounds good to me. The rightness that seeded itself in human minds and lives, then multiplied, mutated, and spread to others. Thus, God was alive. It wasn't just a concept, it was actually alive. In my mind, it was like a mind-based organism. Though, it could only surface in such a dangerous manner because of Yasumizu and the Feast of the Yomi Purge, two abnormal setups. But God was dangerous even if you ignored that. I'd mentioned before that there was a moment when God became dangerous. God was at its most dangerous when its name was forgotten. God was fine when it was revered. God was fine when it was acknowledged. But what if that God became forgotten? They would just recognize it as righteous and stop questioning it ever again. When distressed, people invoked God even if there was no religion involved. That was what kind of animals we were. Normally, such gods represented only the rightness and goodness within the heart of a single person, so it wasn't much of a threat. However, gods who had been forgotten only had their identities forgotten. They still retained the power to influence people. The forgotten gods, those who possessed nothing but the name God, would be willing to create situations that no one unfamiliar with the god would be able to comprehend. The Miguruma had planned a warped plot that clearly wasn't worth the effort and could even end them if exposed. And the people of Yasumizu had reluctantly accepted it and gone on to kill each other. That was all the fault of God. Of course, you could say it was directly done by Great Lord Shinai or the Snake, but at the core of it all, there was a fear of death and darkness. The mountain was the darkness, and the darkness was Yomi. The mountain used to be a strange realm that birthed endless darkness and death. Thus, the people here had secrets, could readily murder others, and could hide that from the world. The truth behind the feast was the unforgettable loyalty to God.
そして君が神様を延々と恐れ続けた理由ってわけ。
And that's the reason why you were so afraid of God.
考えてみれば、君が僕にここの食べ物を食べさせようとしなかったのは正しかったのかもしれないな。
Looking back at it, maybe you did the right thing by not letting me eat the food here.
ある流れでは、僕も確かに神様に感染したことがある。
In certain timelines, I definitely ended up infected by God.
自分が自分でないものに操られる感覚は確かに怖い。
The feeling of having someone other than yourself control you is very scary.
操られている自覚もないのに操られるのは気づかなければいいけど、気づいたらより怖いだろう。
You could be controlled without realizing it, but it was actually way more scary if you did realize.
君はたまたまただ一人気づいてしまった。だから怖かった。無理もないさ。
You just happened to realize it. That's why you were scared. I can't blame you.
まあ、今回はラッキーなことに神様本人と談判できて話がついた。よかったよかった。ということで。
Well, luckily you got to meet and talk to God in person this time. All's good.
まあ、そうだね。
Well, I guess you're right.
結局、人は誰かに操られているって状況は変わんないわけだけど、誰かさんが神様を生かす芝居をしちゃったし。
In the end, people are still controlled by things, but a certain someone did a good job playing God.
全員に巻き戻りがどうのって言っても理解されない以上、あれがベスト。
Since not everyone there could understand the looping, that was the best option.
わかるけど、なんかもやっとする。
I get that, but that kind of pisses me off.
あらゆる存在は他者からの影響を受けてそこにいる。それを望まないなら、僕みたいに反発するしかない。
Just about everyone is influenced by others somehow. If you don't want that, you need to rebel, like I do.
それは気づいた本人があがくべきこと。誰かにしてもらったり、押し付けられたりすることじゃない。
It's something the person who realized it must do by themselves. They had no business asking for help with it or having it forced on them.
あなたは最初から自由だな。
You've been free from the start, huh?
だからやっぱ怖いや。あなたは操る側。神様と同じ側のやつだね。
That's why you're scary. You are one who controls. You're on the same side as God, huh?
また撃つかい？
Want to shoot me again?
もう実弾しかないから勘弁してあげよ
I only have real shells left, so I won't.
う。でさ、これもう上富士吉まで歩いちゃう流れ？この先何があるの？
But are we seriously walking to Kamifujiyoshi now? Where are we heading anyway?
それが僕もはっきりとは。
I actually don't know. Of course we meet these characters. Okay, we're gonna take a BRB. The only two characters we didn't get to say goodbye to, of course, they're kind of, we gotta make them have an appearance. I gotta break for a bit. I'm reading a bunch. Just give me a few minutes. I'll throw up another BRB screen. I'll be back in a handful of minutes. Be back shortly, and we'll continue. We'll continue to see what happens. Be right back. Okay. I'm thoroughly stretched. What nonsense could Mamiya bring with her to our finale here? Okay, she screamed. Hisako, Mamiya appeared out of nowhere and swung her back at us, but we managed to jump back just in time. When did I say it? Like 2 hours or so ago when I was like, oh man, it's kind of sad though that we didn't get to see Mamiya and Hashimoto off. I should have known. I should have known they'd come back. They need at least an appearance here at the end. Mamiya appeared out of nowhere and swung her back at us, but we managed to jump back just in time. Mamiya-san, you went back before noon today. What were you doing? Sarasawa-san, and this is... Oh, sorry. I'm the local informant. So it's you. What's going on here? My life is in danger. Huh? What? What is this? Haruaki-san. Explaining it would take a while. Sum it up. I didn't want outsiders present for the performance, so I informed them about a potential mystery scandal with the Miguruma and had them leave for Kami Fujiyoshi. So it's your doing, huh? Everything is, isn't it? Actually, I had Mitsuji do some work, but I couldn't fit that into the summary. Now's not the time for that. What's with those masked people? They have sticks. Is this the Sugisawa village or something? Huh? Is the problem here that blatant? Haruaki-san, behind you! All hail Shinai-sama! Seriously? A wolf actor jumped out of the mist, clad in nothing but a patchwork wolf costume. To me, as I was now, it actually looked comical, but the power of the weapon in his hand was no joke. He was about to hurt me bad. Did you see that JPEG just swing in there? Suddenly, he was blown away. I heard him groan as he disappeared into the mist again and didn't get up for round 2. Of course. Are you okay? Oh, yes? Thank you so much. But what's going on here? Sum it up, Haruaki-san.
休みずで殺人儀式を行おうとしてた連中がその道すがらを外の記者に激写されて半ばパニクりながら襲ってきたんです。
A group that wanted to start a murder ritual in Yasumizu went into a panic and started attacking the journalists taking photos of them.
何言ってるのか一言たりとも理解できないんだけど後でシュール缶を頭からぶっかけてでも説明してもらうから。
I don't understand a bit of what you just said. I'll have you explain this later, even if I have to cover you in canned herring.
それは嫌だ。
Herring.
いいじゃないですか。元オカルトライターの面目躍如でしょ。
Anything but that. It's fine. It's a chance to bolster your reputation as an ex-occult writer.
なんでそんな細かいことまで知ってるのよ。
Why do you know such details?
キューちゃん、ちょっと落ち着いて。
Kyo-chan, calm down a bit.
なんですか、橋本さん。この際言いますけど、橋本さんちょっと余裕ぶっこきすぎです。怪奇なめたらいつか死にますよ。
What's up with you, Hashimoto-san? I must say, you're way too calm about this. You'll die if you underestimate the paranormal.
ああ、それは確かだな。
Well, she's not wrong.
まあまあ、僕のことはいいんだけど。
Hey, don't mind me too much.
怪奇云々の前にまず、 物質的な脅威に対処しないとまずそうだな。
Before we talk of the paranormal and whatnot, let's deal with the more mundane threat. Right as he finished those words, several wolf actors jumped out of the trees, making weird screams. Ah! In that case, you can't use a gun against an enemy with a stick. Then what am I supposed to do? Eat this! A stick flew by her, messing up her hair. So much action. Ah! Wall of flesh! As Shemi dodged, Hashimoto-san had moved into everyone's blind spot and blasted away 2 of the enemies. Don't falter! The other guy's scrawny and the rest are women! Hey, don't call me scrawny. Hey! Drop dead! Probably out of sense of chivalry, they first went for the scrawny guy. That pissed me off. And hey, it was 2 against 1. Oh no, they beat me. Yeah! Oh, this is good. There we go. I was about to say, I want to see at least one action shot here. Just getting leveled by a mountain. Hashimoto-san tackled one while Chiemi-san landed a jump kick on the other. Did I read that right? Oh, saving me. By the time I clicked past it, I was like, did I miss a word there? I missed saving me. Hit in the jaw, the wolf was knocked down in one hit. The mask fell off, and hey, he looked even scrawnier than me. What the hell? Haruki's so offended. Oh, do I have a talent for this? Not bad, little lady. Yeah, she had great legs. Fuck. Are you okay, Shigesaku? Then we'll kill at least one. No. Oh, she's throwing down too. Mamiya-san was actually doing good work for just swinging her shoulder bag around. Did you know that flails are based on farm implements and they're good weapons that let even women and children kill soldiers? Whoa, flail's advantage was that you didn't need that much power to hurt with them, but this gourmet rider was so strong that it didn't matter. Was the bag full of rocks or something? All the ones hit in the head were knocked senseless. Oh, shit! Get them! Take them all! Shit, there's more? There's so many. They just keep coming. Then I'll just keep fighting. Hey, Haruki-san, you fight too! Garah! I hadn't expected Mission 3 to be an all-out battle with this group. It didn't last longer than 10 minutes. Everyone on their side was scrawny, while everyone on my side, myself excluded, were berserkers. Because of that, the dozen or so wolf actors that fought us ended up knocked out on the ground around us. Though, I knew this wasn't over. Looks like they want to talk. This problem had a mythical solution. Mission 3, dealing with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. It would be easy if it could all be taken care of by just beating these scrawny guys. But I had to defeat a false god that had controlled this place for centuries using weird myths and superstitions. Otherwise, I'd be unable to completely free Yasumisu, this village, from the confines of the mists. There were 3. They were positioned and presented in a completely different way than the ones who clearly did the dirty work. Their apparel was fancier too. They were the great Lord Shinai, Yomotsu Okami, that had appeared before the Hanging Pine. They were unarmed, signaling that they didn't want to fight right now. Who are you people? Loyal to the role, he asked that. You seem to be strangely knowledgeable. They'd seen it with the Eye of Miguruma, huh? Of course, you don't believe you can leave this place alive, do you? That's our line, fake. Her eyes didn't show a hint of hesitation, and her words didn't show a bit of fear. God was dead. She'd killed it. Thus, she had no reason to fear, obey, or tolerate a fake. One more step. What's going on here? Depending on your answer, I'll call the police.
すみません。ややこしくなるので、ここは僕が。
Sorry. That'll just make things more messy, so just leave it to me.
あなたも超怪しいんだってば。
You don't look very clean yourself.
彼に任せよう、Q ちゃん。
Let's leave it to him, Q-chan.
橋本さん。
Hashimoto-san?
まあ、妙なことをすれば潰すから。
Well, if he does anything strange, I'll just crush him.
本当。あなたにはかなわないな。
I really can't ever beat you, can I?
さて。
Now.
身車家の者に古き山の神からのことづてを授ける。
I have a message for the Miguruma from the old god of the mountain. They were shaken.
この言葉の意味がわかるなら、貴様らも身車の位高き者なのだろ
う。If you understand that, then you must be important members of the family.
聞け。かの神はよみがえった。狼は死に、影たる狼も死んだ。他の紳士ももはや去るのみ。
Listen, the god has awoken us. The Okami and the great god are dead. The servant shall soon vanish as well.
狼は去り際、のたまった。もはや読み意味の宴は開くべからずと。
Upon leaving, the Okami said that there should be no more feasts.
よって、貴様らにもう聖域を犯す理由はない。
Thus, you have no cause to invade the sacred ground.
帰って、皆に知らせよ。もはやこの山に神内明神はおらぬと。
Leave and tell this to everyone. Great Lord Shinai is no longer on this mountain.
長者家は間もなく廃れよう。
The head families will soon fade.
それまで身を正し、待つがよい。と。
Prepare yourselves and wait until then. To my mind, it was possible that they would back out. After all, God was killed and replaced. That was the hard truth. The people of Yasumizu had changed their values and outlook on life. Thus, the group that had gained power through God would know this truth and thus lose their power. However, who are you? The false god asked that. It was old language. It was a simple question, who are you? Among the many wolf actors here, the youths lying around us and the three in front of us, two of which had backed away in a panic, the elder in the middle stood out. His eyes were looking ahead. Beyond that mask, I could see unwavering black eyes and unshaken vigor. This wasn't the strength of a god. It was just strength of a human. He used it to face me head on. He used it to ask me whether I had what it took to end this mad conspiracy. That was a challenge of the very last boss.
Haruaki-san, どうするの?
Haruaki-san, what will you do? I'd lose if I said something bad. I'd lose if I showed any sort of hesitation. I'd lose if I stayed quiet for too long. I felt as if the mask was laughing at me. Neither are ye good nor divine, child. Ye be no thing. So then why can ye defy God? You are no god or divine child. You are no one. So why can you stand against God? That was a provocation. I knew this well. That was why I'd brought this over. I took it out again. The old wolf mask. Huh. The old man laughed.
神錆びて神なきにせるかぐ土の眺む大和になる神もなし
Kagutsuchi, who had killed God while he acted like God.
あいつ、さっきから何言ってるの？
What's he saying?
百人一首かな。
Sounds like poetry to me.
神錆びて神なきにせるかぐ土。神のように振る舞って神を殺したかぐ土。
Kagutsuchi, who killed God while acting like God.
日のかぐ土は確かに神殺しの神。だけど別に意図して殺したわけじゃないわ。
Hino Kagutsuchi is definitely a god that killed gods, but it wasn't intentional.
燃え盛る体が生まれ落ちるときに母たるイザナミを殺した。直接歌ってるのはかぐ土じゃない。
He killed Izanami because his body was burning as he was born. He's not talking about that Kagutsuchi.
かぐ土。かぐの土。愚かで醜いもの。神様ぶって神を殺した誰かのことを罵り非難する掛け言葉だわ。
Kagutsuchi, Kagu no Suchi, that's a term for someone foolish and ugly. He was cursing and reproaching someone who acted like God and killed a god.
ヤマトはヤマト、なる神、つまり神なりは神なりの掛け言葉。
Yamato is mountain land, while Narukami was Kaminari, becoming God.
山を眺めても神の力の啓示はなく、ヤマトの国にお前がなれる神はない。そういうことかしら。
The mountain shows no signs of God's power, and the land of Yamato has no gods you can become. We'd already killed this god. After claiming that, saying we would take his place would be just wrong and self-contradictory. That was why the old man laughed. He knew he couldn't back out because of something like this. Well, that was the right idea, considering the Shinai faith's theology.
まあ、割とそれは日本神話っぽいわよね。死んだ神はこっちの国にはいないから。
Well, that's very like a Japanese myth. After all, no god had ever died in this country. Exactly.
どういうこと、間宮さん？
What do you mean, Mamiya-san? Indeed, this was the right time.
聖者と死者の領域が国で区切られてる。ほら、イザナギだってそうだったじゃない？
The border between the land of the living and land of the dead is the country itself. That's how it was with Izanaki, you know? Indeed, this was the right place.
人も神も死ねば黄泉の国に行くのよ。
Humans and gods, everyone who dies goes to Yomi. This god existed. I had to thank Mamiya-san for the explanation later. I put on the mask. I donned the mask. Fool.
うるさいな。言ってやるからしかと聞け。
Shut up. Just let me talk. It was a bit pathetic, but I would borrow your power again.
我の名前はよもつ狼。
My name is Yomotsu Okami.
汝申せしは狼。今はここにあらず。さればこそ我、狼にあらず。
If your argument that Okami is no more, then verily I, Okami the great god, can also not be.
汝、狼ならば、我もまた狼なり。牛吉の地を治めたる、老面の神なり。
If ye calleth yourself Okami, then just as well I am Okami the great god, the wolf-faced god that had regned in Fujiyoshi.
いや違う。ここは伏吉じゃない。黄泉だ。
No, this isn't Fujiyoshi, it's Yomi. Saranaga's mists were all around us.
ここに僕とあなたがいるからには、あなたも僕も死んだことに相違ない。
The fact that we're both here means that we both died. Heh.
さらば次なる夕霧の日来たらば我らすなわち落ち戻らんや。
Then the god would arisen at any time the mist cameth. Then the god would resurrect whenever the mist come. What an appropriate thing to worry about. Solution was simple though.
いいならなぜなら今日を最後にこの山峡に黄泉の霧の立つことはない。
No, because the mist of Yomi will never come over this mountain again.
いかなれ。
And why is that? So he wasn't satisfied with a direct answer to his argument, huh?
ならば語ろう。
Then let me speak.
僕とあなたの最後の物語を。
This is the final story between us.
あなた方の物語の続きを語ろう。
The continuation of your story. After all, storytelling was my specialty. After the feast of the Yomi Purge, the wolves left the village. However, then came the Saranaga mists, and the wolves rose up from Yomi to kill people. The people were scared and killed more and more people they thought to be the wolves' allies. The feast of the Yomi Purge had become a fearsome massacre. But then it was found out that the wolves hadn't actually died. They had just fallen off the cliff, weakened, caught by someone, and locked up in a dark prison. That someone was a snake. Shinai-san had turned out to be the wolves. The snake was using the feast to create an uprising against the wolves. To the wolves, the snake said that ones who went against God's will were the humans and continued to tell the people that the wolves were bad. The snake would then wear Shinai-san's clothes, appear before people, and control them completely using frightening words. However, the wolves weren't tricked. After all, the badger, who'd come to the feast late, came to their prison and told the wolves the truth. With the badger's help, the wolves escaped the prison and returned to the village. Regrettably, a lot of blood had already been spilled in the name of the Okami. The wolves were sad that their names would from now on invoke fear and hate among the people. Thus, the wolves chose to set things straight. First, they went to the dream of a human girl who was born with the blessing of the snake, only to be marked by the wolves and chased out of her home. They told her to use powerful smoke and fire to burn all the guardians. She believed their words, and after lots of trouble, she obtained the powerful smoke and fire from a faraway land. Then, she returned back home and used it to burn down the snake and its fellow guardians. With them at last punished, the wolves took everyone on a journey far away. With that, Mujina, the badger, and the old god who was once the wolf's servant, had now taken its place as the new eternal god of the mountain. One of the guardians, the crow, was allowed to stay and be the watcher of Yomi to prevent any from rising again. With that, Shinai-san was gone, leaving only humans, the crow, and the new god, bringing forth a new age of peace. The new god occasionally brings the mist as a reminder of the wolves. It's a good mist that protects people's dreams, takes away diseases, prevents fires, and promises prosperity, so the people began to love it when they came. However, misty nights were when gods walked the earth, so the people cleansed, sheltered, and dreamed to not get in their way. Upon seeing that, the new god said, "Well done." And they lived happily ever after. As I finished talking, I felt I could hear God giggle with bizarre sort of amazement. Well, that was probably good enough. By the way, I'd chosen to say nothing about my daughter. I'd leave that part of the plot to the daughter herself.
だから、蛇のおのおの方。
So, people of the snake,
僕もあなた方もここから去るべき時です。
the time has come for us to retreat.
黄泉の国を経由して遠いところへ。
Let us pass through Yomi and go far away. With that conclusion, I took off the mask.
迎え火の卓や煙の切り立ちて雲となるらん震え口縄
The fire of Almighty God shall this old snake burn. Where we was shold it yieldeth mist, become clouds in the sky, and release a rain of chains.
どうなったの?
Did it work?
さあ、今の歌はちょっと難しいけど、口縄は蛇のことだっけ?
I don't know. The words were a bit too complex for me, but I think I heard a snake in there. They were whispering to each other for a minute or two. Eventually, the masked old man began moving again, looked up, and spent a few seconds. After a brief but intense moment of prayer, he opened his mouth. Understood. The two seemed perplexed. I told you we shouldn't be doing this in the first place. I know we were raised to not go against the head, but I can't stomach him any longer. My stupid son and late father should know the meaning of karma now. Young'un, sorry for making you act like that. You can go now. We'll take care of everything. Huh? Well, I wasn't sure how to respond. Should I report you? Things would be bad if the healthcare center came. Well, this village might disappear then. What would those without savings do then? Hope they don't go nuts. You're still looking down on Yasumisu? Chiemi-chan, that's not it. Fujiyoshi people still need Fujiyoshi. Huh? Wait, are you saying we shouldn't report him? Well, yeah? Wait, no, stop. Don't make me keep quiet about such a scoop. I don't know what's what, but why not do this? Let's watch if these people, the Miguruma, still keep doing bad things and see if we can fix them. But if it looks hopeless, let's investigate them ourselves. Hashimoto-san, what's with the sudden professionalism? It seems very fishy to me. To be a pro is to stay... to be a pro is to stay calm. Don't worry so much and just watch. You'll see something in the paper in a few days. Something about a strange event in a remote village. What's wrong with you all? Get up, all of you! He turned around and threw away his mask. I couldn't see his face, but his long gray hair, large neck, and defined jawline told me that he was really vigorous for his age. The fancy mask he dropped made a clattering sound on the wood and gravel. God once again returned to the earth. As if he felt nothing about it, the old man didn't even turn around as he shouted at the wolf actors and left. Oji-sama. I looked at Chiemi.
孫娘などおらぬ。
The Miguruma have no granddaughters.
さあさあ、引け、引け。
Now, retreat. We watched as the wolves left without showing a hint of divinity.
おじいさんって
Oji-sama.
現当主はまだ身車千恵美の実父のはずだから。
The current head should still be Chiemi Miguruma's dad.
わかんないよ。
So, I don't know.
先代はよそで暮らしてるって会ったことなかったし。
I was told that the previous head lives elsewhere. I never even met him.
そういえば戦時中にあった宴からしばらく40年くらい宴がない時期があったって聞いたな。
I heard that after the first feast, they don't have another one for about 40 years.
霧が出なかったんじゃなくて、もしかしたら
Maybe it wasn't because there just weren't any mists.
やめよ。身車にいい人がいたかもなんて今は別に知りたくない。
Let's stop there. At this point, I don't want to know if there were good people among the Miguruma.
わかった。
Alright.
それより今は事情を聞く気満々の間宮さんをどうするか考えた方が。
You should think about what to do with Mamiya-san. She really wants to know what's going on here.
あ、宝生久子さん。実は僕、あなたの記事のファンなんです。アップルページ1月号の雑煮特集見ました。
Kyoko Hosei, I'm actually a fan of your articles. I saw the New Year's Soup special report on Junior's Apple page.
嘘、初めて自分の記事の読者見つけた。ってごまかされるか。
Huh? Really? You're the first reader I've ever met. Wait, don't change the subject.
まあ、じゃあ、お二人の車まで道すがら話しますよ。多分もう危険はないですが、行きづらいでしょ?
Well, I'll just tell you as we head to your car. It's probably safe now, but it's hard to walk, isn't it?
確かにちょっと怖いね。
Well, it's a bit scary.
こっちには違法改造ショットガンナーがいますから、ご安心を。
Don't worry, we have a shotgunner with an illegal assault off here.
やめてよ。
Hey, stop!
つくづくいい性格の人のようね。いいわ。とことん付き合おうじゃない。
I see you are quite a character. Well, alright, I'll play along. And so, this misty night passed without any werewolves appearing. Not everyone made it out unharmed, but it seemed like a good ending to me. All missions clear. Now, I just had to return. I briefly told Mamiya-san about the feast and that they helped prevent it. Well, she did wonder how I knew about it. I considered telling her about the looping, mostly because it seemed interesting, but I was too tired to talk for that long. That was where I ended the interview. She made me exchange phone numbers, eager to interview me someday. We then met up with everyone in the hall, and we all went down to Saranaga. I looked around for Mako, but I couldn't find her anywhere, though I noticed that my backpack was completely out of food. Some writing stuff was gone too, and there were some clumsy letters on the waterproof bag. Thank you, Fusayuki-san. And that was it. I didn't get it, but I could only guess she was satisfied with something and just left. I was kind of worried though, but I had no doubts that she would grow up strong, and that no one would ever catch her again. Going down Saranaga on rubber boats was pretty easy. The fantastical mist surrounding us was very beautiful, enchanting, and I could totally understand why the people of the past thought this was Yomi. Eventually, the mist ended, and so did the forest. Rakako-san was watching as the mist grew more distant. She was silently crying. Yeah, I might have taken her side if everyone in Yasumisu were irredeemable scumbags. The moment I thought that, Chiemi and Haru-chan pinched my ass like they'd just read my mind. Let me re-see this again. I hit hide. That's not what I meant to hit. I meant to hit log. Eventually this ended into the forest. Rakako-san was watching as the mist grew more distant. She was silently crying. Yeah, I might have taken her side if everyone in Yasumisa were irredeemable scumbags. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought that's what I had read that as. Sometimes you gotta double read a thing and just be like, let me just make sure I didn't miss a thing or misinterpret a thing. Haruchan supposedly could read minds, but she actually sussed it out herself this time. It'd be hard for anyone who's not Mochi to handle being her boyfriend. As we arrived at a crossroads and got out, I saw Mitsuji waiting for us with 3 4-wheelers nearby. Fuck, you're slow.
ごめん。もう夢は終わったんだよね。君の羊も戻ったの？
Sorry, the dream's over, right? Is your sheep back?
ああ、問題ない。
Yeah, it's all good.
よかった。心配した？
Good. Were you worried?
したよ。何人かボートごと転身するしよ。
I was. Some of the others flipped their boats.
申し訳ない。その狼様。
I'm sorry. Kami-sama.
ああ、この人ただの羊なんで気にしないでください。
Oh, she's just a sheep, so don't worry.
てめえ何言ってやがる。つうか、いいのかよ。神だとかいう話だったろ。
What the hell are you saying? What happened to the whole thing about being gods?
このメンバーにはバラして OK。
You can reveal it to these people.
ああ、そうかよ。道理でてめえがそうやって住人の前でバカみてえに仮面抱えてると思ったぜ。
Oh, really now? So that's why you're carrying the mask right in front of them?
と、忘れるところだった。野里さん、これ僕は演技に使いましたが、安水の祠から出土した人柱の遺物です。
Oh, I almost forgot. Masato-san, I use this for the act, but this is actually a human sacrifice relic I dug out in a small wayside shrine in Yasumizu.
なんと
It is?
中には骨もありました。きちんと整理して埋葬だか展示だか、とにかくお任せします。
There were bones there too. Clean it up, give them a proper burial, display them, do whatever you want there.
受けたまわった。まあ、私に考古学だのなんだのの才覚はないのだが。
Understood. Well, I have no talent for archaeology.
多分そのうち適切な人材が現れますよ。と。
You'll probably have fitting people come sooner or later.
そういえば、他の人は？
Speaking of which, where's everyone else?
もう勝原のホテルに着いた。そっからしばらく熱海行きのバスツアーにぶっ込むからな。ま、あとは任せろ。
They're in a hotel in Kachihara. They'll soon go on a bus toward Atami. Well, just leave them to me.
マジで、どういう組織なんだ、君んとこは。
You really are part of that kind of organization, huh?
正義の味方。
Heroes of justice.
すげえ元カノ持ってたんだな、僕は。
Wow, I've got an impressive ex.
元カノ言うなバカ。まあ、てめえにも何かしら音沙汰があんだろうから、首洗って待ってろ。
Don't say that, you dumbass. Anyway, you'll hear from us again, so better brace yourself.
は？ここまでして殺されんの？僕。
Huh? Haven't I died enough?
言い方が悪かった。ま、大ごとにはしねえようにするから安心しろ。
Sorry, poor wording. I'll make sure it doesn't get too crazy, so don't worry.
じゃあ、着去は解除しとく。
Then I'll unblock you.
着去かよ。つくづくひでえとしか言いようがねえやつだよ、お前はよ。
You had me blocked? God damn, you just get shittier by the minute.
僕はまともだ。狂ってるのは世界だ。
I'm normal. It's the world that's insane.
あ、悪い。乗ってくれ。
Oh, yeah, get in.
いや、お二人って。
I mean, are you...
ああ、三峰光次。最近破局した噂の元カノで、正義の味方をやってるらしく、ここで偶然再会した。
Oh, Mitsuji Misamine, my ex, broken up recently. Her job is an ally of justice, and we coincidentally bumped into each other here. Yes, it's as fucking insane as it sounds. Don't worry about it. What kind of intro is that?
みつじ、芹沢千恵美さん。誰かさんの陰謀でループ地獄にはまった中で一瞬付き合って別れた噂の元カノでエア殺人鬼。
Mitsuji, this is Chiemi Serizawa-san. She got into a loop hell because of a certain someone, and we dated each other for a moment, so she's the rumored ex. She's also a casual murderer.
噂じゃない。っていうかやめてよ。あの壮絶な思い出の数々をそんな感じで簡略化すんのは。
Rumored? And stop putting all my pain into just 2 or 3 words.
まあその辺のあれは俺のせいもあるし、何も言わねえにしても相変わらず最低だなお前。
Well, that was kind of my fault too, so I have no place to talk, but you're as bad as always, huh?
僕をけなしとけばいいって風潮は間違ってると思う。
I think dissing me shouldn't become a trend.
いいからもう寝たい。
I just want to go to sleep now.
お風呂もできれば入りたい。
I want to bathe too.
春秋様を殺したい。
I want to kill Haruaki Fusaishi-sama.
なんだよこの面白ご一行様は。
What are you, the Three Stooges?
いやもう全く申し訳ない。
My apologies.
あんたが保護者か。まあ乗ってくれ。
So you're their babysitter? Well, get in.
春秋、あんたはバイクあったけど乗ってくか？
What about you, Haruaki? I know you have a bike, but do you want to ride?
いや、いいや。
No, that's fine.
ここで別れる。
Let's part ways here.
そうか。わかった。
I see. All right.
え？
Huh?
バカ。
Dummy.
私はその嫌いじゃないよ。えげつない春秋のこと。
I really don't hate how merciless you can be.
私らのことは気にせずに素直になれば？
Stop minding us and just be honest with yourself. Nope.
たまには社に詣に来ませい。町のお方。
And come pay tribute at my shrine someday, city dweller.
はるちゃんはこっち向いて。ハッサンとやらはとっとと帰るといい。来るときは面白土産をな。
Haru-chan, look here. Hassan man, you can go now. And bring something good when you get back.
またいずれ。
See you again.
ええ。
Yes.
他のみんなにもよろしくじゃないか。僕はもう死んだことになってるし。
Tell the others that... Nothing. I'm supposed to be dead.
じゃ、いいや。
Yeah, whatever.
おやすみ。さよなら。
Good night and goodbye. I said that and turned around. Dummy. That was the last thing I heard from them. Then I heard them no longer. Been a while, my beloved bike. Though, I'd hop on it later. Sorry. A power drive, some stream walking, cliff climbing, excavating, acting, fighting, negotiating. No day had been as exhausting as this one. I finally remembered that my hand was injured, but the fatigue numbed the pain. I'd just sleep. I really wanted some sleep. Dong. 5:13, Tuesday. I woke up surrounded by mist. I woke up next to a pile of corpses.
なんてね。寝すぎだよ、春秋さん。さあさあ早く遠くへ連れてってよ。
As if. Wake up already, Haruaki-san, and take me somewhere far away. That kind of stuff wouldn't happen again. Oh, thank God. Not again! Nothing strange would happen in reality.
人狼なんているわけないじゃないか。
There's absolutely no such thing as werewolves. I whispered to no one. Then, I gathered my stuff and left. The place where the convenience store was supposed to be was empty. It was all just forest. Of course, that was all just a dream. I didn't get lost anymore, but I felt like I'd soon forget this road. That was what dreams were like. Haru-chan's whole thing was just a juvenile delusion. Mitsuji's organization was just a public peacekeeping agency. God was purely psychological. There, all of that had to be the products of reality. The endless Saranaga, the rotting Yomibito, the few monsters, a certain someone's love. It was all a dream. That was how I'd chosen to look at it. And so, I returned to my normal everyday life. One day. A while after that.
県郡藤吉村で村長が汚職で隕石辞任
Mayor of Fujiyoshi Village resigns due to corruption scandal.
橿原地方のペット業者が破産で大量の犬を処分
A pet company in the Kachihara area goes bankrupt, has to put down lots of dogs.
これだけか新聞見ろって割におとなしいな
That's it? I expected more considering he told me to read it. After the incident, I gathered local newspapers and mimicked the previous Nasato family heads. Yet these were the only relevant reports I found. Though it wasn't nothing, it would be rash to underestimate this. The village mayor, probably a Miguruma or someone related, resigning was something that simply couldn't have happened there before. Even if it had, it would be something that went unnoticed. The people would simply decide it through secret power struggles. This could only mean that there was something a lot worse than just corruption, and this made it out to the public because they simply couldn't hide it all. The same went for the pet shop. If the Miguruma had really used rabies for the corruption, it would be national news. After all, it was basically a form of bioterrorism. Hell, with all the rabid dogs they had, the disease must have spread to other mammals like rats, according to what I'd looked up. If these rabid animals spread all over, Japan would no longer be considered rabies-free, and that would cost the country a lot. Otherwise, those were just unhygienic dogs trained in a weird way. Or maybe the elitists hid it to prevent panic and loss of resources. Well, there was Mitsuji's job too. I hadn't heard from them yet, and I got nothing when trying to call her myself, even though I sang the Buddha's Ash Rock. Well, whether government or secret organization, I hoped her group did whatever they had to in the background. Apparently, situation in Fujiyoshi was stable. There was a mayoral election, and the Nasato head ended up taking the post. The reason why they skipped the Higuchi was probably too complicated to release for the public. I was informed of this through an email left by Kinosuke Nasatoshi. He was outside the village right now, along with Rikako Imatsu-san. He rationalized this with his family by saying that he would seclude himself with her and keep the danger that was the Uematsu family away. Bold. Bold move! He could easily contact his brother, current head and mayor, and get info from him, and I could probably learn more if I contacted them. But this was their problem now. If I went any deeper, it'd be just a rubbernecker. Rubbernecker. Great term. I did find out that life in Yasumizu carried on as always, which was good enough for me. Oh man. Did the fact that I'd been trying to copy the previous Nasatos mean that I still hadn't recognized the whole event as a dream? Or maybe I had some lingering feelings. I could still see her at the edge of my vision. Oh, Haruaki. Was it that hard for me to end it? Weird. My flashback was extremely vivid and still failed to leave me. Yo, self-proclaimed Haruaki-san?
Yeah.
Yo? I almost screamed. Almost. I'm here. Pretty good house you got here. Way above what other students have. Yeah, I guess. Oh, here's a present. Oh. Oh, thank you. Sea cucumber manju? Where'd you get this treasure? I'm hyped as hell now. Chiemi-sensei, how did you get in? Lots of people left just now, so I slipped by as they went out. The auto lock didn't stand a chance. Front door was actually open too. They always came in droves, so I just left the door open. Friends? editors.
実はさっきから気になってるんだけど、この真新しい本の山。
I've been meaning to mention that pile of new books.
憲本だね。
Complimentaries.
え、作家さん？
Huh? You're an author?
一応。
Kinda.
これテレビで見たことある。
I saw this one on TV.
あ、こっちは学生業で。
Oh, and this one in the student co-op.
全部作家の名義違うじゃん。
The authors' names are all different.
本名はどれかな？
Which one's the real one?
どうせ全部偽名でしょ？っていうか、久石春明って。
They're all fake, aren't they? And wait, Haruaki Fusaishi?
久石陽明、久石陽明、不在証明、アリバイのことじゃない。はい、ふざけてましたね。
Switch them to get Fusaishi Haruaki. Haruaki can be read as Yume. Fusaishi Yume. Fusaishi Yume. That's Japanese for alibi. You were just messing around, huh?
ふざけたわけじゃない。あれは仕事をサボる時用のペンネームなだけだ。
I didn't. That's my pen name for when I'm barely working.
根底がふざけている。というか何それ、人気小説家？人生の勝利者じゃん。庶民なめんな。
You are messing around. And wait, you're seriously a famous author. You're a winner at life. Don't look down on us commoners.
一応締め切りと編集者と文才の枯渇に怯えながら細々と暮らしているんですが。
I'm actually living in constant fear of deadlines, editors, and writer's block.
本名は？
What's your real name? She chased me around my office and study for around a minute. Then,
まあいいですわ。
oh well.
そうだ。一体なんでここに？
Right. Why are you here?
みっちゃんに住所を聞いて。
I asked for your address from Mi-chan.
みっちゃん？
Mi-chan?
みつじさん。
Mitsuji-san?
なんで仲良くなってんですか？
Why are you two friends now?
あいつだけはやめとけっていっぱい言われた。
She told me over and over and over to forget about you.
いよいよなんで来たの？
Seriously, why are you here?
あれから5社ほど落ちまして。
I've been rejected by 5 companies since then.
おお、それは気の毒な。
Whoa, harsh.
大学は軽く夏休みだったりもしまして。
And there's a summer break at college.
もうそんな季節か。
It's that season, huh?
ちょっと気分転換が必要だな。そういえば二血してくれるっていうナンパな兄ちゃんがいたなって。
So I figured I need to change a pace. That's when I remembered that there's a Casanova who said he'd be fine with taking me as a mistress.
ああ、夢の中で。
Yeah, in a dream.
ちえみは夢の中とは思ってないけど。
I don't think it was just a dream.
いいのかな？
You sure about this?
目の前にいるのはループの中で3人の女子に手を出したリアル狼だけど。
You're talking to a real wolf who looped around and snagged 3 women along the way.
あら大変。じゃあそばにいなきゃ。また殺せるように。
Oh dear. Guess I gotta stay by your side so I can kill you again.
言うじゃないか。
Big words.
どう？いろいろあった甲斐あって、ちょっとはいい女になった？
Well, do you think I become a better woman?
趣味は悪いと思う。
I think you have poor taste.
お互い様でしょ？
Pot, meat, kettle. Got his ass. Denying that would have pissed me off, so I said nothing.
一本取った？
Point for me, huh?
じゃあ先に10本取った側の言うことを何でも聞くって賭けをしようか。
You know what? First to 10 can make the other do whatever they want.
やったー。
Nope.
何を？
What?
ちえみちゃんは自称春明さんのルールを破りに来たんだから。
I came here to break your rules.
ここから先は一歩もあげない。
From now on, I want to give, not just get.
一緒になったら二人でどこまでも狂っちゃうって言ってたっけ？
You said that we become more and more insane if we're together, right?
だったらちえみは春明さんの敵でいいや。
So, I figured I'd be your enemy instead.
優秀な対戦相手、あるいはお邪魔虫としてずっとひっついていくよ。
I'll be your rival, or just a thorn in your side.
ね、神様。
What do you think, God?
いい度胸だ、人間。
How bold of you, human. Look at this role play going on. She always smiled, stuck out her tongue, and ran off ahead of me. A cheerful, insane, weird girl. That was very scary. And interesting. I'd play along. I'd catch up to her.
じゃ、これかぶって。
Put this on then.
みっちゃんのお下がり？
Is this Mi-chan's?
別れてから買ったバイクですから、ヘルメットだって新品だよ。
I got the bike after we broke up. The helmet's new too.
そっかそっか。
I see, I see.
なんだろ
う What?
ネットかぶる前にちょうだい。
Give me one before I put this on.
ずっと我慢してた
Oh
の。
boy. I've been holding back for so long. Crap. What a surprise attack.
そんなん言われたらするよ。
If you're gonna say that, guess I'll just do it. Just as she asked, I kissed her.
おめでとう。君はこいつに唇を奪われた13人目の女の子です。
Congratulations, you're the 13th woman to be kissed by this guy. Shut up, Haruki.
おめでとう。
Oh my god.
春明さんは生まれて初めて中で敗北感を感じたため、苦し紛れに過去のスコアを晒しました。
Congratulations, you felt defeated by a kiss for the first time ever and revealed your score to try and save face.
行くぞ。
Let's go.
はーい。
Okay. Oh, they're so cool. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Look at her. She looks so cute with the fucking helmet on and the
座
goggles.
り心地いいんだ。
She's too cool for him. Let's be real. This guy sucks. Wow, this is comfy.
速度はあんまり出ないけどね。足はステップ。手はベルトかそこのフレームにかけて。
It's not that fast, though. Put your legs on the step and hands on the belt or the frame.
オッケー。あんま密着しないんだね。
Okay, this doesn't bring us too close, huh?
運転中に誘惑してこないように、そのまま天国に行ってしまう。
Don't bother me while I'm driving or we'll be knocking on heaven's door.
それは夜のお楽しみでしょう。
We're saving that until tonight, huh?
やったぜ。
Woohoo!
まあ、自称春明さんがまた事故って立ち往生とかしない限りですけど。
Me when a fun night is ahead? Woohoo! Well, that's only if you don't crash and die again.
一応整備もちょっと勉強したぞ。早速原稿のネタにしたけど。
I learned how to do some maintenance. Immediately used it in a book I'm writing.
春明さんが調子に乗るとかっこ悪くなりがちだから注意すること。
You tend to become really uncool when you're too uppity. Keep that in mind.
ちえみはラリってぶっ殺さないように注意ね。
Well, you keep in mind not to go on a random murder spree and kill me.
わお、2だ。あとは2人とも。
Ouch.
リセットはもうないことを忘れずにってとこかな。
Ouch. That one hurt. Guess we also got to keep in mind that we don't have any resets now, huh?
違いない。
True. I turned on the engine.
じゃあ、行くよ。
Let's go then.
オッケー。
Okay. Just as the previous journey led to a dream we could no longer return to, this one would surely lead us to moments so great they could never be repeated. Yay! God, you're quick with that comment. Let me stew on it for at least like 2 seconds. No, let's see. Yeah, I think I don't even want to say the back half. I think the last stretch is kind of clumsy, for sure. It's kind of funny. I started this whole game. I started at the very beginning saying that I knew nothing about this game other than for some reason online sentiment said that the ending was really bad to this game and really handled poorly. And you know, like how when people like, there's that phenomenon where like people like tell you like, oh, this thing is so fucking great, this thing is great, like a movie or a show or whatever, a game. They're like, it's so good, you have to experience this thing, it's so fucking good, it's so good. And then you go to see it and you're like, oh, it was fine, but it was built up so much that like I was kind of let down because it was overhyped, basically, right? I think almost in a weird way, I think the reverse situation happened here to me, where I had seen only sentiment that was like so negative about the ending, where I was expecting. Now, don't get me wrong, I still think the ending stretch was clumsy for sure, but I was expecting so much worse. I was waiting for that such a terrible thing to happen where I was like I was expecting something really bad. Like I was expecting obviously completely different game, but I was thinking of something along the lines of like, what's that game that's like, funnily enough, is about time looping and stuff, but like it's like called like 12 minutes or something. I was expecting like some kind of revelation like that to make me very upset, and it wasn't like on that level. Oh, thanks for playing this game. I love to see that. Godspeed to me. Godspeed to me indeed. Yeah, I don't think it was bad. I do think I was much more engrossed and interested in the beginning to middle of the game, and then I think the last third probably was quite on a sloppy kind of, the last third of the game was kind of, I mean, it honestly, on a pure, like, digestibility level, it is rough when, like, your back end is, and I'm sure, again, I don't know exactly why people had the biggest complaints with the ending and stuff, but, like, it's not great when you're towards the last third and you get, like, the lore dump type stuff we got, like, really heavy with, like, Nasato, and then even some of the other, like, the Mafia, talking about the spider things, like, you probably don't want to squeeze so much and so much explanation of, like, things that are going to set up the finale in such a weird, condensed way. But I will say, I did, you know, obviously I half-jokingly groaned through a lot of stretches of this game. And I still hold on to the fact that Haruaki's a big fucking dork. For sure. I still say that if he would have died at some point in the game, like halfway through, and then we took over as a new protagonist, I definitely wouldn't have minded that. If that was like a twist that revealed. I mean, like I said, with visual novels and mystery visual novels in particular, my bar is never... Like, I've played so many. I've experienced so many games like this, and, like, you know, going back years and years and years now, and then even on this channel, I generally, unless something is really, truly offensive, I generally will find some enjoyment from stuff like this in some shape or fashion. Is this going to end up ranking amongst the top for me? For sure not. Just for sure not, because obviously I've played some that are, like, really great. But yeah, I do think it was kind of like a reverse situation where I think I had heard so much bad about this game in the end in particular that I kind of like built up a resistance. I feel like I was waiting for something really atrocious and that never came through. I still think it's clunky as hell though. What is this? Unlocked revelation mode. By setting it on in the options, you can replay the... No fucking way. No fucking way. Don't You can replay the game with additional thoughts and flashbacks by Haruaki, as well as added scenes from other characters' points of view. No, this is the ultimate thing I hate. I hate games hiding stuff behind another replay. No. No, don't make me do that. Oh, immediately thrown into a conundrum. Oh, okay, I hate when games do this. Oh, if you're a frequent viewer of this channel, you know I absolutely detest games trying to convince me to replay them. Oh, I'm groaning. I'm not gonna stop groaning. No. Another 50 hours. No. Fuck. By setting it on in the options, you can replay the game with additional thoughts and flashbacks by Haruaki, as well as added scenes from other characters' points of view. Dude, okay, so I bet we're, like, gonna see stuff like, how the fuck did the old man trip and fall with the knife? Because I'm sure we get someone who's fucking tied a knot with the grass or whatever. Like, I bet we see shit like that. What? But I hate this! Oh, is my life a joke to you? Oh, God. Bah, I'll be waiting there. Oh, I'm sure we get some more Mako explanation. Oh, God, it's gated behind a replay, dude. Oh, this is exactly the thing I don't want to see when I finish a game. I know I might be in the minority, but this kind of shit just bugs me so much in games. I hate most games that have systems of having to replay things. Hiding story bits. Oh, man. Because now you have to choose. You either go through it again and, like, it's a matter of time. Time is precious. Time is not infinite in our lives. I don't know if you know this. We only have so much time on this planet. And I only have so much time on this channel. Yeah. Fuck me, dude. Ending, true. Watch hint corner? Sure. Send me into the hint corner. The one hint corner will... Actually, no, we technically watched the hint at the very beginning, right? Send me into the hint corner. Fuck it.
Yo, Taisho.
Hey, Chief.
Thank
you for coming all this way. A long, long nightmare has finally ended. As an expert in dreams, I apologize for putting you through all that trouble, but none of this would have been resolved if it weren't for you. And I never believed that this would all end so cleanly. There was a casualty, but in his case it seems as true when they say heaven's judgment is slow but sure. In incidents like these, it's not uncommon for there to be people who saved at some sad price. I sure as hell didn't expect her of all people to be saved when all was said and done. No. How sad. How sad. I was set up. I was betrayed. Haruaki-sama, you foolish dummy. Wait, did I not get all death scenes? I thought I was so thorough with every path that I went back and I thought I got all bad endings. Was there something I missed somewhere? Like, I was being so particular about, like, if I ever went down, like, what seemed like a correct path, then I would always double back, and I thought I had gotten all... How sad. Oh, wait, I already read that.
しかしお前、一体どうしたあなた。春秋のやつの契約執行は間に合ったはずだし、その場合、ただ自殺して終わるはずだろ。
But how did you end up like this? The execution of Haruaki's contract should have been in time, but in which case should have just ended with you committing suicide.
それは本編のリカ子もあなたも知るところではございませんが。
That is something neither me nor my main story know.
あなたは知っておられるでしょ。白々しいですよ、羊様。
Have you no shame, Sheep-sama? You clearly know, do you not?
おう。じゃあ振りがあったところでいくつかの説明に移らせてくれ。
Yeah. Well, I'm at a disadvantage, so let's move on to some explanations.
もう終わりじゃなかったのかって。おいおい大将、レイジングループはあの往生際最悪の春秋のやつの物語だぜ。
What's that? It's already over, you say? What there, Chief? Did you forget that Raging Loop is a story of Haruaki Fusaishi, the worst quitter in the world?
事件は完全に終わったが、大将にはまだお楽しみが残ってるのさ。
The incident may be totally over, but there's still much for you to enjoy.
とても良い趣味のお楽しみが。本編で一杯壊された私もこれには大賛成でございます。
Yes, very tasteful content at that. Oh, that C word I hate. Even I, who was tricked in the main story, agree with that. He.
トゥルーエンド。題して、ちえみちゃんとラブラブロングツーリングだが。
True ending, lovey-dovey road trip with Chiemi-chan.
前から思ってましたが、その題って一体誰が考えておられるのでしょうか。
You know, I have been wondering this for a while, but who comes up with those titles?
俺だが、どうかしたか？
Me. Got a problem with that?
いえ、お先をどうぞ。
No, by all means continue.
エンディング内容については、ここでいろいろ言うのも野暮ってもんだろ。あくまでゲームとしての手続きを説明しよう。
It'd be rather tasteless for us to talk about the content of the ending here, so we explain solely about what happens next as a game.
トゥルーエンドに到達したことで、暴露モードが解禁された。
By reaching the true ending, you have unlocked Revelation Mode. Here, they're gonna try to convince me to do Revelation Mode. They're gonna try to convince me very hard.
今はオフだが、オンにしてもらえれば早速発動するぜ。
I think you can find the Revelation Mode function in the options already at this point. It's off right now, but you can start it right away by switching it on.
まあ、それで何が起こるのでしょう。
Wow, and what will happen when you do?
なんだその棒読み。これをオンにすると、本編の各所に暴露シーンが表示される。
That was the flattest line read I've read. By turning it on, revelation scenes will show up in the main story.
暴露シーンとは、本編では描かれなかった春秋の視点外の様々な情報。主には各キャラの感情や対話のことだ。
Revelation scenes are various pieces of information outside of Haruaki's viewpoint that weren't shown in the main story. Mostly the emotions and conversations of other characters. Let's see this comment. If you don't want to replay the game straight away, wait a bit, play some other games. In a couple months when you're ready, you can play it then. I know myself, dude. I know if then this has been my thing this whole time. It's already a tough sell, and if I leave a game and I move on, I'm not saying it's impossible, but if I move on, like, I'll mentally check out. And, like, me booting this game up is if I don't get to it immediately, there's more of likely of a chance that I'll never get back to it. You know what I mean? I'll walk through my thought process here. Once we get through out of this hint corner, I'll walk through my thought process, and I'll talk it out. I'm gonna talk out the situation, and we'll figure this out. I will figure this out. Revelation scenes are various pieces of information outside of Haruki's viewpoint that weren't shown in the main story, mostly emotions and conversations of other characters.
特に3、読みや5、基地での狼側の思考や暗躍、それに全編通してのどっかの黒幕様の陰謀とか。
3, Yomi, and 5, Wit in particular show the thoughts and secret actions of the wolves there, as well as the schemes of a certain mastermind throughout the entire main story. Hee.
おめえ、あれ大丈夫なのか?
You okay there?
ええ、儚くも不可思議な一ヒロインの仮面の下に恐るべき悪意をはらむ敵役として新たな魅力をご開示いたしましょう。
Yes, for now I can take off my mask as a fleeting and mysterious heroine to reveal my new appeal as a terrifying enemy full of malice.
いや、暴露される数々のドジとかバカとかシワ喧嘩とかむっつりスケベはいいのかあれ、おめえ的に。
No, with you it reveals a lot of all sorts of moments of you being a klutz, an idiot, getting into lovers' quarrels, and being a closet pervert.
まあそのようなあれそれもうにゃうにゃとありつつも
Well, all of that has its own appeal.
暴露シーンには本編からこぼれた謎や不思議の数々が詰まっております。
Revelation scenes containing all sorts of mysteries and marvels left out of the main story. For example,
それこそ私があの暗闇の中でなぜあのようなことになったのかとか
this one, how did I end up as that thing in the darkness?
あるいは謎めいた春明様がどのようなことを内心で考えておられたのかの開示であったりとか
Or, what was that living enigma Haruaki-sama thinking deep down?
あとは羊様と春明様の冒頭から繰り広げられてたこっぱずかしい茶番劇もしっかりと収録されております。
It also details the shameful farce that Sheep-sama and Haruaki-sama kept playing over and over from the start. Is this your idea of a counterattack?
しますとも反撃。第一あなたはよくもそういう立場で平然と全編通してインターフェースキャラをやれましたね。
It is indeed. First of all, how dare you act as an interface character watching over the whole story from here with a straight face? You're the last one I want to hear that from.
というようなリカ子と羊のやりとりもちょっとではありますがヒントコーナーに追加されるとかなんとか。
Exchanges like that between myself and Sheep-sama will also appear in the hint corners and such.
そんな暴露モードだが、これをオンにすることでシナリオチャートにも少しだけ変化が現れる。
Also, by turning Revelation mode on, the scenario chart will change slightly.
今すでに出てるはずだが、各ルートに入った時、各チャプターの四角の横に星のマークが出てるはずだ。
It should already have shown up by now, but when you enter each route, there should be star marks next to chapter squares.
その星は暴露シーンがあるチャプターに表示される。もし大将が暴露だけさらい読みしたいなら活用してくれ。
A star indicates a chapter with a revelation scene. Make use of them if you only want to read the revelations.
あら、私が読んでいるといくつかの星に色がつきましたが。
Oh, but when I read, several of those star marks were colored in.
暴露モードがオンの状態でそのチャプターに踏み込むと星に色がついて星になる。
When you enter one of those marked chapters with revelation mode set on, the star mark becomes colored in that star mark. Is this in here? I'm just curious. Oh no, he's turning it on. Does that mean that he's in it? He's in for it? He's checking out something? Oh my god. There's so many. I thought I thought it was gonna be like a small handful of stars. No fucking way, man. No. Oh. crazy, man. That's crazy. Okay, let's continue.
まあ、まだ見てない暴露シーンのあるチャプターを探す一助
Oh, man.
ってところだ。
Well, it's a helpful tool to help find revelation scenes you haven't seen yet.
ちなみに未読の暴露シーンは既読スキップに引っかかるから暴露シーンだけ読みたい対象にはこれもおすすめだ。
Incidentally, read text skip will stop at unread revelation scenes, so I recommend that for the chiefs who only want to read the revelation scenes.
なるほど。すでに読んだ箇所は高速で流し読みしつつ暴露シーンのみじっくり読むことができるのですね。
I see. So you can fly right past parts you've already read and allow you to read only the revelation scenes at your own pace, yes?
ああ、もちろん全文じっくり読み直してもらえればさらに味わい深いだろうが。
If I went for those, there's no way in hell I would not turn the read text skip on thing. There's no fucking way. I'm slowly mentally like trying to convince myself that we're doing it as I'm reading this. Yeah, of course. If you want to reread the whole thing, that'll deepen the experience even further. But we'll leave the playing style up to the chief.
ただ注意点として暴露シーン既読がつくのはあくまで暴露モードオンでチャプターの冒頭を踏んだ時だ。
However, keep in mind that read revelation scenes are marked as red when you enter the chapter with revelation mode switched on.
星が星になったからって全部の暴露シーンを読んだわけじゃねえ。
I mean, it's whatever, but if that's the case, they could have done this a much better way. It couldn't have been that hard to make it so that it's marked complete when you've actually seen the end of a scene, like all of the hidden scenes, like revelation scenes in a chapter. You know what I mean? Like, come on, just program it slightly different. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do something like that. The unfilled turning into a filled does not mean you have read all the revelations in the chapter, so be sure to read the chapter from beginning to end.
それと次の選択肢まで移動を使うとそこまでの暴露シーンも全部既読になる。表シーンと同様に注意な。
Also, if you use the jump until the next choice function, all the revelation scenes in between will be marked as red. Like with the non-revelation scenes, please exercise caution there.
全編にわたり散りばめられた暴露をお読みいただければレイジングループをもう一度お楽しみいただけるでしょう。
By reading the revelation scattered all across the story, you can enjoy playing Raging Loop one more time. There's something sick and twisted about that. If you replay Raging Loop, it's almost like you're in your own like Raging Loop type situation. Like you're being sent. You have your own personal sheep who is sending you through. I was gonna say sent through hell, but like that makes it sound like I'm saying this game is hell, which is not the case. But it's a meta loop. And there you have it. However, the fun doesn't stop there. Oh, great. I was concerned the fun was stopping there.
あそこに並んでるのはどれも本編の後日談にあたる物語だ。
Did you see the extra button on the title screen? There, you'll find stories that serve as sequels of sorts to the main story. Oh, there's more! There's more! By completing the main story, extra is now unlocked and playable. Okay, okay. I'm chilling. When measured collectively, they're of decent length. Ah, I'm becoming Jokerfied.
ああ、例えばこいつが本編の後どんなひってえだらしのない生活をしてるかとか。
Yeah, for example, this one here has one about the pathetic life she lives after the main story. Damn. Or one about the organization Sheep-sama belongs to and that mysterious little girl.
そういうこった。もし気になったらぜひ検討してみてくれ。
Pretty much. Go check them out if you're interested.
ちなみに女ハンター vs ヒグマから羊 vs 報告者の山までの5本は
Incidentally,
含まれていません。
Incidentally, none of the 5 extra stories contain any revelation scenes. Oh, that's good, because that would just be too bizarre. That would be too crazy. That would be too...
事件が終わって裏表のない日々を過ごす連中俺含むをめでてやってく
It
れ
would
る
be like
と
putting a
嬉しい
hat on a
ぜ
hat. We'd be happy if you would show everyone, including me, living their lives after the incident without secrets, some love.
さてさてどうにも説明が長くなっちまったな
Well now, the explanation has gone pretty long, huh?
晩節を汚すことになっていなければ良いのですが
So long as it does not tarnish your reputation late in life, it is fine.
まるでこれで終わりみてえに言うな幸いにして極悪じじい除く全員生き延びたんだこれからだって物語は続くさ
Don't talk like this is the end. Fortunately, everyone except that demonic geezer survived. Their stories will continue onwards.
これを読んだ大将たちの中でな
Same goes for the chiefs reading this. Me?
皆
Points to
様
self.
ぜひ脳内でリカ子およびリカ子を大活躍させてくださいましそれはもうどんなエロエロでも構いません
Everyone, please let my main story self and I flourish greatly in your minds. We do not mind, however perverted it gets. He he he.
おめえが言うと冗談にならねえからまともあれ何にしてもだ
Your jokes just aren't funny. Well, whatever. At any rate.
これにて一件落着けじめはつけねえとな
With this, the case is closed. Ready to put this to bed? Yes.
レイジングループを遊んでくれて改めてありがとう
Thank you once again for playing Raging Loop.
かの三峡の緑よりも深く皆々様に感謝いたします
My gratitude toward you is deeper than the green of that mountain range.
それでは皆様
大将
さようなら
Later, Chief. Farewell, everyone. Bow. You've unlocked the media player. Oh, thank God. You can access the media player by opening the album on the title screen and opening this hint corner on the ending list represented as the true ending's thumbnail picture. You can access the media player by opening the album on the title screen. Sure, yeah, okay. Incidentally, this ending may also have a revelation scene, or maybe it doesn't. For example, like this. What are you going...
でここの暴露じゃ何すんだ
I had a feeling something like this would happen if I turned Revelation on during this, because he... Wait, what are we supposed to do in this Revelation? How about I comment on the Revelation scenes of the true ending? I underestimated that girl.
ぶっちゃけおめえが後付けで夢に3人招き入れたのってどう考えても失敗だったよな
I'll be blunt here. Inviting those 3 into the dream after the fact was a mistake on your part.
まあ芹沢様は陰謀に必要だったので仕方ないのですが玲子と春明様は完全に
Well, I needed Serizawa-sama for my plan, so there's little I could do about that. But Meiko and Haruaki-sama are another story.
とはいえあなた様が春明様に助力をなさらなければとっくの昔にどうにかなっておりました恨みます
However, had you not shown up to help Haruaki-sama, I would have won long ago. I loathe you, how vexing.
まあ DD を失ったてめえなんざ怖かねえけどなおっと
Well, I'm not scared of you now that you've lost your DD. Whoa.
ああそういえば
Oh, almost forgot.
あのメイコ実は後日とんでもない成長を遂げてどこかの作品で活躍するという噂を聞いたんですが
I have heard rumors that there's a sequel where Meiko has grown significantly. Some other game where she plays a role.
おおそりゃすごい噂だな興味を持った連中がエクストラやら他の作品やらを手に取ってくれたら万々歳だ
Oh, that's one hell of a rumor. Those interested can check the extra stories or buy the other work to see it for yourself.
羊様もなかなかやり手ですね
You are quite a go-getter, Sheep-sama.
これでも結構やり手なんだぜ俺は。
I may not look it, but damn right I
こん
am.
なところか。
Well, this should be enough.
おしまいでしょうかね。
Shall we end it here?
最後の締めは頼んだぜ。
I'll let you give your final send-off line.
まあ落ち戻りはないのですけれどもね。
We cannot even rise up again, though.
まあ私がこれを言うのも少々不本意なのですが、
Well, this is not exactly the sort of thing I wanted to say,
ここまで読んでくださる皆様への大サービスです。
but I shall do it as a favor to all of you who've read this far.
落ちなかれ。
Rise not. Thud. Good. Good. Okay, so these are... Okay. 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 So I didn't get... What happens if I click these?
やっちまったな大将。
Oh, these are... Oh, shit. Fuck. No, stop. 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 I could have sworn... I could have sworn that I got all the bad endings. I could have sworn. I could have sworn. Like, what are these question marks? Or is it this? Oh.
全エンド回収のおまけとか言って場所ができたけどよ。ぶっちゃけ言うことねえぜ。どうしよう。
Whoa! I know the Easter egg for collecting all the endings appeared and all, but honestly, I've got nothing to say. What do we do? Calm down! Teeth chatter.
もうこうなったら本編全員呼び寄せて作者を囲んでお疲れ様トークとかやるしかねえ。
At this point, all we can do is call everyone from the main story, surround the author, and have a post-game open discussion or something.
それは絶対やらないって約束したではございませんか。
I thought we swore never to do that.
しょうがねえ。ルデコおめえ脱げ。
Then we've only got one choice, Rikako strip. Oh boy.
私からならともかく羊様がおっしゃることではございませんでしょう。
What? It would be different if I volunteered, but you cannot say that.
じゃああれか。開発秘話とかをちょこっとだけ紹介するか。
Okay then. How about we go talk about the development of the game for a little bit?
そうですね。少しだけ。
Good idea. Just a little bit. Just a little
レ
bit.
イジングループはテムコのノベルアドベンチャーシリーズとしては5作目にあたる作品だ。
Oh, here we go. I love stuff like this. Raging Loop is the 5th game in Kemco's visual... I'm gonna stop doing voices. I'm just reading at this point. I've been reading for 6 hours straight. Raging Loop is the 5th game in Kemco's visual novel series.
制作決定は2014年のいつ頃だったかな。
Development started sometime in 2014, I think.
年明け早々とかでございましょう。
It began right at the start of the year.
だな。新作やるならやるかって話になってどんな案があったっけ。
Right. There were talks about what should be done if they were going to do a new game. What proposals were there again?
デスゲーム×女子高生とか、海底が舞台の SF とか、告白爆死の次のやつとか。
Death game slash girls, a high school one, a sci-fi story at the bottom of the sea one, a sequel to the Confess and You'll Blow Up one.
そいつらってもう全然可能性ないのか。
None of them were possible.
いえいえ、機会があれば考えられるのでは。
Oh no, they'll think about those if they get the chance.
そうか。で、そんな中で人狼ゲームのデジタルノベル化というやつが通ったんだったな。
I see. And out of all those ones, the one that got the green light was the turn werewolf into a digital novel one, yeah?
はい当時人気が定着しつつあった人狼ゲームはシリーズとの関連性も深いですから一つ総括すべきでしょうと
Yes, Werewolf was getting popular at the time and had a deep connection to the series. So those were put together.
当初は全投票と全能力使用を選択肢で選べるとかの案もあったよな。
At the time, the idea was that there would be choices at every voting session and every usage of your ability.
当時もきついと思いましたが今考えると正気の沙汰ではございませんね
It was considered rather difficult at the time, but in hindsight, that was just insane.
まあ結局いくつかの方針転換を経て決まったのが
Well, in the end, after several shifts in objective,
人狼ゲームを和風化してルールに設定をごってりつけてホラーにするというもので基本このコンセプトで今に至る
it was decided that it should be made into a horror game featuring a Japanese-style werewolf where the rules factor heavily into the setting, and this concept brought it to its current stage.
さらにこれまで山ほどご意見をいただいた全員生還についても本作では挑んでおりますよね
Also, after receiving all the feedback from their other games so far, they wanted to try making a story where everyone lives this time around, yes?
ああループという超常現象を採用してまでな
Yeah, to the point of adopting the supernatural phenomenon known as looping.
それがメインだったのですか
Was that the main reason for it?
もちろん人狼ゲームの職業つまり過去を入れ替えてプレイさせるって狙いに合致させるためでもあったが
Of course, part of it was also to match the objective of letting you play werewolf with different guardians each time.
最大の目的は死人を出さないには事件発生を回避するしかないという矛盾を解決するためだ
However, its biggest purpose was to solve the paradox of how to end up with no deaths when the only way to do so is to prevent the incident from happening.
矛盾
Paradox?
ああだって主人公は最初何も知らずに事件に巻き込まれるわけだろ
Yeah, because at first the protagonist gets caught up in the incident with no clue what's going on, right?
事件発生を回避するには事前に事件を知った上で時間的空間的に可能な場所に主人公がいなきゃならない
So to keep the incident from happening, the protagonist needs to know about the incident beforehand and be in a temporarily and spatially plausible location.
なるほどそれが矛盾と
This reminds me of like reading the things at the end of Higurashi chapters, where it was like they talked about like for some of them they were like, oh, you get like some editor comments and shit like at the end of a thing. Almost sometimes you'd get like the all cast review, and so like characters out of character in the story would be like, oh, wasn't that crazy that one person murdered me that one time? And then you'd get like sometimes like notes from the editors that's like talks about the development of the thing. I just kind of like that. I see, so that is the paradox.
まあもちろん他のキャラを使うとか運営側を主人公にするとか方法は考えられるんだけどよ
Well, there were other methods considered, of course, such as changing characters or by making the ones running the feast the protagonist.
基本的には人狼ゲームあるいはデスゲーム一般の肝である事件発生後の頭脳戦や感情戦が全部パーになる
Essentially, we'd be making it so the crux of werewolf and death games in general, that is, the mind games and clash of emotions, were all for nothing.
まあそうですね何しろ何も起きなかったわけですから
True. After all, none of it would ever happen in the end.
そういうアプローチも一度ケムコじゃやってる
What is Kemco up to right now?
今回は正面から解決できないかと試みられたわけだ
Gotta look up Kemco. Kemco has tried that sort of approach before, though, so they tried to see if they couldn't solve it head on this time.
すべての殺人や惨劇をあったものとして扱いその上で
Oh, so many games by
回
Kemco.
転して事件を回避するってソリューションだな
If you're a ghost, call me here. Dragon Ruins? There's so many. Jesus. Okay, they needed a solution where all the murders and tragedies were treated as happening, but also one that revised the past to prevent the incident. I was expecting to see just a small page of like Chemco games, but I go to their website and it's like so many. And that was a loop. Sorry, I got distracted by Chemco games. Right you are. I feel bad for the chiefs who is allergic to supernatural phenomena, but it was from there that the story's intrigue was taken. I see. Incidentally, though the game incorporates a supernatural phenomenon, the Feast of the Yomi Purge is a man-made incident. Even the presence of God, which could allow for irrationalities, was presented not as a supernatural phenomenon, but as a psychological one, making it just barely plausible. Well, even that supernatural phenomenon detail itself might all be a lie so long as its existence cannot be proven scientifically. The conditions for the activation of the supernatural phenomenon and the solution of the mysteries based on it were also meant to pin down the fun of the logical sections, or so it seems anyway. It'd be nice if we got some feedback on that, would it not? Yeah, though I assume that any chiefs who've read this far probably came to accept it a while back. Allow us to thank you once again. Yeah, thanks. And Raging Loop turned out to be a big breakthrough, did it not? Yeah, not only did it have voice acting and vocal songs, but it also released for multiple platforms. No one thought it'd be possible. It's a little game that could. Because they had no money, how sad. But the world is full of uncertainties. There were plenty of complications along the way, but looking back on it, when it was over, the scale was massive. A substantial amount of voice acting, a theme song that perfectly complements the game and its story. Also, it got an actual commercial console port and full voice acting to go along with it. Don't force yourself with all those unfamiliar words. I've been blessed with such fortuity, and yet I cannot force myself even once. How sad. The full voice acting added voices for the officer, his wife, and old man Higuchi, right? Not just them, everyone in the extra stories also gets lively voices. They must be heard. This is all one hell of a miracle, isn't it? Half of it is, the other half is thanks to everyone who supported us all the way to the end in spite of our clumsiness and selfishness on numerous occasions. Yeah, you know, that's exactly it.
この出会いと結実に改めて深く深く感謝ですね。
I would like to say that I feel grateful from the bottom of my heart, that we got to meet.
あ、全くだ。
Got that right.
さて、おまけとしてはこのくらいでしょうか。
Now then, I believe that should be enough for this Easter egg? Question mark?
名残惜しい感じもいたしますが。
I do feel reluctant to say goodbye.
何、大丈夫だ。
Don't say goodbye then.
ケムコのアドベンチャーポータルなどで、ま
Don't
た
say
いろんな
goodbye
企
to
画
me.
がされ
I'm
る
not
だろ
ready
う
to
し
say bye. It's alright, there are all sorts of things being put together on the Chemco Adventure Portal website, you know? Oh, is that the website I'm looking on my other monitor here? The Chemco Adventure Portal? I want to go to the Adventure Portal.
スペシャルコンテンツでもあった日には、また俺らにもお鉢が回ってくる。
Maybe you don't want to go to the Chemco Adventure Portal.
また会えるさ。
Our turn will come again in some sort of special content or something. That's a C word again. We'll see you again there, Chief.
楽しみですね。
I'm looking forward to that.
ああ。
Me too.
というわけで、しばしの別れだ。
And with that, it's time to say goodbye. Farewell.
ペコリ。
Bow. By the way, for those of you think that they're missing a word there. For those of you think there are more Easter eggs than just this, surely you must be wondering about the 2 question mark boxes in the ending list. I am. I'm so curious. I will not be able to sleep tonight. Those are the true Easter eggs, paths to potential, what ifs that can only be seen by those who truly want them, maybe. The fuck does that mean? Stop being like this. Just tell me. Just tell me. Make them. Tell me what they are. Tell me how I can get them. Hi. There isn't a single hint to where they're located, not even on the scenario chart. Good luck looking for them. That's just great. That is just great. I love that. Also, please don't be surprised when the events of those bonus endings turn out to be way too different from the atmosphere of the main story. They're horny, aren't they? You're telling me they're horny. You're telling me they're horny endings or something. I can tell. I already know. Now then. Oh shit, there's a revelation scene too. Calm down, tea-chattering. You gotta strip, dude. You gotta strip, man. Compose yourself. There should still be plenty of development stories left. Okay, then let's finish this off with some trivia about the title. The title? Raging Loop, that's the game's English title. Right. Incidentally, in Japanese, the title is written as Rei Jin Ji Lu. What is that supposed to mean? It makes no sense at all in English, does it? Yeah, it actually means all sorts of things. Given it just one spelling would give it a fixed meaning, right? So it seems they specifically wrote it in a way to say that it didn't have any singular fixed meaning. A lot of meanings, you say. Do you mean... Yeah, remember those words that flashed by for a second at the first bad ending and the 3 hell endings? So those were hell endings. I thought they were more like normal endings or heroine endings. Well, I mean, I suppose it could be called heroine endings. Heroine endings from hell, that is. Endings from hell?
まあ呼び方はどうでもいい。要はそういう節目節目でネタを振ってたわけだ。
Look, the name doesn't really matter. All I'm saying is that the hidden title meanings appeared at those junction points.
どれだけの皆様が気づかれたことか。
How many of you figured them out, I wonder?
まあその心配もあって一応ここでネタばらしをしとこうか。
Loop is pronounced the same way as loop, so... Ah, I see, yeah. Well, some of them probably still haven't, so let's go through all of them. All of them! Okay. After clearing Intro Route 2, Dense Mist, Bad Ending 2, Raising Loop.
私、英語は苦手です。
Let's have a look.
蘇りゆく
Raising, Resurrecting Loop, huh?
その直後、春秋様が最初に体験する落ち戻りにかけてあるのですね。
Oh yes, it was right after this that Haruaki-sama looped back for the first time, right?
そういうことで副題は神やってくる
Yep.
アウトサイダー
And the subtitle is Unveiled Arrival.
それも春秋様のことでしょうか。
That refers to Haruaki-sama, yes?
ああそれに人狼ゲームをリスペクトして品質用語であるカミングアウトもかけてあるそうだ。
Yeah, it also refers to the act of unveiling your role during Werewolf.
果たしてどれだけの皆様が気づかれたのでしょうか。
I feel... I feel like this game is acting like these are super clever. And I'm just like, I mean... How many caught on to that, I wonder?
神のみぞ知るってやつだ。さて次だが
Like, I'm just like, okay, sure. You know what they say, only God knows. Now on to the next one. Raging Loop, spelled L-O-U-P after clearing main route 3, Yomi.
ここはレイジ怒り狂う
This one is Raging Loop.
ループ
Loop?
フランス語では合格。ちなみに
La Lupa.
弓はルーな。
It's French for wolf. It's pronounced like the name Lou. Oh, that's like what Italian what I was saying earlier. But
って言うんだぜ。
they call werewolf a loup garo.
それだと
Oh!
レイジングルーでは
So it is Raging Lou.
フランス語を英語読みしてんだよ。いうかなんでおめえがツッコミ役に回ってんだおい。
That would mean something else altogether. Wait, why are you the one cracking jokes here?
だって言葉が難しいんですもの。サメサメ。
Because words are hard, how sad.
それはともかくこれは芹沢様大暴れの地獄絵図だった基地を暗示するのでしょうか。
Anyway, was that title meant to be foreshadowing for the horrific scene in Wit where Serizawa-sama goes on a rampage?
そういうことだ。で、副題がワールズ、渦、
Yup.
とクローズ、爪だな。
And the subtitle is Whirls and Claws.
なぜとだけ日本語。しかし野本狼様の神門でございますか。
Whirls and Claws. Wait, do those refer to the crest of the Yomatsu Okami?
ああ、あれってひし形が爪で、ぐるぐるが渦なんだってな。
Yeah, the diamond shape represents claws, while the spiral is a whirl. If you say so.
もともとの狼様の神門であるひし形に黄泉の汚れを
Don't worry, I'm acting more put upon than I actually am. I'm having a grand old time right now. Indeed, the original shrine crest for the Okami-sama was the diamond shape, but they added in the whirls to represent the corruption of Yomi.
これの何が文字りなのですか。
Is this meant to be some kind of wordplay?
ワールズ、お、ワールズ、クローズ、お、クローズに読み替えると
Whirls also sounds like worlds, and sounds like end, and claws sounds like close. Okay, so when you read them like that...
Words to close. 将来的に世界が終わることも暗示してる。
You get world's end close. Close. This implies that the world will end soon. Oh!
日本語の方にも文字りがある。
Ah.
渦は渦。作中でも出て
Thank you,
き
Sheep-sama.
た鳥かぶとの別名だ。
There's another kind of wordplay in Japanese. Uzu, or whirls, is another word for aconite, which appears in the story.
鳥かぶとは英語ではウルフズベイン、狼殺しとも言われるんだよな、これが。
And another name for aconite is wolf's bane, rumored to kill wolves.
まあ爪に渦を入れたことで狼様が死んだというのは間違っていないのかもしれませんが、
Though
ちなみに爪の方は
Though it may be no mistake to say that putting whirls into claws is what killed Okami-sama. Incidentally, while we are on the subject of claws...
で次だが
Next.
爪は
I was not finished. Leijing Lubu, after clearing main route 5 with...
学業療法
is that supposed to be Japanese?
中国語だ。レイジン・ルーブー。
It's Chinese, you read it as Leijing Lubu.
まさかの中国語。意味は
I never expected to see Chinese. What does it mean?
レイジンは天国とか宣教とかそういう意味だ。
Leijing means heaven or paradise.
で、ルーは日本語と同じおりこ。ブーは逃れるの意味だな。
Lu means prisoner, while Bu means escape.
楽園の虜が逃げる。これも春秋様のこと
So paradise's prisoner escapes. Does this also refer to Haruaki-sama?
それと知恵に。あとおめえだよ。一番楽園に囚われてたやつ。
And Chiemi. Oh, and you too. You were the one chained the tightest to paradise.
それらがみんな崩壊に向けて動き出すことを暗示したメッセージだ。
This message implied all of them would start heading toward ruin.
まあその次のルートでは全然逃げる雰囲気でないばかりか極悪非道な展開が待ち構えておりましたが
Though that said, in the next route, not only did it feel like there was absolutely no escape, but there was a most atrocious turn of events awaiting.
うるせえな。
Shut up.
シンプルなバト。ところでせっかく R で揃えたのに L を頭に持ってきてよかったのですか
Such simple abuse, though while we're on it, all the other titles had R at the start, so should they really have brought in an L this time?
北京語の R はちょっと濁るんだよ。リーベンもリーベンとジーベンの間みたいな発音になる。
R has a bit of an accent to it in Mandarin Chinese. Their name for Japan, Riben, sounds like something between Riben and Jiben. Oh.
で、副題はパラディシアム、楽園のバビロン。
Anyway, the subtitle is Paradisiacal Babylon.
バビロン
Babylon.
聖書に出てくるドエロ女のことだ。
Like the whore from the Bible.
もしかしてキリキリ
Are you implying how vexing?
まあそもそもバビロン自体が意味深な言葉でもあるからな。それ以上の考察は大将に任せるとするぜ。
But even then, the name Babylon itself is very meaningful. I'll leave any further consideration to you, Chief. This is the fourth and final after clearing the main route, Darkness. Raising Group.
結局最後は日本語と
Raising Group?
まあグループはグループで横文字だがよ。
Yeah, sounds like a heavy metal band name if you ask me.
意味は
What does it mean?
読み意味の宴は結局 人と狼の戦いじゃなく、純然たる人間と人間の戦いだったわけだ。
It refers to how the goal of each group in the Feast of the Yomi Purge is to completely wipe out the other.
それに神が裏から絡んでも当然。
That and the giant monster that appears at the end to raise all. Right.
ところが春秋のやつが神のふりして宴に乱入してぶち壊しにしただろ。
By the way, Haruaki blew the whole thing apart by trespassing on the feast and pretending to be a god, right?
第3のグループ、人のいない陣営の勝利をこれは暗示してるってわけだ。
It implicates how Haruaki's group won by the end by raising the feast.
果たしてどれだけの皆様がイカ略
How many realize that in the end? Question mark.
ゲームオーバー、ゲームオーバーとオーバーロード、超越者をかける。
As for the subtitle, it refers to both Game Over and Overlord, Transcendental One.
神の介入でゲームが終わる、あるいはゲームを終わらせる神が降りる。
The game ended due to the intervention of God or the Lord, or it refers to the God who descended to bring an end to the game.
そういうことさ。
So that's it. That's it. Get out of here.
こんな感じのネタばらしをケムコのアドベンチャーポータル上でもダラダラやっていくことになるだろうぜ。
Well, these sorts of behind-the-scenes information can also be found all over the Kemco Adventure Portal. I think it's better if I don't know exactly what the Kemco Adventure Portal is. I think the mystery makes it more fun. I'm gonna be honest. Let's all promise not to find out what the Kemco Adventure Portal is.
よろしければ検索してみてくださいね。
Please look it up if you would be so inclined.
それじゃ、おまけも終わりだ。あばよ。
Well, this marks the end of the Easter egg. Later.
さようなら。ペコリ。
Farewell. Bow. Bow. Uh-oh, it's not over. They lied. About the 2 question mark squares in the endings list. If you haven't found the corresponding endings yet, here are some hints. 1. They appear when Revelation mode is switched on. Thanks. 2. Both of them are hidden in darkness. Okay, that's a better hint. 3. One of them branches off from a daytime scene. The other branches off from a nighttime scene. Okay. Good luck. Thanks, game. Okay. Okay. Gallery. Oh. Yeah. Oh, some tempting question marks right there. Okay, here's what, the first thing I'll talk about is, and not like it 100% matters, and it doesn't mean exactly like, the first thing I'm curious about is, I probably, on the YouTube VOD of this, I probably will end up labeling this as the finale. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean I would never return back to this game, right? Now, the other thing we have to, the elephant in the room here, I talked about it just a while ago. I am very strongly opposed, usually, to games asking and requiring me to see a little bit more re-experiencing a lot of the same game. Now, I know. Do you want me to exactly tell? No, you don't have to do that. I saw your question the first time and I didn't answer it because I didn't need it. What was I saying? Oh, so I'm usually, there are exceptions, but I usually don't care to reread a thing just to try to experience. Now I know it's a visual novel, so it's probably, I can probably use the skip dialogue thing, like mechanic in the game to like like the character said there, and I was thinking that already, and I could just see the revelations, but there's the 2 things. So we're not gonna get to it immediately, but I'm gonna do some independent research. But also, if you've made it throughout this whole series, if you made it to the end of this video and you hear me soliciting advice, if you want to let me know one way or the other, 2 things. One, if you're someone who has not experienced Raging Loop, are you immediately interested in me seeing the revelation stuff and also these extra things, these extra stories? I don't even know. Okay, so that's the first question. If you're experiencing this with the first time with me, I'd be very curious to know if you're so gung-ho and dead set on seeing these extra stories and the revelation stuff. And if you have already experienced Raging Loop on your own and you're coming to me as like a supplemental or a secondary or third viewing of Raging Loop, I want to know and look deep inside yourself. Don't just say the answer willy-nilly. Look deep inside yourself and say, is it worth me, of everything I've done so far with this game, is it worth me seeing this stuff? Am I missing a lot of stuff and a lot of good stuff by not reading the revelation stuff, the revelation scenes, and then these extra stories, whatever these are? Because I can do them. I can sit here in this chair and I can do it. But as with everything, it's a time sink. And I would be bummed if they weren't good. And if they were it's like a scale, right? Like a chart where it's like time investment versus is it worth seeing? And I would be very bummed if they weren't worth seeing and I also spent a much more time, because once I commit to them, I'm gonna want to do them. But if this is my off-ramp for this game, I'm also fine with that. But I want to know. I'm gonna try to do independent research as well. I'm gonna try to see if I can find online like a collective like consensus on if they're worth seeing. But just know that, like, think about how long it took me to read the normal series and what that means. I let the voice read out and then I read after it, which I like doing, but it just adds on to the time. It's not like we're speed reading this. I don't know what these are. The revelation scenes, who knows if they're worth it? I don't know. And also just know that if I commit to them, that's a time investment. It's not the worst thing, but it's time on streams that I would not be dedicating to another game or another visual novel. Like, I wrapped credits on here, and I was so close to saying what the next big visual novel I was going to be reading here on this channel was. I was so close to doing it, and then it was like, start talking about Revelation Mode, and I was like, wait a second, hold. We might not be done. And so now, if I commit to more of this, I don't want to say what the next big visual novel is, because I don't know yet because I don't want to jump the gun and commit to another game or another story, another visual novel, I should say, a big one, if I am going to keep dipping my toes in here. Because then in the back of my head, and then in the back of like potentially other people's heads, they're like, all right, we'll get done with this fucking thing and move on to the next thing. Like, I don't like that. And I don't like getting too ahead of myself with things. Like, I like finishing a project, wrapping it up kind of, and then moving on when it comes to that. So, a lot to take away. I probably will label this as finale on the YouTube VODs, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're not coming back to this game. I've done that before in games. A finale just usually means like the main thing is done, credits are rolling, and we're done. But I could, like, I'll say, depending on how good these are, I could see it much more likely that I read these, because these seem like actual, like, separated extra stories. Now, if they suck, I won't read them. That's fine. I don't know what these could be. Boy and girl versus In From Hell? I have no idea what that means. Maybe it's interesting, maybe it's not, but at least they're segmented differently. It's something about the fact that the game just is like, hey, go back through the rest of the game and then just see extra scenes and then speed through text. Like, do I have to load the game? Does it keep track of everything? Like, oh shit, I hit the... Should I have, like, saved something, or is it all, like... Is this where I'm at? Oh, I already fucked up, didn't I? Because now it's going to fill in the thing, right? God! I didn't pay attention to what the sheep told me. Already fucked up. We are... No, I guess in theory, this would be the first one reread, I guess. Wait, no, stop. I didn't mean to hit skip. Stop. Everyone, chill, Haruaki. Let me go back. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Okay, I know you typed a comment and I want to read it. I'm just freaking out right now. I'm going back in here. Okay, stay on the screen. Stay on the screen, for God's sake. I just want to sit, like, have a good, clean save here. Okay, take me to the title. Well, it doesn't matter. If I actually do it, something that's actually going to be super difficult. Okay, let me read this first. Personal opinion, I'd skip it. All those extra scenes are not that important. It won't change your general opinion about the game as a whole. But as always, it's up to you. Okay, that's a good opinion. That's, like, I want to know, yeah. Obviously, like, if they're good, if they're interesting, I want to read it. I guess another question, and this is going to be even harder. If I solicited comments from this, if you made it this far, and this itself is a 6.5 hour stream. If you got to the end and you want to type this comment, I love reading the comments. I always do. I reply to comments all the time as much as I can, unless they suck. Then I don't respond to them. How long, at the pace that I read the rest of the story, would you assume, how long, as ballpark as you need to be, would it take for me to read through, if I speed through the text we've already read and then we just do the revelation scenes? How long are the revelation scenes for me to get through? And then also, maybe slightly easier, how long are these? Because that, I think, is a big determination on if we do this or not. And I would also feel partly bad if you're, and I know there's at least one person. If you're watching the Raging Loop playthrough, and this was your first time experiencing Raging Loop, I'd also be curious to know, are you going to be bummed if I do just exit here and you don't get to then see the extra stuff? I mean, I assume, I hate to direct you to some other random channel on the online, but to go see them if that's not the case. But, like, would you be bummed if you're like, I'm not getting the final bits of the story or something, or the revelations, or these extra stories? I mean, I really need to see Blockhead versus Final Boss. Like, are you going to be bummed if you had been going throughout this whole adventure with me and then I just end it there? So here's the thing. This VOD, let me see. This VOD will go up. This VOD's going to go up on Monday morning. I probably won't have to make a decision before that. We have plenty of other stuff I'm working on the channel already anyway. But I will let at least the VOD sit there for a few days. On the 27th, a few days. I'll see if people catch up, if they leave comments. Again, I'll do my own research to try to determine how long the revelation stuff is. But if you want to leave a comment, let me know your opinions. I hate asking for comments because it's such a, like, an internet thing. Like, leave a comment if you fucking hated Raging Loop. Leave a comment if you hated my fucking reading of Raging Loop. If you hated the sound of my voice. But, like, genuinely, I'm only soliciting comments mostly because I'm genuinely curious. Because I'm gonna probably need help deciding. If we just move on from here, that's totally fine. On the visual novel front, we'll finish up Of the Devil, because we have the rest of episode 1 and then 2, and then we'll start in on the next big visual novel. But I'm not going to tell you what it is, because I don't want that to sway the opinion of either myself or you who might be listening to this. Because if I said the greatest fucking visual novel ever, potentially, I'm not saying that that's what it is, but I'm just saying imagine. If I said, oh, it's the thing that everyone wants to see, or it's the greatest visual novel ever fucking ever, of course move on from Raging Loop. I don't want that to sway the opinion. You know what I mean? So I say all that long rambling. I didn't think this would take like 6.5 hours to finish today, but I'm glad we did technically finish. I am happy for that. So I'm not going to be moving on to another game tonight. There is, I will say, a very small chance that maybe I log back in on stream like late tonight if nothing else manifests or I'm bored or something. And in which case I probably would just be playing some Pragmata. But if I'm not on super late tonight, we'll be back tomorrow, mostly playing Pragmata. We might check out another game as well. But yeah, it might be like a 2-game day tomorrow for Sunday. Again, I thought today was going to take like 3 or 4 hours at most and not 6.5. So there we go. So yeah, takeaway, that's your homework. Leave a comment if you want to, but don't leave a comment if you don't want to. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Just like I will have to decide if we continue and boot up Raging Loop again or not. Like, I'm interested, but also, like I said, time is not an unlimited resource in this world or on this channel. So we gotta make a decision. Thanks, I should say, again, if you've made it to the end of this video, if you're watching now live, thanks for hanging around. Thanks for watching me get through this. Thanks for experiencing this with me. I always find it baffling anyone would want to listen to me read a visual novel, let alone any video game. I had a fun time with this. There were the highs, there were the lows, for sure. I lost my mind a couple times. All that is always bound to happen here. Like I said, if we boot up Raging Loop again, we'll see. If you move on to the next visual novel with me, I'll be happy to see you there. I think a lot of people are going to be excited for it. Technically, before we even start a new visual novel, I am going to, at the very least, if we don't boot up Raging Loop ever again, I'm going to finish the episodes of The Devil first, because that's also visual novel adjacent, and I want to finish those before I fully dive into this next big one. You'll see why. If you finish this and you're like, I want to, for some reason, watch other visual novels he's done on my channel, on the VOD, youtube.com/the bubmanXIV, that's 14 in Roman numerals, many visual novels, and of course other video games you can go find. If you really liked Raging Loop on YouTube, I would highly recommend my playthrough, I've said it before, but of Gnosia, one of my favorite series I've done on the channel. People responded well to it. I think people really enjoyed it. I had a fun time playing it. I think it's one of the best series on my channel if I'm pumping myself up a bit. But also plenty of other visual novels. If you want the super long ones, I don't wish this upon anyone, but there's the Umineko adventure that took a full year. There's the Higurashi adventure that took 2 years. Those are on the channel. Other visual novels, so many, you just gotta go poking around. Other than that, go to the Chemco adventure portal. Don't get lost in that. Make sure you tie a rope around yourself and can come out wherever that adventure portal takes you. Don't let me know, though, because I'd rather the mystery stay a mystery. Have a nice rest of your Saturday night. I'm gonna head out. Like I said, I should be on stream tomorrow. Gnosia, I was thinking about getting the game. Just saw a trailer, but it seemed interesting. Highly recommend Gnosia. I'll always say, if you want to play Gnosia, if Gnosia's got you interested, I will always recommend playing a game before watching me go through it. I like, obviously, my channel being as an option if you were never going to play something yourself or whatever, but Gnosia was a very special game for me. I don't think it's a spoiler at all to say or anything, because if you watch a trailer or something, it basically reveals. It also has to do with loops. It also has to do with the social deduction game of like Werewolf or a Mafia type thing. I mean, I hate to pit the two together, but I think Gnosia blows Raging Loop out of the water. I think most people probably have that opinion and sentiment, but maybe I'm just crazy. Highly recommend Gnosia. If you don't want to play it, or if you've already played it and you want to watch me play it, I did the whole thing. Very good. I hate pimping my own videos or anything, but yeah. Good times. Good times, I think. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say. I've rambled too much now. We're almost gonna hit 7 hours if I just keep chatting. So, again, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Have a nice rest of your night. Maybe a small chance I'm on back later tonight, but if not, tomorrow. Have a great one. Stay safe, stay well. Until next time.